Hello and welcome to the first ever Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition, $100,000 buy-in here in Las Vegas at the PokerGO studio. I'm Alex Livingston, joined by Chris Vitch to call the action.
Hey Alex, I am super excited to be here on the side of you. I suppose the only more exciting place would be out there in the field, but
yeah,
I'm going to have to settle for this one today.
We talked about that a little bit, both of us, maybe a little bit of FOMO not playing, but it's going to be fun to call the action and watch these guys play all 10 of these games. And here we have our first look at the feature table. We've got J. David Rogers, Eric Wasserson, Yuri, Benny Glaser, Daniel Negreanu, Ray D, and Johannes Becker.
I saw how you slipped right over Yuri's last name there. You didn't want to go in for the
Yeah,
Zivaleski?
Yuri and Ray D, both with slightly difficult to pronounce last names. You see not a ton of movement so far in the first two levels of play. We are picking this up in level 3. There's Daniel Negreanu. Recent victory for him in the $15,000 Dealer's Choice Tournament.
Dominant victory, one would say.
Yeah, he came in, I think, second or third in chips and just very quickly had about 70% of the chips in play. It had a real stranglehold on the rest of the players.
And you know he's excited for any super high roller bowl as he participates in all the variants of poker.
Absolutely. And here we are kicking it off in Pot Limit Omaha. Rules of the game: 4 hole cards for all players. You got to use 2 from your hand, 3 from the board, exactly 2 from your hand. And you cannot bet more than the size of the pot.
Come on, Alex. It's not really fair to get to start with your best game, but I suppose
well, Chris, you also have a bracelet in Pot Limit Omaha, if I do recall. So
fair point. Thank you for pointing that out.
So perhaps you'll be the specialist for this round.
Well, we will see. It's really interesting to see early on in these things when everyone's so deep stacked, who's really going to get after it in the big bet games and who's going to play a little bit more tentative, let's say, maybe waiting for the limit games and just really not wanting to be an early exit from such a prestigious event.
Completely agree. And I think the guys who have a lot of cash game experience in the limit games maybe will avoid playing big pots in PLO and no limit.
We should have staked them.
As we get an offer from D-Negs in the
yeah, it sounds like
table,
sounds like he wants us in the field.
Yeah.
Well, we can register until tomorrow, so you know.
That's true. Yeah, we
all
can,
options are still on the table.
Pass our commentating duties on to a couple guys off the street. I'm sure production team would be happy with that.
You could do both at the same time.
That would be extremely difficult.
Well, if it's Daniel's money, I'm willing to give it a try.
I'll take
this is true. Yuri with a nice Badoogie hand.
8.
Not a very good Pot Limit Omaha hand.
Yeah, we have a strong starting hand from the 10-10-9-7-1 suit and a very weak hand in a limped pot here. Obviously, the small blind fairly incentivized to limp a ton of hands in the small blind, given there's a big blind ante and the quirk of this particular level. The small blind is already 1,000 and it's only 1,500 in the big blind, so he only has to call 500 more. So should be playing a primarily a limping strategy.
It's more fun to just set a line. You have to do it immediately, though.
It's very difficult to know exactly the one that's close.
Kind of an interesting spot here because Yuri really can't have any premium hands after checking pre-flop, right?
Absolutely, yeah. The ace is certainly more helpful to Becker than it is to Yuri. But he does take a little stab here, facing 2 checks from Becker.
Started
takes it
14. Like, when is the...
And we hear...
yeah. Wow. Actually, we should... That does sound fun. I knew I'd get you to bet something.
Yeah, but I'm not doing it.
Negreanu and Wasserson perhaps discussing some possible side bets.
I was just going to say that we're going to get some good table talk today, as I know that those two are very good friends, and sitting next to each other, I'm sure they'll be chatting all day.
Absolutely. See the chip denominations here: 500 for the pink chips, the yellow $1,000 chip, and the 5,000 blue chip. We will have, of course, bigger chips introduced as play goes on. Chris, I know you and I both enjoy this chip set. They're a little bit larger and heavier than the traditional ones used here in the studio.
Yeah, this is the high roller set, and they're very fun to shuffle and to accumulate, and they can stack them very, very high. Although these players are using standard stackings of 20, but you'll see a
so
few
far,
players.
yeah, I know Wasserson, for instance, often likes to stack his in 10s. We may see some different patterns from different players as the tournament goes on. Negreanu here with one of those rundowns that, if it were double suited, would be a very strong hand, but the rainbow version not nearly as strong.
Yeah, and you can see Negreanu making a solid fold with a, as you said, a Badoogie four different suits hand that doesn't play particularly well.
Ray D, on the other hand, certainly a premium here. Expect him to come in for a raise.
Ray D is probably one of the lesser-known players to the general audience, but I think we both would say that, you know, amongst this field, he is certainly a standard participant, as a very, very high-stakes nosebleed cash game regular who also plays some of the biggest tournaments throughout the year.
Yeah, great player, and sometimes he gets drafted in the WSOP 25K Negreanu draft just on the merit of his abilities, even though people are not sure how many tournaments he'll end up
Right,
playing.
if he is going to play a 10K, he's going to be a big favorite in the field.
Exactly. I believe it was him who denied Mercier his third bracelet the year that Mercier had a lot of side bets going on. I think Ray D might have beat him heads up in Razz.
He did, yeah. Razz, I think he's known as a kind of maybe one of the best at Razz.
Right.
Give me 2 5s.
5K or?
We see Yuri here turn the third nut flush. Chris, what's your default in a spot like this as Yuri facing check on the flop? Do you go for value now, or do you check one more street, give him some rope perhaps?
I think in general it's a good board for Yuri's calling range, so I think he gets to do a lot of leading here, as he can also have very, very strong holdings like, you know, suited aces, a lot of kings and queens for sets.
Sure.
And obviously he's up against a late position stealing range, so I think he can eke out a little value. I guess it's questionable whether he can get 2 streets of value with a 10 high flush.
I think that's probably one of the major considerations. Thinking maybe he only wants to go for 1 street of value, does choose to do that on the river, perhaps let Ray bluff a hand like the one he has on the turn. Now Ray, with a very compelling bluff catcher with 2 pair and a spade blocker, facing just a check down to this point.
Yeah, and a very small bet from Yuri here on the river. This would be really quite a heroic fold, all things considered, I think, given the check line. And Yuri's betting, what, 35% to the,
with like the right
maybe less,
Yeah,
30%.
even possible he could chop with a hand like this that Yuri could be betting, like something like Queen 8 with a big spade himself.
And we see him make the payoff.
What did you? What were the stakes that you lost? Like 50, 100?
I don't remember.
Well, there's nobody in the field that's going to have a bad bio, but certainly in the last few years, Yuri might have one of the best bios of anybody out here, having just had incredibly good results in all the tournaments that he's participated in.
And there it is. You can see former #1 ranked online player, 5 WSOPO bracelets, and he's the all-time money leader for Brazil, and we know that Brazil has a strong poker contingent. I know that Yuri works very hard on his game, takes it very seriously, and he's really good across all the games, Chris. I find he's tough to play against in No Limit, and he's also tough in the stud games, and it's kind of hard to find somebody who's really top level in both those respective disciplines.
Absolutely, and I would even add to that to say that someone who's had incredible success both online and live in all arenas, basically. There's never been a form of poker he hasn't succeeded at.
Cash games, tournaments, yeah, he's certainly an all-around player, and a really nice guy on top of all that. Yuri actually just moved to Florida. He's lived in Brazil most of his life. Now he says he's closer to a lot of the live poker action and still only 1 8-hour flight away from visiting his family in Brazil. So
I did not know that.
Setting up a home base in Florida, yeah.
A lot of the players in this field, I think, are from a home base of Florida.
Benny Glaser, on the other hand, a man with no home base at the moment, sort of living out of a suitcase, loves to travel the world and play poker. And
yeah, I follow his, I guess, Instagram stories or whatever it is, and he's constantly updating his travels around the world, usually throwing in some poker wherever he goes.
Yeah, recently got back from Cambodia. He said he was there mostly just as a vacation, but also did play some of the higher stakes, no limit tournaments there.
All right, we got some multi-way action here, Alex.
Yeah, Wasserson with slightly a loose call out of the small blind, but again with the 1.5, he is getting a slightly better price to call, and we see him get rewarded for that loose call, flopping top 2 pair.
Ray D has a hand here that I suppose I could overvalue at times, kind of this bottom wrap, the wheel wrap here.
He does, and I wonder if with the big club in his hand, he might be tempted to bet this hand, thinking he's going to get check raised a little bit less often, although he doesn't get that opportunity, as Negreanu makes a very non-standard lead with just 1 overpair here and 1 club. No immediate straight draws. He does have backdoor hearts. There's certainly some turns he can barrel, but I would describe this as unorthodox. I will say that this board is going to hit Negreanu's range perhaps harder than either of the other 2 players. So
I was going to add, I think that's what he's thinking, is that the 7-5 deuce is the big blind's board texture.
And while I agree with that, and I agree with leading a fair chunk of hands, I'm not sure I would throw this particular one in. He does get called in 2 spots. Note Wasserson top 2 pair here, but just thinking that's not quite enough hand to want to check raise this deep.
And now a scare card for everyone. I guess this kind of favors Ray D's range.
Yeah, I'm thinking if anyone has any incentive to bet this card, it's probably Ray with the big club. He still has some outs against sets and 2 pairs, so it's kind of a semi-bluff that can get some made hands to fold and still retains equity against all the non-flushes, but it does just check through. And, you know, Eric might just win this pot. It might just go check, check, check again.
Yeah, the only one who really doesn't have anything to call or to check down is Negreanu, but
right. Ray D's picked up a sliver of showdown value, and Negreanu does decide to fire the bluff here, and I suspect this will get through. Ray's problem here is that he has another player behind him, in addition to the fact that he just has one pair in a multi-way pot, and then it's extremely hard for Wasserson to call, in my opinion, with no club in his hand.
yeah, this is a nice find from Daniel to steal this pot with really very little
Good
equity. As Was gives him the good bluff speech, and Negreanu acknowledges, yep.
Show on the camera.
You bluff? Could have played a big pot.
I know that Daniel Negreanu
did.
considers
Did
PLO to be maybe
Did
one
the
of his best
rapidity
games
stuff?
in the
Not
mix.
tough.
Certainly.
And the Super High Roller Bowl brought to you by Octopi Poker. Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone. It makes poker study easy for all skill levels. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today at octopipoker.ai.
Thanks, Alex. As we see Stevie Chidwick there in the graphic, someone who would be participating here, if not participating in No Limit Hold'em tournaments elsewhere in the world.
It's certainly a big tribute to Octopi Poker that somebody as well respected as Stevie, both from a personality standpoint and from his level of play, is representing Octopi. Stevie, a longtime crusher across all disciplines, and probably were it not for the Triton series going on right now, he would, I suspect, be in this field himself. What do you think,
Yeah,
Chris?
I mean, if only he could clone himself and be
Right.
multiple places at once, although then there may not be any money left for anyone else in the poker world.
First world problems that there's too many 100K tournaments going on at the same time worldwide right now.
It is quite incredible. We've had great turnouts throughout all the mixed game series here at PokerGo this year.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by the turnouts. I think having a couple 5K events at the beginning of the series is a great way to bring some new faces into the studio, and some of those players ended up doing well and ended up entering some of the 10Ks that they might not have as well, and I think it's just a great product that PokerGo is putting on. Wasserson with a loose open here.
I was just going to ask you, this is too loose, right, in theory? I mean, maybe he just sees J. David Rogers in the big blind and thinks that maybe he's going to take a little bit of advantage.
Yeah, he might suspect that, that J. David will play a little too tight in PLO, and
yeah, a lesser-known player in this field who does come out for some of the big tournaments. I've played with him in the 50K PPC before, and I know that he plays some mixed games online for practice as well, but certainly more of a recreational amateur player who's successful in other areas as well as poker.
Absolutely, and there's a few players like that in the field. Most of the field, I'd say, is professional players, but we do have a few guys who have other jobs and also have had a fair amount of success in poker. Here's Eric Wasserson. He's a poker pro living in Pennsylvania. I think he spends a lot of time out here in Vegas as well. He attended Lehigh University, and he's a high-stakes cash game regular and a high-stakes golf cash game regular as well.
And he broke through this year in the WSOP Bahamas with his first bracelet in the 25K dealer's choice.
That's right, yeah. Pretty nice one to add to his resume there.
But someone we've both battled with in the mixed game tournaments over the years.
Absolutely. He really likes the tournament format. He comes out, WSOP, pretty much plays all the 10K mixed game buy-ins.
Did it?
Kind of.
Chris, is there any player in particular in this field that you think might be the favorite? I know there's a lot of great players.
Well, we're going to get to see the whole field throughout the day, which is really exciting. We're going to hopefully move tables later on in the day and see a little bit of everyone. I might just start by looking at this table and, well, acknowledging obviously Negreanu has been on an incredible good streak of tournaments, particularly for mixed game tournaments, winning the 50K this past summer.
Right.
Just coming off a win in the dealer's choice and obviously very comfortable in all the games. I have a small rooting interest in one of my good friends, Johannes Becker, who's at this table, who's a little lesser known for tournaments, but a high-stakes cash game player that plays all the games very well as well.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to pick against anybody in this prestigious field. I mean, there's a reason that we're sitting in this booth, and it's because there's not a lot of easy money out there.
No, that's certainly true. Even just looking around this table, we see here a bit of a loose call from Wasserson yet again, looking to play some hands in PLO, the Ace Jack 9-5 single, and Negreanu also kind of getting a little bit out of line there with the Queen Jack 7-7. We know Negreanu is going to play a lot of hands pre-flop. He prides himself in his post-flop ability and his ability to maneuver, especially when the stacks are deep. So not totally surprising to see that. What a flop for Was here.
Yeah, Yuri had to be happy to get some action with double-suited aces here, but obviously not on this flop texture.
Right, and aces, for those maybe newer to PLO, when you flop aces in a multi-way pot on a board as draw heavy as this, you really need something else going on with your hand to want to put any money into the pot. And he really, with no backdoor flush draw, no straight draw, he's got really nothing going on.
Wasserson with a large bet size here in a multi-way pot, just going for 75%. And gets 2 quick folds.
Yeah, I think in some PLO tournaments with some more of the PLO tournament specialists, you will see a lot of smaller sizes used. Having said that, they're very deep, and I think there's a tendency to play those early levels kind of more like a cash game, and you do see some bigger bets usually in deeper stacked cash games. So.
Yeah, in fact, you were on the Twitter/X Streets earlier today trying to explain a little bit about like the day one tournament dynamics and why it's a little bit just more like a cash game. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I was ready.
Yeah, so basically,
953.
I'm just going to see if the players are saying anything.
Okay, but you didn't have Jack Knight of Hearts.
As we can introduce the next game of Deuce-to-Seven triple draw as well.
Yeah, this is your game, Chris. Why don't you
My
introduce
game,
this
yeah.
one?
It's a 4 betting rounds, I should say. I think I should know the rules by now. It's a 5-card draw game. Best low hand wins the entire pot, and you count from the highest card down. So it's the exact inverse of Hold'em rules. Pairs are bad, straights are bad, flushes are bad, and the best hand is 7.
Full houses are very bad.
Full houses are very bad,
although they sometimes are very good
bluffs.
because they can be good bluffing hands.
What are you playing?
But yeah, to get back to the cash game level component of things, I'd say in the early levels where the ICM is not really a consideration and where the stacks are very deep, you're going to find people playing these spots similarly to how they play a cash game. Whereas when they get shallower in stack, they're going to tend to maybe take the lower variance line, do a little more checking back, save some bets here and there, change their pre-flop and pre-draw ranges a little bit.
Right. Outside of the actual cost of the buy-in of a 100,000, there's really no reason for these players to fear going broke in the early levels of the tournament. There is also a rebuy available until tomorrow. And
we should mention the limits they're playing. They're playing 3 and 6K limits, which in the limit games means the blinds are 1,500 and 3K. So the starting stack here is now 50 big bets. It's very hard to get 50 big bets in. You're not going to do it in one hand. You're probably not going to do it in 3 or 4 hands. So they really have a lot of room to maneuver and
almost threw the wrong
not too much fear in playing a big pot early, especially in these limit games.
One thing that's interesting about these 10-game tournaments is that in the early stages, the big bet games play much larger because obviously you can get broke in a PLO pot or a no-limit Hold'em pot, whereas in the limit pots, as you were just describing, you really can't get that many bets in. But in the later stages, it can sometimes become just the opposite because now people are playing so carefully in the big bet games that those big bets in the limit games become very substantial.
Absolutely, and the blinds can really swallow you in the limit games.
It's ridiculous that you even...
This is a nice raise, I think, from Negreanu here. Both players drew 2. Benny leads out from the small blind, and Daniel with the pair of 2 blocker has decided to go ahead and get a raise in for thin value in position.
Okay, good luck, players.
Seal of approval for me on this play.
Yeah, and you see he's doing a little bit of classic Negreanu speech play, maybe trying to get some information out of Benny, maybe just trying to throw him off of his game. 2 very different personalities and players, I would say. Negreanu
Absolutely.
And Benny.
Benny has been in a number of these high-stakes tournaments and certainly will not be overly concerned about it. And picks up a nice card.
His 8% came in.
I was 50-50.
Sounds good. Raise.
Call.
Negreanu here drawing to the 7 low.
Can't even see right.
No straight draw in his hand, so needs a 3 or a 4 to prove to beat Benny.
It's interesting to think if Benny should leave the river here when Negreanu has basically announced that he has a premium draw, right?
This one.
Negreanu's been very honest that he has a monster draw in this spot.
I did scan. Okay, scan them all together. Deuce, 3. Okay.
Right.
Deuce, 3, 4,
Benny's
7,
hand
and
is
a pair.
86.
Couple
Perhaps
pairs,
normally
whole
worth
bunch
going
of
for
pairs.
value.
Go, I got to beat a 10, right?
But knowing that Daniel's
10
probably
or 9?
drawing clean to a 7.
You betting? He's betting? What are you, crazy?
In theory, I think it just makes sense to bet at 8-6 for value. Obviously, your
alive,
opponent could
still.
even catch an 8 on the river and make a worse
But I have
8.
a very good hand. It just wasn't 2, 3, 4, 7.
Negreanu being pretty honest in this hand. And now Negreanu's thinking about whether he should make a hero call after all this action with his king low, believing that Benny is capable of having a bluff in this spot.
Nope. Take it.
And for those of you who maybe don't play as much triple draw, just to go over some of the fundamentals, Chris, you're trying to make low hands as we've described.
Right.
And you usually want to start with at least 3 low cards, and you want to have cards that are not going to make straights as often. So, for instance, the 4, 5, 6 is a very bad hand because, yes, you can catch perfect with the deuce and the 7, but you might make a lot of straights. Something like a 2, 3, 7 is kind of a premium starting hand where you're never going to make a straight and you're drawing to a very, very strong hand.
What a liar I am.
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty well, Alex. It seems like you play this game all right.
I'm practicing for traders.
Yeah, you want to build your hand from the bottom up typically.
You should have went on
the
it.
low cards are worth more than the higher cards.
Why not?
Except sometimes when it comes to
Don't think
bluffing.
you'd be good at it?
Because now having cards that your
being a
opponent
trader
needs to
and
make
stuff. I'd be good
a
at it,
reasonable
just
hand
like
on the
the amount
river
of-
is kind of an important part of a good
I
bluffing
think be
hand.
good at it, but it just wasn't really something I wanted to do on like national TV.
Yeah. It's fun.
You could have been a big star.
You'd be famous, get all the endorsement deals. You have your own vodka, Glaser vodka, right?
Yep.
Glaser vodka.
Very specific. But
Yeah,
sure.
well, I don't know, tequila, sorry.
Okay.
Tequila brand.
Another element, as you were saying, Alex, of it being kind of the early stages of the tournament, is that we will get a little bit more relaxed table talk and everything from most of these players who are very comfortable
Right.
in a high stakes cash game environment.
And I think one thing Negreanu does well is that he recognizes that he himself plays better and feels more comfortable when he's talking and chatting and keeping things relaxed. So he'll do that, and it might also throw a couple players out of their game if they're more used to perhaps playing online or
There was a
playing
whole
with less
bunch
talk.
of people going
Certainly true, yeah.
Not to say that it'll affect these great players, but
from
he's certainly going
actually
to
from,
help
like,
put
a
himself in the right
well-proven
mindset.
stuff. Yeah.
So earlier you were asking about what makes a good triple draw hand, and we can see Ray D's hand is pretty much the quintessential example of that.
Yeah.
With now what we'd call the perfect wheel draw of 2, 3, 4, 7.
Yeah, this
However,
is the best possible draw.
Johannes has immediately made an 8, so I believe we'll have a bit of a big pot here.
Right, and I think they each drew 2 cards, so I expect Johannes to raise here, having made a pad 8, because we expect Ray to bet all of his 1-card draws, or at least the good ones.
Exactly, yeah. And both players have the goods here. Both of them have very legit starting hands. Neither had anything
Right.
wrong with their hand, like those straight draws that you mentioned earlier. No reason to be cautious about building the pot with hands this good. Obviously, Johannes is just pat.
Yeah, and now Johannes is in a spot where as long as Ray keeps drawing and doesn't do anything aggressive, Johannes feels very good about his hand. The minute where he faces some type of check raise from Ray, now all of a sudden his hand is not as strong. It's usually very difficult to break the 8 off in these sorts of spots, but there are player types against whom you might at some points break an 8 and draw to a 7.
Ray catches an interesting card here. You and I were even talking before the show today that sometimes when you catch that 9 in triple draw, that it becomes the most difficult decision. And I'm a little curious to see how he approaches this spot with Johannes having drawn 2 cards and going straight to pat.
Right.
Ray might feel a little bit compelled to play his 9-7 as a pat. On the other hand, he has this premium wheel draw, and he might just want to make sure that he goes for the best hand. A key concept in triple draw is that you make a lot of your money from making the very good hands against the second best hands. But we can see that he went with the first thing that I was talking about, which is he feels his hand has some value.
Chris, what's your opinion on, he decides to check call pat. I think he had 3 options. He can check raise pat, he can check call draw, and he can check call and pat.
Yeah, I mean, he had a difficult decision. Whenever you catch that 9, it is a very, very tricky decision. Some of it comes down to how you feel your opponent's range might look, and when the big blind calls and pre and draws 2 in a small blind versus big blind confrontation, they do have a number of very weak holdings,
They
right?
could definitely keep some 9s. Do you think if he'd check raised there and patted that Johannes would have ever broken that 8 off?
I do not, but I think that in theory maybe he would get him to break a slightly better hand, like a 9-5 or a 9-6.
Right.
But I think the 8's just going to feel a little bit compelled to get sticky.
I tend to
Just
agree.
Finishing with it.
Yeah, I think Ray's decision there was very close between
whatever I
check call
have,
pat and check call
something.
break that 9 off.
Right, yeah. It's just an unfortunate card for him to catch in that situation. I mean, whenever you have this premium wheel draw, and in a tighter range situation, you kind of feel dirty even catching the 8,
That's sick
because
in
you
this
really want to make that
studio.
7 where you know you can get in bets and
Turn those
raises.
no limit
In this
on.
situation, with the ranges being wider, the 9 became a tricky card for him because he felt that it could beat a number of Becker's value hands at that point.
Right. Also a spot where position is obviously critical. Sometimes you can catch a 10 in that spot with that 7-4-3 deuce against a player who you think might be padding too wide, and you can actually raise in position, occasionally getting them to break some better hands, also getting them to sometimes just fold some really rough hands. And then if they do continue and pat, well, now you still have that option to draw to the clean 7. But out of position, a lot more difficult to play the hand.
Right, because it just feels like if your opponent just stands pat behind you no matter what you do, now you've wasted your draw out of position. So it can be hard to find those bluffs out of position sometimes.
Yuri with a monster here in the big blind facing this open from Benny in the cutoff. And note that Ray D folded the 8-5-3, perhaps a hand that people would overrate if they're newer to the game. Facing an open without a deuce in your hand, typically you're not going to play very many hands unless they are draw ones, something like an 8-6-4-3, 8-6-5-3.
Good point, Alex. And then the other thing I would just note about this spot is that notice that Yuri just 3-bets right away. There's really no incentive to play deceptively pre-flop with a hand like this, because you're going to tell your opponent you have a good hand right away when you draw one first act in the situation.
Yeah, and I would say that in most limit games that is the case. You just want to be pushing your equity edges when you have them. Some players find limit games boring because it's just a lot of small bets that don't mean much, but learning the nuances of when you have 52% versus your opponent's 48% in the stud games, this is the stuff that separates the great players and pushing your equity edges.
So stylistically, Benny had an interesting decision here with his 8-7-4-2 draw after facing a 3-bet. Typically when you have the 8-7 draw, you like the hand fine heads up, but not so much when your opponent's saying that he has a good hand. Because if you make an 8-7 in a big pot and your opponent's telling you that he has a good hand, then you're not going to have the best hand. I would have been tempted to draw 2 with his hand and try to make a really stronger holding with the 7-4 deuce.
I think it's close. I think drawing 2 is nice because it allows you to get some additional value when you make your 7. From a pure equity standpoint, it may be correct to keep the 8, but I agree it's very close. Facing Yuri's draw 1 here.
And both players catch kind of an interesting card here. Notice that even though Yuri's improved to a hand that could easily stand pat, he's decided to check.
Literally nothing else.
Right. One problem with betting and then getting called and standing pat is your opponent can freeze you, or they just call with a better hand, and now you're just drawing dead against
But
them.
now Yuri has a really awkward situation, which is it's gone check, and he stood pat, and now he looks pretty weak. His hand is somewhat face up, I would say.
His hand's face up, but I think he's still making the right play. I think that, Benny would bet most of his better hands, and now Yuri has to just pat and pray, we call it, and then play some poker if facing a bet from Benny. Decide if Benny's bluffing often enough. It's tempting to bluff this spot as Benny because the price on the bluff is so good, but it's also a very good price for Yuri to call.
I would have been very tempted to bluff the spot from Benny's side because not only did he have a pair of 2s on the turn, which is a key card, he also threw away a 9 pre-flop, which is another card that he would not want Yuri to have. He really wants Yuri to have a 10 or a jack in this spot, and with the cards that he saw, it does make it a little bit more likely.
Yeah, I think that's all a very good point.
We don't see what Benny caught on the river, but he quickly checked down, so maybe he made something with a modicum of showdown value like a jack. Yuri with a very studious look today, I would say, with the...
Yeah, he's really... he dresses well in these tournaments. He likes to come
but
in
also
and
very
sharp.
differently each day.
That's true. He does have a range. Sometimes he wears a suit. I've seen all sorts of stuff from him.
He must travel with the largest wardrobe of anyone in the field.
Yeah, I'd say so. Here we get a look at Jason Mercier, currently the chip leader on one of the outer tables.
And your sneaky pick to potentially be the winner of this event, as you were telling me
Mercier's
earlier.
my guy. I think I would describe him as the best all-around player in the field to my liking. Just from what I've seen from him, he's got a ton of experience at the highest stakes in both tournament and cash form. I think he just has a lot of comfort at the table. He's very good in the big bet games. He cares a lot about these big buy-ins, and I just think he's just such a tough all-around player who makes very few mistakes.
Yeah, it's no surprise he's the early chip leader in this event. Someone who's super comfortable playing these stakes and has played tons and tons of hours against many of the other high-stakes players in the field. So
yeah, I first played with Jason when he had bracelet bets the year that he won 2, and I've told a lot of players since that he was more focused than I've ever seen any player in a tournament. He was not on his phone once, and he was just dialed in. You could see his eyes darting around, kind of something you see from Stephen Chidwick a lot these days in the high roller stuff. I felt that Jason had that mixed games, and yeah, he's my pick.
we jump back into the triple draw action here, and both players kind of overplaying some hands here, I have to say, compared to the previous hand, with Yuri opening a very weak 8-7-5 in the small blind, and Wasserson going for a 3-bet with the 3-4-7 in the big blind. By the way, Wasserson has caught an incredibly fun hand.
So Wasserson has one of those snow candidates we've been talking about, where he picks up additional blockers to the cards that Yuri's going to need to make his hand, but he decides not to do it. He decides to just play it as a draw. I would be very tempted to snow this hand.
I would have too, especially after 3-betting a very weak combo pre-flop.
Right.
Notice that Yuri went with a check with such a weak holding with the 8-7-5-5-4, intending to draw 1. But now, being a card ahead in a 1-2 situation, he's going to go ahead and bet.
And by the way, not impossible that Yuri now has a snow candidate. Now that Wasserson is drawn 2, and Yuri's draw is quite weak.
Unlike the previous hand with Ray D and Johannes Becker, this hand is 2 weak hands that both have a lot of incentive to potentially try to win the hand another way other than making a good hand.
Right, and I guess I've been throwing the term snowing around. Perhaps some of our viewers haven't heard that term. It's just a term in the draw games that we use to describe bluffing. Standing pat with a hand that has no actual showdown value, but perhaps good blockers.
And Wasserson just kind of really just talks himself out of it here. You know, he thought about it. He saw another 7 blocker here and just ends up doing nothing at all. I have to say, if you build the pot in position with a hand like that and then catch those blockers and don't do something, I don't think that that's the optimal way to play that situation.
Right, yeah. I think the more standard play would have been to just call Wasserson's hand. Just given that he has one of the weaker draw twos, you don't need to 3-bet every time you have a draw two.
Correct. And after bloating the pot like that, you really can consider calling and drawing 2 cards again on the river or bluffing.
True, yeah.
But Yuri is managing to take down a number of small pots in this deuce-to-seven round so far and having a profitable orbit.
We see Wasserson still the chip leader at this table, and you notice, oh no, sorry, Rogers the chip leader followed by Wasserson. You notice not too much fluctuation in the stacks. Again, they're starting quite deep. There's not going to be much movement in the limit games. Be interesting to see if there's much blood in the big bet games.
What do you think? Do you think we're going to lose a couple players today?
I think certainly we're going to lose at least 2 or 3 today, maybe more.
But not until the later levels, maybe.
Not until the later levels, perhaps. Yeah, I think we would even lose maybe 6 or 7. I think they're playing 8 levels today. We picked up the action here in level 3.
As we see J. David Rogers get involved here under the gun with 2, 6, 7, 9, queen. I will say in a 7-handed game, triple draw is a very conservative pre-flop game.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that this hand has 3 low cards with the deuce, I actually think this is pretty loose.
I think this is just a touch too loose. I think if he had the 7-5 deuce, we would both be getting in there. 7-4 deuce, 7-3 deuce, those sorts of hands. The 7-6 deuce, the problem with it is when you catch the 8, you actually make quite a weak hand.
Yeah, although we're being a little bit nitpicky maybe.
Yeah, certainly. It's certainly a reasonable hand, and I think if he had an extra blocker or 2, meaning another pair, 7s or 6s, then it could become quite reasonable. And he does improve all the way to a...
Both players have improved significantly here.
wow. Yeah, Wasserson making the 87 right off the bat.
It'll be interesting to see if J. David goes with a raising strategy, as we saw Negreanu do earlier in a similar situation, although Negreanu did have a pair blocker.
Was this 2-2 or 1-2? I missed
2-2.
2-2, yeah.
And you see a bit of a difference in style here as J. David Rogers just calling.
Which I think, by the way, is fine.
Absolutely.
Wasserson's going to either be drawing 1 or pat most of the time when he leads out.
Rogers should have a bit of a range advantage, being that he did raise from under the gun versus the small blind, but I think you're right that it's not necessarily a auto raise. Certainly an auto continue, though, hoping that you're going to draw to a 7 here.
Right, and we see Wasserson in pat or prey mode. I don't think Wasserson will go for the value bet here facing the draw 1, but perhaps he will, and he does. Proves me wrong.
Disappointing you immediately, and disappointing Rogers as he catches the ace of spades, which is never a fun card to see in this situation.
No, and I don't think too much incentive for Rogers to want to bluff catch this.
Although he is at least considering it. Nope.
Yeah. Wasserson, somebody who's been around the mixed game community for quite some time. Also, originally, I believe, came from a no-limit hold'em and PLO background, so he's another perhaps dark horse contender who is really quite experienced in all the games, certainly comfortable with these stakes.
It's interesting to see that not all of, but many of the very best nosebleed players in this field do seem to have a bit more of a big bet background, and then obviously are also comfortable with the limit games. I think that makes sense because the big bet games do play so big in the early stages and also in the cash games as a part of the mix.
Yeah.
That if you're not comfortable in the big bet games, you really aren't going to have much of a shot.
Do you think there's a chance, Chris, we see somebody max late reg who is less comfortable in big bet and feels better in the limit games?
That's a really good point. I mean, if you don't necessarily care about paying the extra rake, which PokerGo generously deducts for an on-time registration, it does make a lot of sense if you're more of a fixed limit player to wait until the stacks are shallower.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some consideration.
I feel like we'll get 1 or 2 tomorrow.
Yeah. And thread regular season, and guess what? All 3 big free agents out. And Jack Hughes, my 18-year-old little boy.
Your little boy.
Brady with a hand that you would play in single draw.
I had him.
He was 18 like 4 years ago?
5 years ago, yeah. But I have him until he's 34.
Why wouldn't you just call him 23 then?
Because he was my 18-year-old.
As Negreanu engages in his favorite subject,
Your
hockey
18-year-old little
discussion.
boy. That's what you just said about an
Amanda hates when I call him.
23-year-old. Yeah, it's really weird. You should stop.
What'd you do? You raised? Yeah. You know what that means, right? Up scope. 3-bet.
Now, it's always good to have blockers in your hand, meaning additional pair blockers. The deuce is actually a little bit less relevant than, say, having an extra 3 would be here, because it's so likely that Yuri has a deuce anyway when he raises.
True, although it still is one less card for you to make a pair with on the river,
also
right?
weird. That was almost as weird as calling that guy your 18-year-old.
And one less really strong hand the big blind could wake up with, for instance.
Good point, yeah. As we did see J. David Rogers have the 3-4-7 in the big blind and obviously would be begging for that deuce. Daniel improves to the wheel draw.
Biet, 3, 1000.
And turns Russian.
Yeah, he's big on accents lately in the studio.
Lately.
Yeah.
Forever.
Perhaps forever. Certainly feels like it's
I have
exponentially
a badoogie. You
increasing.
have a badoogie? I have a badoogie. I have a badoogie. Two-way hand. All right. No need to look because one card ahead, just like I talked about in the book. Super System 2. He's drawn 2. I'm drawn 1.
God, that was a
Don't
really.
look.
You were way ahead of your time there.
It was super advanced.
Crazy.
You know, for those that don't know the game. Just bet. Doesn't matter. What's he going to do? Raise?
Looks like
Big
he might.
deal. How much can you raise? 6,000.
As usual, doing our
That's
job for
fucking
us, which we
scary.
appreciate.
6,000. All right, now I got a free look. Let's see. It's a good sweat. No cards. Scan again. Okay.
And we see Negreanu has made it, and Yuri is drawing dead.
So Yuri actually does not want to make his hand here. Negreanu has made number 2. 7-5-4 3 deuce is known as the wheel. 7-6-4 3 deuce, just 1 pip worse. Still a monster.
The only saving grace for Yuri here is that he can only lose 1 bet on the river. I don't think he has a
Right.
hand that would ever raise.
Unless perhaps he bluff raises something, but no, I agree. I don't think he's going to value
Good
raise
fold.
anything.
Negreanu
Good
has looked
sweat.
very strong
I
throughout
got
this hand.
Three side.
You know what that means?
No. Number 2?
I caught
Drawing dead?
I caught a 3 across spade.
I was drawing dead.
Actually, it's
Damn.
not even that. Yeah. 2, 3. I had 2, 3, 4, 7 badoogie. Caught the 6.
Daniel Negreanu, poker legend from Toronto. I was also born in Toronto. He's a member of the Poker Hall of Fame, inducted in 2014. Number 7 on the all-time money list, and he's been doing it forever. 10 PokerGo Tour titles. I believe he has 10 bracelets as well. And
Badoogie.
yeah, he plays every game. He always likes to show up for the biggest buy-in tournaments.
Yeah, and to be that high on the all-time money
You're
list,
great
despite the fact that he really doesn't travel to some
See?
of the
That's
super
like
high
that.
stakes Triton type like no.
That's
no
true.
longer
He
tournaments
won the
is
Medusa
even more
tournament.
He
impressive.
did more traveling earlier in his career, and I feel like now he's just bought a new house in Vegas not too long
was a
ago. He got
tournament
married
Medusa, I won.
Yeah.
to his wife Amanda, and he's just been enjoying mostly camping
Best
out in
Medusa
Vegas
player in
and
the
playing
world.
all the stuff
I
that
don't know
runs
about
here in the
that.
studio.
Chill at home with the puppies and play some mix games.
In
Yeah,
the mix.
play a little
Dealer's choice
golf.
I am because I'm the
Yeah.
defending champion.
Yeah.
Where's Jungle Man?
Probably somewhere in China.
So notice that even though Johannes is lacking a
Razz
deuce
is
here,
here.
this hand does have some other positive qualities to it. The fact that he only needs to draw 1 card to make an okay hand, and that he has a pair blocker makes this hand playable.
Yeah, Chris, would you open this hand without the additional 7?
I think it would be closer,
This
but
is
I
what's
still
called
would
a
tend
prop,
to.
ladies and gentlemen. Prop in the muck.
You need to have some weaker 1-card draws, and you know, having 4 to an 8-7 without a straight draw is a reasonable candidate.
Usually anytime you have 3 to a wheel with a deuce and a 7, it gets played, and Wasserson no exception here. Flat calling in the cutoff.
Notice that Benny had a hand like 8-6-5 in the big blind, decided not to defend multi-way, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Most of the cards that you need to improve a hand like that are already in your opponent's hands.
And just a very rough draw with straight possibilities looming.
And this is a spot where Wasserson probably should not raise despite picking up the wheel draw. When you're a card behind,
Raise.
you don't necessarily need to raise, as he immediately proves me wrong and goes ahead and bloats the pot with his wheel draw.
Yeah, the times that Johnny's still drawing, this raise does push a little bit of equity, but
Right,
you're
but when
right that Johnny could also be pat
And
some
then
fair
you
chunk of
and
the
then you
time.
face a 3rd bet and you're a little bit behind, so it's
Right.
a kind of a
Perhaps a spot where it's more reasonable in these early levels that are playing more like a cash game to go for this raise, and certainly later in the tournament where saving a bet becomes more important, you wouldn't do it.
Uh-oh, this looks bad for Johannes Becker here, as he has made 8-7 perfect, and Wasserson has made the wheel, number 1.
Yeah, this is going to be very expensive for Becker. The question is, if Wasserson leads, does Becker come for a raise here, or does he go for the freeze play? I think his hand is strong enough that he just...
So Becker's first, so he's
Oh,
going to
Becker's
lead
first,
here.
excuse me.
And when he faces the raise here, I think he has the interesting decision, because
Right.
if ever there were a time to consider breaking your 8 to continue drawing, it may be in this situation, because Wasserson has already announced that he has a premium draw by raising and then drawing 1.
Right, and if Wasserson had made something like 8-7-6-5 deuce himself, or 8-7-6-4 deuce, we suspect he might just call and freeze that hand, hoping that Becker pats a 9.
That would be the reason that Becker might not break, though, is just that he's a little bit worried about that, given that the pot size is starting to grow now.
Right.
But it would be tempting for him to break the hand.
I think it's very difficult to break 8-7-4, and he doesn't.
Right. He can maybe beat some thin value still, although probably not when the river gets bet.
Yeah, by the time that Wasserson bets the river, he's really representing I'd say something like 8-6-4 3-deuce or better, but probably more likely a 7, just given that we thought he had such a strong draw to raise Becker on the previous street.
Yeah, Johnny feels compelled to pay this one off with the pot size having grown from the raise on the flop, but you could tell that he hates his hand and gets shown.
Possible he could occasionally chop with something like that exact hand, 8-7-4 3-deuce, maybe even occasionally beat the 8-7-5 3-deuce, but that would be starting to get thin for Wasserson.
Yeah.
Bets.
I think it's a situation where maybe you can win against someone who's less experienced in the game about what the ranges are going to look like in this situation.
Right.
That's kind of how triple draw goes, though. Sometimes you just catch a card that's going to cost you the maximum.
Yeah, and I think in these early levels, maybe not, but we might see a little bit more calling and people just trying to feel each other out and see where everybody's at.
It feels chillier here than back there.
True.
I was under the air or something because I was cold there too.
Ah, Razz.
Maybe we're under the
Okay,
air.
rules of the game in Razz. So Razz, you're basically trying to make low hands similar to Deuce-to-Seven triple draw, but in this case, flushes and straights don't count against you. And the game is played in stud format, meaning everyone's going to get 2 cards face down, 1 card face up, and then there's going to be more betting rounds with additional cards face up, and the final 7th card will be face down. I really like the stud games, Chris, because you have a little bit of information about everybody's hand besides, you know, what the betting might dictate. You have actual physical information about their hands.
Absolutely. And one thing we could just add is that the ace is now your friend again. Straights don't count against you. And you don't even need to worry about suits in this game. It's literally just the ranks of the cards.
Right. And look at this Razz board to start. Almost everybody has some type of low card. We see the king being the bring-in. That's a forced bet that the highest card has to make. But we have 5 small cards out there.
Complete.
Yeah, and some duplicates, which is often going to lead to more action, because when you see other duplicates of your cards, notice that Yuri has rolled up kings, which looks like a very pretty hand, but basically the worst possible hand you could ever get dealt in this game.
Yeah.
A hand that you would be begging to have in stud high or in stud 8 or better.
You know, I'd be begging to have this hand in Razz in my usual cash game, Chris, because it would mean everyone else who was playing props would be giving me $2,000.
Ooh. And Yuri,
So-
Yuri nonchalantly throws it in the muck. No,
Right. No, doesn't need to tell everyone that he was rolled up or do any sort of indicator.
Rogers with a very strong starting hand, and Ray D with a bit of a weaker hand, but with the 8 hidden, he can play his hand somewhat more profitably. And notice that even though Ray has paired here, he might be compelled to start bluffing.
Right. Because Ray would be betting here if he had something like 7-6-5-3, where he's pulled ahead of Rogers, who has at best an 8 draw. And he wants to just continue to tell that story. Perhaps if he catches one more wheel card and Rogers catches something middling like a 9 or even maybe a 7, he might think he has some immediate fold equity. And here we go with the 5-3 deuce. This
Yeah,
should
and
just
I think
end
he's
it.
almost certainly just going to win this pot.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that Rogers still has 43% equity, he's gonna
Rogers might be a little suspicious. He might think that Ray paired one of those cards. The problem is, even when Ray paired one of those cards, Ray is typically still going to have the better draw, and Rogers could be drawing dead or at least very slim.
Yeah, the other problem for Rogers is that he has what we call reverse implied odds. He has a big playing disadvantage with his 8 face up on the board. Ray D knows exactly what kind of a hand Rogers has, whereas he has
Waste
almost
my
no
life.
idea what kind of a hand Ray D has.
Yeah.
Roll up kings.
Absolutely true, and that's why
So
it's
sad.
also very difficult to play when your first
rolled
up
up?
card is, you know, a 9, a 10, or a jack
knew it,
in
that's why I
Razz,
limp.
because you're immediately conceding some sort of
Nothing to do with
informational
your
advantage to your
9.5.
opponent.
Huh?
Nothing
Very
to
good
do with your
point.
9.5.
I have a 9.
We see here the bio sheet for Ray
have
D, poker pro from Tehran, Iran. He attended the University of Kansas, studied chemistry. He's got 1 WCP bracelet in 2016, but again, I think that sells him quite short, as we know he is one of the top live mixed game cash players, and he plays all the nosebleed stakes, 2 and 4,000, 3 and 6,000 in
you not
Bobby's
cold?
room, and it's been a big winner for many years.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Right. It's
little.
always impressive to see someone who's also stood the test of time over the different generations of
Light
poker that
top.
have existed and still playing in the
Are you
biggest
from
games.
Pennsylvania?
I grew up in Pennsylvania,
Where?
high school,
Where?
a little north of Allentown.
Oh, nice. I went to Lehigh.
You're not rolled up this time. Yes, I think.
Yuri must have mentioned to Becker that he was rolled up, as we see Becker making a little comment about
He
that.
couldn't keep it to himself after all.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of kings are out if he said he can't be
Lehigh
rolled up
south
this
of
time. Benny
Northampton.
goes for the steal with the
Lehigh
pocket
is
twos.
south of Allentown?
Lehigh is in,
Yeah.
kind of in Allen.
Yeah.
Notice that the
Definitely.
6 deuce deuce is actually a better steal hand than something like a 6 deuce king, because you do block your opponents from having some of the cards that they're going to need to have hands to continue with. So
The
if you are looking to
engineers-
make light steals, sometimes a small pair in the hole can be the way to go.
Good point. And this was a situation where we would expect him to be stealing extremely wide anyway. He just had a 9 and a king behind him.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Typically, the rule of thumb is if you have a card that's 8 or lower and nobody else has one that's 8 or lower, you can just not even look at your cards and just raise. Maybe there'd be an exception if you have an 8 against 4 9s or something like that. But for the most part, any wheel card against any big card, you're just going to be going for the steal.
Yeah, and one thing I would add that we haven't mentioned yet is that the particular level that they're playing is actually what we'd call a high ante structure. So they're playing with a $1,000 ante and 3,000, 6,000 limits, which is kind of the most aggressive ante structure in the entire structure of the day.
Yeah.
So,
And great point, Chris. And unlike in No Limit Hold'em, where the ante is fixed no matter how many players are at the table, the fact that there's 7 players at the table makes
Definitely one.
a bigger pool of antes in there than if it was, for instance, just a 4-handed.
right, so we see
table.
7 yellow chips in the middle plus 1 for the bring, and basically you're only risking 3,000 to come in for a steal to win 8.
Yeah, the immediate price is very good on the steal. Having said that, because of that, there's going to be a lot of
Yes.
resistance. So you'll see some more marginal
Spades in
hands
case that helps.
sort of sparring to fight over that initial.
Yeah, it should be kind
pop.
of an action level in a game like Razz.
Right, and we see Johannes Becker with an ultra premium here, 3 cards to a wheel. Wasserson definitely going to play his
These
3
glasses I
ace
got,
8.
without them, I can't see them, but with these, they help a lot.
Yeah,
Like-
mine too, but yeah, I understood.
In fact,
that
Wass
you
looks like he's
have
going to go for the
to-
2-bet here,
It's
believing
just,
that Johnny could be stealing
for
quite
ambient
wide.
light.
Yeah, and
Not
I think this
sunglasses,
can
but it's
depend on the
just
cards
like-
behind.
Okay.
If you have some
I don't
8s and
know.
9s
Mine,
behind,
I
you might
have
want to
the
just clear up some equity against those
blue
types of
light
hands. There
protection.
was
Yeah,
one 8
yeah,
behind
yeah.
him. Just getting that 8 to
it's
fold
something
something like an
more
8-7-6
effective.
is
I
actually
don't know. Ivy gave
And
me
it would even
helping
be an
your
option.
equity a lot.
It would even
When
be
we
an
were
option
playing
here
in
for
the
Becker
50K,
to
it was the
3-bet,
same.
which is
I
something
couldn't
people
see
don't
them. He gave
typically
me
do
them.
too
I was
often
like,
in tournament format, but there's no shame in building a pot with the best hand.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially in these early levels that we call sort of cash game levels. One reason Becker may choose not to 3-bet is it sometimes turns your hand
Ooh,
face up as having those
turns.
wheel cards.
Yeah, and now it's an interesting situation because Becker has actually made 3 4s when it looked like he caught a good card on 4th Street.
Right, that 4 should be very unlikely to have paired him now on 4th, given he's caught one again on 5th, but in fact it
4s.
did pair him.
Yeah, and he's just done with it. I wonder if he was thinking about continuing there, knowing how far behind he was, but knowing how big the pot was from the 2-bet pre. He did look like he was at least somewhat interested in continuing to fight, but
And perhaps a slightly loose lead there from Wasserson with just the 8 draw in a
think they're
spot
playing
where
good
if we
now?
think Becker's not re-raising on 3rd Street with all of his strong hands,
Playing every pot.
perhaps he's uncapped. I can't remember how many small cards there were there, but
Play every pot.
right,
Every
these are
pot
the
I look, you're
nuanced
in.
things in Razz where you're thinking
All
about,
day.
well,
Yeah.
exactly which cards were dead.
you
If there's
just
one more of the
played
card that's
more
on
than
my
double
board, then I'll feel
everybody
better
else.
about my hand than if there's one on that matches my
I mean,
opponent's
right.
board.
And if you're the
Individually
last 2
not
small cards
That'd be
with
hard
just
to
a,
Yeah,
a
you're
face
not
card
gonna-
bring in,
everyone here.
it's going to be a lot more.
Your
aggressive.
V-pip, put that
Jarring.
in there. He's
I'm an
at,
aggressive
he's at
player.
63%. Slow down, bro. It's early.
Negreanu breaking
I
out
know, I'm
the
gonna peak really early, huh?
internet terminology, questioning
Here we
Wasserson's
go again.
V-pip in the game. Loose, aggressive player.
So we see again here 5 small cards, cards 7 and under.
Yeah, and even those 10s are somewhat playable in certain situations, particularly in the bring-in
Right.
to maybe defend. So, although not with the 10-10 queen.
Becker's thinking about it. He's got that 10 where there's 2 dead 10s, which is actually kind of
Discipline.
helpful for him. Less likely to pair it, but
Yeah.
he does
There
just
is no
too many small cards behind.
Too many bad things could happen. But we see you're going for the steal here with the 3-8 jack,
Oh,
showing no concern.
Right, into the 2 10s and the ace, and once he gets through the ace, he's feeling very happy.
Right, so that's an example of a steal that we might not see in a different level because of the anti-structure.
Ah,
He's only
shit,
risking
you jinxed
3K there, and his hand is very weak,
Talking
but
about how many
knowing that
hands-
he
Yeah,
can
I
get
have to
through.
You
Yeah,
don't have to.
Doesn't
typically
have to
that
work
would be
that
kind of closer
Yeah.
to the border. Maybe something
Calvin
like
would've
Jack
played it.
3-6
I
we
don't
would be
think so.
stealing every
I don't think
time.
it was that bad.
And I had a king.
Right,
into
and for
just
the,
one low
and for the
card.
viewers, just the
I don't
fact that
even
you
know.
have
Just
2
look
good
at the
cards
king.
does make a decent difference because a lot of times you'll catch good enough cards that your jack doesn't even play.
Yeah. So this game really is all
Maybe
about
he
the
would've.
boards in front of you. It's people ask about starting ranges. And let me take a moment to say, Play PokerGo is here. And it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game. Play now for free at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. I don't know if they have mixed games on there yet, Chris, but certainly could get some reps in No Limit Hold'em and PLO.
After my tournament results this series, I'm gonna have to go ahead and play chips on any side I can
on Play
find.
PokerGo, yeah.
I'm happy to have a game that I can still buy into.
There you go. And we see
Because all
there's
the
really been a
cards
lot of small cards so far in this Razz round, which can lead to a lot of action.
Yeah, but no reasonable hands. Notice that Urigos comes with a limp here with the 2 with only 1 low card behind him. This is definitely not a play that many players in the field would employ, but I think that it makes a lot of sense. He's basically acknowledging that he has a problem with his hand, but he's getting a good enough price that he feels compelled that he feels like he can still play the hand profitably.
I think it's reasonable, and I think that some players will also balance this, and I suspect if Yuri's good enough to be limping a hand like this, he's probably also balancing it with some very strong hands so that he doesn't just automatically turn his hand face up.
Yeah, thanks.
And he catches a very good up card. Wasp continues with a 3-card 10 with a king up, and we can see that Yuri is caught so well that this hand's just always over.
Right.
Wasserson acknowledging, honestly, that he paired the 10, although it does sound a little bit like a joke. That limping strategy in the stud games is definitely something I have noticed the best very high-stakes players employing more and more. I think it makes a lot of sense from a theoretical point of view. You're just not risking very many of your own chips, and you get to see another card, and potentially you can steal the hand later on.
Yeah, and sometimes you even get a situation where you can limp re-raise when it goes raise, call, call, and you can get a lot of money in with your premium hands. And there's spots where you can limp fold when it goes raise, re-raise behind you.
Right.
So,
and we'll keep an eye out for that play in the other stud games as well, because it can also be successfully employed in stud high or stud 8 or better. So,
yeah, I've certainly seen it in all 3. And I think I was talking to, it might have been Johannes Becker. It was some very good high-stakes player, and they said that that's the thing they've noticed. The biggest change of play from, for instance, say a $1,500 or a 10K stud tournament at WSOP compared to a very high-stakes game in Bobby's room is that you see a lot more limping in stud high in particular.
It allows you to play a little bit wider range of hands.
Right.
And all the high-stakes players want to play hands. I mean, there's very few overly tight knits that play very high-stakes poker.
Very good point. And, given the price, especially in an ante level like this, you should want to be playing a lot of hands and fighting for pots.
Wasserson goes with a bit of a different strategy here, stealing into a number of low cards with ace-ace-3.
Yeah, this looks a little loose to me from Wasserson. Just staring right into 2 wheel cards behind him. And Rogers makes a bit of a tight fold there with the 4 up and the 8-7 behind.
I agree. I think that was a close one, and maybe one that many of the players would err on the side of playing in this level.
Now, Ray D would rather not be showing his 8, but still, he's going to get in there. And look at Wasserson really opened this into 4 cards 8 or under behind him, which is...
And a big stylistic difference here between the way, I mean, Ray D choosing to play this hand, which is basically a very similar holding to Rogers' hand.
Right.
Oh, God.
Now, everyone catches good, quote-unquote, and nobody pairs.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Was navigates this situation now that he knows that ace has to, not has to be, but almost always is a very good card for Negreanu, knowing that he already blocks 2 aces.
Right. Now, Chris, maybe this is a spot we can also talk about the squeeze play. Let's say Wasserson had caught a 10 here, or a 9.
Oh, he just bails immediately.
And he does just get out of the way.
That also seems a little tight to me.
But if Wasserson had caught a bad card, there's a chance Ray would have raised just to get rid of Wasserson, even though he knows his 8-6 isn't best right now against Negreanu's ace-5.
Right, as we can see, Negreanu had a very strong hand here, but only had 55% equity. I guess it does come from the fact that he has an 8 in the hole. But you're right that in this game, if you can eliminate a player and increase your equity, it's often worth it even if you are slightly behind against one other player, as the hands do tend to run close on the early streets.
Right. Now, Negreanu doesn't love this because he's, a card behind, but a fair chunk of the time, Ray will have paired one of those cards.
I believe a 4 was dead on Rogers' board, so Negreanu is definitely very concerned that that Ray has a legit holding here. But obviously, given the size of the pot and the fact that Negreanu is drawing live to a smooth 8, I think he's certainly going to have to continue.
Yeah, so Negreanu's always live here because even if Ray has ace-deuce in the hole, Negreanu could still catch a deuce or a 3 to improve to beat him. So forced to call, the pot's starting to grow.
And actually, Negreanu has made the second... Oh, no, he's made the best hand. This is a very close one. 8-6-5-4-1 versus 8-6-5-4-3. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Negreanu's checking here, and a lot of the time he's going to have a made 9.
Yeah. I think Ray D can go for value here. If he paired that 4, he would definitely be incentivized to bluff here. And it does look like Negreanu has a 9. I mean, he absolutely can get called by a 9 in this spot.
Yeah. It's always a touch thin to go for value in these spots just because you do face the possibility of getting check raised. Negreanu would want to check raise when he does make a very strong hand here.
I think Negreanu could have considered check raising if he didn't give the speech play here.
Okay, it's set 5 you could have.
And Negreanu realizing he beats some value. And anytime in a limit game when you can beat value.
8-6-5.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he could not fold. He can also just beat a bluff, right?
Right.
But I think if Negreanu was really thinking through the situation, he could have considered even going for a very thin check raise, knowing that it's impossible that his opponent can really 3-bet him without a 6, given the strength of his board. Nevertheless, he drags in a nice pot. Ray D stoic as always.
We see here Ray D versus Antonio Banderas. Can you spot the difference? It's one of those pictures where you have to spot the difference. I can see the resemblance. What do you think, Chris?
I did not know who that person was on the right, but they do look quite similar. I see it.
Yeah, that's actor Antonio Banderas.
You knew when I caught the ace. There was no way I paired it. That's,
Literally no way.
that's the benefit of starting with a pair. You should
3
play a
years
pair
older
more
than
in
Ray
Razz,
D.
'cause when they catch, then you can just
Yeah, I knew that was the last ace.
uniform.
Yeah, this is the.
Above the rim. Pairs are underrated blockers.
I think when I think Antonio Banderas, I think of his
He
animated
animates too.
voice and a number of the Puss
know
in
anyone
Boots.
who got a low
He was Puss, I think.
Okay.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't know that.
Well,
The more you know.
glad I could help.
And again, look at all these small cards. We're
It's
really
an
getting
action
some,
Razz round,
some
an action
good
Razz dealer
boards.
we have here.
We can see 5 wheel cards and an 8. So
So a little tip for the viewers at home, like even as I'm standing here in the screen, my brain just immediately counts the up cards, and I say them to myself, and I say them from low to high. So I say ace, ace, 4, 4, 5, 8 in this spot.
yeah, I think that's really
and
smart.
you just say that to yourself every hand when you're at the table, and your brain will be very, very good at remembering the up cards.
I think it's a good point, Chris, and something that the best stud players in the world have very good memories. And when I say stud players, I'm referring to all 3 of the stud games, stud, Razz, and stud high-low. Good memories for what cards are dead, because that can really affect the equities and the actions you want to take with various hands.
Look at how Ray D balanced this limp here with this 4-5-6, and I think we're going to see a back raise. Yes, and he goes for it here. He's induced Negreanu to overlimp with the 5-7-10, and he induced Rogers to raise with a 3-card 8, and he's gotten a decent amount of money in good and collected some dead money from Daniel
And this
Negreanu.
is exactly what we're talking about, how these best players are finding these limps and balancing them.
And he immediately gets punished for it.
Yeah, Rogers here. And, you know, No Limit Hold'em players and PLO players are familiar with the term range bet. This exists in Razz as well. Rogers, even if he paired his ace, he's going to bet this card because if Ray catches bad again, he's going to win the pot right there.
Right.
So he's just going to balance it. He's always going to bet this card.
Yeah, even a pair of aces here, he can never be in bad shape.
Right.
However, now it's starting to get
Now
real
it's a little more interesting because the jack is not a huge leader against the queen. What I mean by that is that Ray's draw, you can see here, Ray has 59% equity despite not having the current best
So
hand.
I don't like this bet, and I'll tell you why. One, Rogers has a 2 in his hand, so it's less likely that Ray D has paired the 2. For another reason, Rogers has to acknowledge that Ray D has claimed the better range with the limp re-raise pre-flop. So even if he pairs this card, Ray D will often bluff the pair of 2s. I would rather check and induce a bluff.
I agree with that, Chris. I think that's a great point.
I'm surprised that Ray didn't put in a raise here.
Yeah, perhaps just not wanting to turn his hand fully face up as being as strong a draw as it is.
Right.
Now, definitely betting here for Rogers with the mate 8. He can never be behind.
Correct.
And,
And I will note that for Rogers now, this is a spot where I'm definitely wanting to bet the river because it's very, very possible that I've paired one of my cards, right? I could pair this ace and have bluffed at this point. I can pair the 6 and have bluffed at this point. My opponent very clearly has a 10, and I can get called by a 10 on the river here because he can beat my jack if I'm bluffing. So I would like to see Rogers go for a thin value bet. Now
You would like to see Rogers lose 2 bets.
Now, it's not going to work out, but, well, maybe, right? I mean, he can consider folding to the raise, but I do think betting here is the right play. In general, in Razz on the river, when you think about whether you should value bet or not, you want to think, do I have bluffs? And in this situation, it's extremely easy for you to have bluffs. Any ace and any 6 in the hole makes perfect sense for you to be bluffing.
Yeah, I think very reasonable. I think the only counter argument to that is that because Ray went for that limp re-raise, his draw is so likely to be very strong that Rogers can consider checking some of his weakest value bets that he might have bet in some other situations.
Man, the pot's big. You want to go for value in limit poker. I'm going to disagree with you, Alex. I think this is a situation where, you know, you want to make the other person make the calling decision. You know, money goes in a lot better for you if you're the one doing the betting. Instead, Ray D gets to bet whenever he chooses to on the river, and whenever he has a 10, he's going to check down.
So is part of your thinking also that if Rogers checks, you don't think he's going to induce many bluffs from Ray D because it just looks like he's going to check call?
I mean, you know, in theory, any good player is going to have bluffs in all situations, but I just think that when you have the board advantage, your primary motivation should be going for the thin value yourself and save those check calls to induce from situations where both boards are a little bit more neutral or your opponent's just a little bit more unbalanced in that spot.
Yep, I think very reasonable.
1, 2, 2.
Also, of course, important to be aware of your own image in spots like this.
Rotation of games.
All right, now we are to
Literally hit
The
your last
nine-four.
a bloody game in the mix,
Huh?
potentially.
The
No limit
9-4
hold
club.
up.
Sorry, I forgot about the 9-4.
How could you forget?
So unlike Razz,
My bad.
it is
You guys are
possible a
right.
player could go broke in this round.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see who's getting after it in the no limit hold'em rounds versus maybe the people that are just going to be playing a little bit conservatively in the early stages of this tournament. As we were talking about earlier, you do have a big contrast in styles between limit players and big bet players in these fields.
Is it?
Not really. You suck.
I mean, geez. My game.
I think everyone at this table is probably at least competent and comfortable in all the games, but I would guess
They
that, for
used to be your
example,
game, sorry.
They
Becker,
were never really
Glaser,
my
these
game.
guys are a little
Always
bit
everybody
less
else.
incentivized
So-
to play
so
huge
it's my
pots in the
turn,
no
yeah?
limit hold'em.
And you're the button. Well, I'm going to put 4. See how that works.
Negreanu's going for a pretty loose open here.
Because you said it's my game.
Yeah, definitely a loose open.
And I think at this deep, Roger's hand is certainly either a call or a 3-bet.
Absolutely.
He's not
Once you
scared.
get deep, these suited connectors tend to become pretty good 3-bets because they have such good playability.
Okay.
As you get shallower, you're more interested in blocker value.
Now, in my mind, Benny has a clear squeezing hand, but he's choosing not to do it. And this tells me that he's not trying to play big pots in the no limit
Yeah, I don't think it's an automatic squeeze. I think you can go either way.
I like squeezing, Alex.
I can see that.
It's also spades.
it is spades. Does that mean you rolled high?
I just like spades. They're so pretty.
Okay.
I think this hand plays better as a 3-bet.
I think it's
Too late
fine
to
either way. I
cut
can
off open
totally
with a
understand not wanting to play some huge pot pre-flop in the early levels here in no limit if Benny thinks
Right,
himself as
that's
an
the
all-around
reasoning,
player.
right? But I'm just saying from a
check
theoretical stance, I think this hand is a very good squeezing candidate. This is certainly not the board Negreanu wants to see bet multi-way.
No, I don't think Negreanu's going to put another chip in this pot unless he hits an ace.
And Rogers could probably go either way here. With
Yeah.
no backdoor flush draw, I might consider using this combo a little bit more as a defensive check. But
I think you're right. He can go either way. Benny has to continue here. He's got backdoor spades, but he doesn't love it.
yeah, it's a very scary board for the calling ranges, right? Like this is the sort of board that really hits the button calling and the small blind calling ranges. So we see Negreanu immediately stepping aside, and the other players both being a little bit wary of their opponent's range. Interesting card for Glaser. Obviously, his hand picks up a lot of equity against anything, but he probably doesn't have the sort of hand that really ever wants to consider a lead, since it wouldn't really achieve very much with exactly a 9 in his hand.
No.
Yep, I agree with that. And Rogers checking back
No,
with his
not
middling
at all.
showdown value hand.
Just a lot of chips.
I think Benny's hand perhaps a little bit too thin to go for value here, although he could go
kinda
for a
fun, though.
small
I like
block
a little
bet.
block. I like a
It's
little
fine.
block. He
The
really
limits
can't
are
have
too
nothing here,
small,
I
they
think.
don't
The
need
problem
they
with
do.
the problem with value betting anything bigger than a block is it really becomes hard to get called by worse hands. What does Rogers have that you're going to hope to get paid off by? He does elect to just check, and Rogers should now check and show this down and expect to sometimes chop against some similar hands, Jack-9 suited, 10-9 suited. I think the hand's just too weak to go for value and too strong to bluff.
That all makes sense to me, yeah. And he'll get the bad news.
Had them both beat pre-flop.
Did you? Wow. Great hand.
I believe the level just went up, so we will see a small increase in
Okay.
the blind structure here.
Thank you.
As I heard Tournament Director Paul Campbell in the
This one,
background
the last
announcing it.
time,
So it should be
didn't work for
1-2.
me. This whistle.
When I was whistling,
Yeah,
it didn't work for you.
Yeah, that's for you. For you.
Ever wanted to play on No Gamble, No Future? PokerGo is partnered with Splash Sports for the NGNF 50K Vegas Madness Contest. Not only can you win $50,000, but the prize includes a $5,000 package to come to Las Vegas and play on the show. Join the contest at splashsports.com/NGNF. That's splashsports.com/NGNF. It's limited to 223 entries, so get in there now before it sells out. That sounds like a lot of fun, Chris.
Do we get to play with Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks? Because that does sound both
Well,
fun
if
and
that's the
profitable.
case, I'm already regging. But it'd be fun to get on that show.
Playing the game.
Super high
Blinds
rollerball mix
two.
games. I love that
1,
logo.
2, 2.
Beautiful hand here for Was.
Yeah, but it's not spades.
It's true.
It's fine. It's fine.
Chris,
Now
big
that's
on
a pretty
spades.
hand.
Now,
8-2 of
yeah,
spades.
you're
I
playing
know.
that 8 deuce of spades over the Jack 10
Would
hearts.
have eliminated.
No limit hold'em is not my best game, Alex.
The hand we talked about with the
yeah.
Queen 9-5-3.
Yeah.
You had the
Certainly
Queen
expect to
10-7
see Becker
fold up.
defend here with
Oh,
a
you would
suited
have busted
combo.
him?
Yeah, he would have made a boat.
Yeah, I had Queen 7.
Yeah. So it worked out for me. Because I won the tournament.
Yeah.
Well, you were right. It was a very pretty hand because it has flopped a flush.
I didn't want anybody to go broke. Everybody to be like less than one bet.
I expect to see a
I
small bet here
understand
from
the
Was.
play,
Usually
but
small
at that point,
sizings used on
we're
these
so
monotone
short
boards.
that I think it, like, whatever.
And a very small
Yeah,
sizing
I
from
know, it
Becker
doesn't
coming
matter
out there
much
as
either
an
way,
instant
but
fold.
Exactly. I
increases
had like
my-
3 BBs on the big blind, so
it does, getting
if I
you
had
out.
like 10, then I can understand a little bit better.
Getting you out though increases my.
3
it just
BBs.
We talked about it a bit
it
before.
increases my EV in
like,
the
I think
hand.
you should probably call, but I don't,
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
Think
he should
so.
call. You
don't
mean?
think so.
I don't think so.
Well, because you're both colluding to try and knock out Dylan. I know, but you
Yeah, the
assuming
only
that
prob-
Dylan always calls, which
Yeah, of
is
course.
not always the case. But
Dylan
yeah.
who?
The only problem I was,
Dylan Smith.
I would be
Oh,
all
okay.
in.
That's the thing. Is he's all in the very next hand.
No, like in this hand, the chance of going all in is like
Very,
very
high.
high.
You're likely to go flop
Exactly.
turn, and then I'm putting you in,
Yes.
and then you have to win.
And I
if you,
wouldn't like to go all in with a guy with 1.5 BBs.
yeah.
Yeah.
The players discussing the final table of the dealer's choice, where
But
there
it's a
was
split
a
ball game, so it's more likely to
Yeah, I
survive,
understand.
obviously.
Yeah,
so
yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
very interesting
wouldn't
tournament
like to go
situation with Negreanu having
get
all the chips and all the other
I don't
players
think
being
it's,
very short
like-
stacked.
Super.
Yeah.
And as is often the case in these high-stakes cash game environments, people are much more willing to discuss hands, I think, in mixed games than compared to maybe no limit.
I think
Hold'em or
that's
PLO.
true. And I think people are just a little bit more relaxed in these mixed games. There's more chatting. There's a little bit less of that roboticness and maybe a little less of that hyper-competitiveness. You could argue that the mixed game community is perhaps not quite as competitive as the elite high-stakes no-limit community, although
That's
perhaps
interesting.
it's more of a quiet competitiveness. Somebody like Becker, who certainly is very competitive, but it's done in a more quiet way.
As we jump back and notice both players getting a little bit out of line here. Was raised under the gun with his Jack-10 offsuit,
Mentally,
and Becker
that
kind
final
of
table was very
defending from the
stressful.
small blind with a relatively
I can
light combo
imagine.
himself.
Because I had to
I
think,
agree.
like in every little detail that was happening.
Yeah.
Because I had 3 BBs. The other guy had 5. The other guy had 1. So it was
Such
like,
close ICM spots.
yeah, before
future, yeah.
every hand, I had to think about everything that was happening.
I didn't.
Yeah. I could see. Yeah, I could see. Yeah.
That's. You guys were stressed.
I was just like, I don't want to involve myself with Daniel. I just want to fold against him and think a lot about the other guys.
Yep.
What game did you pick?
08.
9.
9,000.
Becker coming here with a semi-bluff
Yeah.
after Wasserson checks back the flop. A bit
just
of
picked
a
O.
Powers.
unconventional check
Limit
back,
Omaha.
perhaps, with top pair on this board.
I was going to say he's going to be rewarded
Omaha
for this
High.
check back by inducing a nice by inducing a bluff on a board texture that now Becker believes favors him and Wasserson
Yeah.
cannot have very much on.
And just getting back to that conversation that Negreanu and Yuri were having, I do recommend that anyone who is interested in both mixed games and tournament strategy, ICM in particular, go back and watch that final table because there's probably a lot going on there in terms of how those short stacks had to maneuver with Negreanu having such an overwhelming chip advantage.
Yeah, and the dealer's choice tournament brings in another element of
7,
decision making in
King
terms of what
Jack's-
game you might
King
choose
Jack
as
7-4
well.
ahead, right?
Double,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you were double suited too.
Yeah. If you promised to me that we would check,
Yeah,
check,
Then you're right.
I
yeah.
would go.
I couldn't.
But then
do
I
it.
was like,
Man, Yuri has a great
he's like
accent.
too splashy now.
really does.
That
Yes.
whatever he wants, so I'm gonna fold.
If
I
it
don't
checks to the river and I didn't have anything, then I'd bet.
Becker chooses to bluff for a small sizing here. Basically, Chris, what I think he's doing is representing he has something like 2 pair that bet the turn and now wants to go for a
There were
small
2
river bet.
single
You can have
drop
some
odds.
other value bets.
One
You can have
against
some straights for that
Mac, one
sizing
against
as
him,
well.
right?
I think
Set
he
it
could
up
have as
so
little
that
as 1 pair there. I
after the
believe
draw,
that he was just mostly
they could
targeting
save a bet and
Wasserson's
fold.
ace
And I was
highs
gonna
and
bet
flush draws.
No matter what.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have something
and he
like
folded
third
both
pair,
times.
though,
I
there where
made
the
it both
4-liner
times.
comes in.
I mean, Was
he
raised
bet-
under
he
the
had
gun.
a
How
million,
many
he bet
4x
800.
hands does he really have?
I call. We both draw 1.
I just don't
Yeah,
expect
I
ace, king, or
bet
ace,
it-
queen to
but
pay
I
off
mean, I
on
bet it.
jack
He
7,
made a pair
6,
of
5,
sixes.
3.
Yeah, I
it's like,
remember, yeah.
and then
I
Nick
think
did too. I
fair
Ross
raised
is
point.
going to
half
have a
the
lot of,
stack,
pocket 8s,
and then
pocket
check folded.
9s, some ace
I
7
made that one
himself.
too.
Interesting,
The
yeah.
Jack low.
I think it was a jack. I
Yeah,
don't know what
yeah.
I made. Enough. Yeah, enough to bet.
Yes.
Race.
Becker having a very eventful no limit hold'em round
I
so
don't
far,
like to
being
cheer
involved in
against
each
people,
pot,
but
and it
that
looks like he's going
final
to play
table-
another
Oh
one
my
against
God. I
Wasserson.
use all my mental energy to cheer against all of them.
Schadenfreude.
I expect Wasserson to play a lot of hands in the no-limit hold'em round. I think he's got some of the most no-limit hold'em experience perhaps at this table.
Makes sense. He's also played a lot of hands in all the games so far.
Yeah. Although, to be honest, looking at, all these guys pretty much know all the games. There's a reason they're playing this $100,000 buy-in.
Yeah, Wasserson recently played one
9.
of the Triton 250K Invitationals, so he certainly is no stranger to Nosebleed No Limit.
Yeah.
Johnny choosing a big size on that flop texture and getting a much needed pot after bleeding down a little bit since we've come on the air. I don't know about you, but I know that it doesn't really matter, but it never feels good to be the first one out of a big tournament.
Yeah, we discussed this a little bit on the break.
I don't drink.
I agree with you, Chris. I think
might be
there's
the
when you
sulfates
play like
if you-
a really special,
if you
important,
have that
prestigious
filter
event like
that
this,
will-
you don't want to be the first one out.
Yeah, it's not something you want to put on the old resume, you know.
Right. Perhaps players will play a little bit more tentatively than they otherwise would, even though there's a re-entry
Yeah.
available.
Well, the one time I used that with you, I don't think I got a headache. So.
It's a good filter.
As J. David Rogers picks up the
I would
ace
drink
king
one with
that
that-
you're always
with that
looking for
filter.
in Hold'em. Although at this depth, it certainly is not a hand that necessarily is just looking to go too crazy pre-flop.
And we'll see Wasserson folds the king-9 off that Becker called out of the small blind, facing an earlier position raise from a tighter player. Perhaps. Negreanu not going anywhere with the one gapper. Interesting to see if Negreanu leads this flop. This is the sort of flop you do get leads from out of the big blind. He doesn't have the best hand choice for it, but J. David is going to be raising a lot of ace-king, ace-queen, king-queen, queen-jack, a lot of hands like that. And he can get some folds against those hands.
And we did see Negreanu take a lead spot in a similar situation in the PLO,
PLO,
round earlier,
right.
so he certainly is wary, cognizant of the board texture and
Same
how it might
type
favor his
of
range.
board, exactly. This is the type of board that's often going to be good for the big blind player, where you have a lot more small to medium cards than your early position raising opponent. And he goes for the out of position float instead.
Yeah.
This is very old school from
we expect to
Negreanu.
see him lead on some straightening turn cards, like
I
if it
think
came
so.
a 4 or a 7.
Leading on some turns and then also bluffing sometimes. Let's say the turn's a jack and it goes check, check.
Right,
Just using
bluff
that
and
as a
river,
bluffing
yeah.
opportunity to get his opponent off ace queen.
Certainly now Rogers will continue betting for value with his top pair, and I believe Daniel has to be done with this.
Yeah, and Negreanu's flop call is now going to look a little bit silly now that Rogers has paired his king, but I think it would have actually worked out on a lot of runouts, and given the price he was getting, I think actually quite reasonable, despite having no pair, no draw.
Yeah, when you lay it out like that, it makes a lot of sense. After it goes check, check on most turns, he's going to just take that little stab.
Right.
Take it down. Didn't have a straight.
Didn't have a straight was announced.
Must be cold in the studio today. A number of the players are quite more bundled up than I'm used to seeing this week.
Absolutely. And we take a look here at the chip counts at our feature table. Eric Wasserson leading the way with 438,000. Yuri Jevlevsky in second place. And Johannes Becker at the bottom of the pack right now, but still anybody's game. Plenty of bets available. Here we are.
Yeah, it feels like a big a loss to lose 130 or stack, but then you realize you still have 100 big blinds in the big bet game and maybe about 30 bets in the limit game.
Absolutely, yeah. Hour-long blind levels, plenty of room to maneuver.
No, I can't play this one.
Wasserson dealt
let it
the
go.
dirty diaper, as Rigby would call it. Noted two-time deep runner in the main event, fond of the 3-deuce off. Negreanu raising a hand here, he could potentially limp or raise. I think a lot of players would go for a limp with a hand like this, but perhaps he thinks he has some immediate fold equity against Rogers. Oh, wow.
Exciting flop.
Yeah. Bottom two for Negreanu, top pair for Rogers.
Negreanu can make a lot of chips here. I think that he's going to certainly sniff the situation out correctly that, when he gets called on this flop, his opponent may often have an ace. And depending on how the board runs out, obviously, he can get some large bets in here.
Certainly, if he gets a clean run out, something like a deuce on the turn and a jack on the river, this is a nice clean card for him.
I would be surprised to not see a large bet here.
Yeah, I like a big bet a lot. He's going to have some semi-bluffs that also want to use that size. And he can just get a lot of money in right now from the times that Rogers does have an ace. And he does go for this large bet, betting 19K into 26. Could have gone even a little bigger, I think, Chris.
Yeah, he may just feel that exploitatively he just wants to not lose his customer here, right?
Right. And Rogers, has pretty much a mandatory call here with top pair in position.
Yeah, really not much he can do here other than make a very heroic fold.
This card could kill the action a little bit. It does complete some of the draws. Backdoor diamonds get in. See what Negreanu comes with here. I expect him to make some type of bet, but he might bet smaller than he would have on, say, the offsuit deuce.
32.
Yeah, he just goes for a standard half pot maybe. And obviously Rogers does not like it.
No, at this point, Rogers doesn't beat any value, but he does have pretty good hand to call with. He's got the ace, blocking a lot of Daniel's value hands, and he does have a card that blocks both straights and flushes. So
it's funny that you know when you face the smaller size on the river that you should call more, but it always feels like they have it.
right, yeah, that's one of those. You can play this leveling game sometimes, and against players who you think are on one end of that leveling spectrum, sometimes you can actually bet smaller to induce more folds. And wow, what a great fold from Rogers here.
Excellent laydown.
I think I would have had a lot of trouble making that fold there with top pair and a diamond. But he sniffs it out. Just like you says, perhaps that sizing just looked value-y from Daniel.
I knew you were good at this game.
No limit hold.
We should note that they are using shot clocks
some in
in
my
this
life.
game, just like they do in all the big bet tournaments. I believe they'll start using them in the limit games on the big streets, but
Right.
in the no limit PLO and no limit single draw, they'll be in play the whole time. And man, that 30 seconds goes pretty quickly when you're facing a tough decision.
Yeah, it does, and I think it's 20 seconds for the first decision pre-flop, which is great.
high roller.
I'm in favor of less and
Right.
less time
No,
available to the
500K.
players. I'd be happy with 10 seconds.
Well, you're one
for
of the
first-
fastest players I've ever seen.
Yeah, I do like to play fast, but I just think it's good for poker. Certainly the 20 seconds is a lot better than 30 for that first pre-flop decision, because that's where a lot of the time wasting comes from, in my opinion, especially when it comes to stalling as you get close to the money bubble and that sort of thing.
5,000.
As we see Wasserson get right back to work here with the Jack-8 suited.
And as much as Daniel likes to play small ball, the 5-4 off, not quite going to cut it. Benny's got a nice hand here in the big blind. It's the type of hand you could use as part of your 3-betting range, but certainly fine to just call as well.
Yeah, we've seen him. I mean, it's a sample size of one hand and seeing me conservative, and I'm immediately wrong again as he takes the aggressive line here.
Yeah, and facing such a big 3-bet, I think Wasserson should actually just pitch this hand. It does feel like the kind of hand that has some implied odds, suited gapper, but really you just want to have your suited connectors that you continue with be a little bit more connected.
More connected, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or possibly even lower card oriented.
Yeah.
I mean, this Jack can be very dominated by a 3-betting range.
Right.
But I'm not actually surprised to see him continue just because he does appear to want to play bigger pots in the big bet games.
Yeah, and I think he probably perceives himself, perhaps correctly, to have an experience advantage in no limit hold'em over Glaser, although Glaser, no slouch in no limit as well. He's final table that win 10K tournament.
By the way, despite the depth that we started this hand with, we only have a stack to pot ratio of about 5 here, and Benny has a hand that he can go pretty hard with.
Yeah. So we'll see what Benny starts with here. Whatever it is, Wasserson's going to at least peel once, barring something ridiculous. like
Very
an all-in.
interested to see how Benny values his tournament life, as we say in the early stages here, with a hand here that could absolutely find its way to an all-in.
We've all been in Wass's shoes here. We call him. We're just dreaming of the 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Our biggest pot of the day so far at this table. Benny now picks up the sneaky wheel draw,
Yeah,
and
and
it seems like a mandatory bluff to me.
if you're going to have some semi-bluffs on the turn, this hand feels about as good as any. Perhaps the only concern for Benny is that he has kind of an annoying amount of equity if he were to bet and face an all-in, depending on the size he chooses.
That's fair. It's very hard to think of what hands would be jamming on the turn
Yeah,
here,
and
though.
I do expect the in-position player here to mostly play a call strategy. Not going to be a ton of raises. If he did have a hand he wanted to raise, he often would have raised the flop. Benny does elect for the more conservative play here, and Wasserson with this middling amount of showdown value, I expect to do a fair amount of checking back. If Wasserson bets here, it's really more of a protection bet than anything else.
It's really more of a, I think you have exactly ace-king, and I just want to put in one small bet and protect my hand kind of a bet.
Exactly.
And Benny gets there. And now he's regretting not betting the turn.
Yeah, so Benny's got lots of options here. He can check. And
I sort of like a check, right?
Well, I think the issue with checking is that a lot of the hands that he wants his opponent to value bet would have probably started betting the turn.
Interesting. Yeah, and I guess he has a number of bluff candidates to choose from. I mean, if he can have ace-5 of clubs here, he can have a number of other hands.
And he does go for check. I was
sneaky
thinking
check.
a really interesting concept for Benny here would have been a very small bet. Something like 15K to represent some thin value.
Fake block.
Something he would be doing with pocket jacks. Try to induce Wasserson to both value raise thin and find some bluffs of his own.
Sure, if he held something like a pair with the king of clubs,
right,
maybe he won't be tempted to go for a bluff raise.
Omaha 8. Playing 4, 4, 8.
All right, so they faded that no limit hold'em round without too much blood. Just taking a chunk out of Wasserson's stack there, and as we move on to limit Omaha 8 or better. A game a number of the players at the table here I think would say is maybe their best game in the mix. I believe Benny would say that.
Yeah, I believe Benny has 2 bracelets.
At least 2. He won 2 in the same year in this game at the World Series.
So the rules of the game, you get 4 whole cards. Again, like PLO, you have to use exactly 2 from your hand and 3 from the board, although you can use a different 2 for your high component as you can for your low component. The pot's split between the best high hand and the best qualifying low hand. To qualify for the low, you're going to need 5 cards between the 2 in your hand and the 3 on the board to be between ace and 8.
Exactly. So you need 3 unique low cards on the board between ace and 8, and then 2 others in your hand.
Right. So if the board doesn't have those 3 cards between ace and 8, then there will be no low possible, and the entire pot will go to the high hand.
Raise.
Really, in this game, you're looking for an ace in your hand and some number of wheel cards,
Yeah.
at least 1 wheel card.
I noticed that Becker immediately opens a hand that a lot of players would fold in this field. And I also noticed that Wasserson folded a hand that I would have 4-bet.
Okay.
Rady also has a hand that I really love in this spot.
Yeah, so Rady's hand, we can talk about this a little bit, Chris.
Wow.
I know you've done some studying in these spots. These high-only hands go up a lot in value when you're facing 2 raises rather than just facing 1 raise.
That's right.
Because these 2 players are going to be interacting with each other so often. Becker's premium hands and Yuri's ultra-premium 3-betting hands are going to often share a lot of the same cards. So the king, queen, jack 10, the queen, jack 10, 9, these hands become a lot better.
Precisely.
Some of the double-paired hands.
If your opponents are basically claiming they have at least 1, if not 2 of the aces in their hand, then your 4 random big cards become much more live and much more profitable, especially when they're connected, like king, jack 10, 9 in the
Now, I didn't see Wasserson's hand that you said you would have
It was
4-bet.
something like king, jack 10, 7 double suited.
Okay.
I mean, I thought Rady's hand was much better than that, but I think both of them would be playable.
Ray also had money invested already there in
Yeah.
the small blind.
You have to play shockingly loose in the big blind in limit 08.
Do you think that Becker's getting out of line with this open? Because it seems fine to me with the nut suit, but I would not open the hand without a nut suit, and I think it's a little bit borderline.
I think it's a hand that many players in the field would describe as too loose. I believe that he is pretty studied in these games and probably feels that it's on the bottom of the fine range.
Right. I think ace jack 10-5 would probably be a clear open with the nut suit, but ace jack 9-5, the 9 really being the worst card in this game because it cannot contribute to the lows, and it also has worse high value than the cards above it.
And for what it's worth, Yuri 3-bet a hand that many of the players would have called with the ace deuce 6-7. There's a bit of a idea in limit 08 that all low cards or all high card hands might prefer to play passively pre-flop to see if they connect with the flop texture first or not.
Yeah, I think there's some arguments both ways. If your opponents are playing too tight out of the blinds facing raise and 3-bet, then 3-betting and just getting all these hands heads up and clearing out the blinds really just gives you a bit of an overlay on the pot.
Good point, for sure. Yeah, I mean, anytime you can make your opponents make folding mistakes and create dead money, you're pretty happy in a game where the equities tend to run pretty close.
Raise.
Raise. 2-bet, 8,000.
Raise.
3-bet, 12,000.
Yuri picks up a very nice starting hand here and gets 3-bet. And Negreanu has a bit of a tempting hand here, but I think I would find a fold with this combo. These big pairs tend to be ones you want to be a little careful of when there's raises and 3-bets in front of you because the likelihood that you run into something like aces is quite scary now.
Yeah, and to go back to your earlier point, Chris, I think Negreanu would rather have queen, queen, jack 10 in that spot, even though he can't make a low.
Look at Benny folding an ace-deuce combo for 3-bets cold. That is very tight, but possibly okay.
I think that might actually be good. I'd have a hard time folding that myself, but I can understand the merit. He had 3 clubs in his hand and very weak high potential.
He has to feel that his opponents also have similar cards that are going to dominate him a lot.
And
it
he
turns out
folded
to be
fairly
not the
quickly.
case.
Now, note here we see that the 2 different percentages on the screen. On the left is their percentage to win the high portion of the pot. On the right is their percentage to win the low portion of the pot. You see that Wasserson cannot win the low because he has an ace and a 6. Now there's actually no... Sorry, no, there is still a low possible, but Wasserson cannot win it because he's duplicating the 6, whereas Yuri has the ace-3 draw. So any low card that doesn't pair himself or the board, he's going to make a low.
And Was, I think, can easily go for value on this river when everything misses. Yuri certainly has a hand that could consider hero calling with an ace-6.
Yeah, if Yuri's calling here, he's hoping to beat stuff that all the missed draws that had the low component. And good value bet here by Wasserson.
In Limit 08, when the low misses on the river, you should expect to see much more thin bets and calls, because now you get rewarded by winning the whole pot if your opponent's bluffing. Whereas when a low comes in, you should expect to see a little bit more passive play. And we do see Yuri hero call the ace-6, which seems totally reasonable.
I think very well played hand from Wasserson. Certainly the kind of hand that you want to 3-bet pre-flop. Not really the hand you want to play multi-way, because he has a hand that can scoop.
Yeah,
But
I mean, he was able to get an ace-deuce combo to fold pre, which is a massive result for a hand that doesn't have a strong low feature in it.
Exactly. With the ace-6 low, you actually want to clear out players with stronger lows and play the hand heads up.
Right. And just in general, I would say about Limit 08, it's not the sort of game where you really ever want action. All of your hands benefit from just getting anyone to fold that you can. There's no hand that's so strong that you really want more action. Whereas, you get aces and Hold'em, and you're pretty happy to have some action, right?
Right.
So far, we've had two pretty exciting Limit 08 hands as far as a game goes that people can think can be kind of simple, I think, at a starting level to start playing low hands and interesting hands. But I don't think it's a simple game. I think it's a very complicated game and a very hard game to play well, as the hand values pre-flop change dramatically in certain situations.
Note Rogers here just folding the king 10-4.
A good fold.
Absolutely, yeah. Those hands, you don't usually want to have 3 high cards and 1 low card. Having the 1 low card means you can't use it towards the low component of the board, and then it doesn't help your high possibilities.
3 5s for AD, also not a very
That would be a prop for me in
I'll
my
be
home
interested
game
to
as
see,
well.
will Yuri play this double-suited trash box in the big blind? No, he does not.
I like the fold there. I think in a 3-way situation, those types of hands are very dominated and very difficult to play.
I'm always tempted to play double-suited garbage, but yeah, those hands are not particularly strong. And Benny has a very funny hand here. He has 3 aces.
Okay.
Obviously, totally fine, but you do have to remember that your opponent very likely does have the last ace when he raised under the gun.
Raise.
Notice here that Wasserson is massively outflopped Benny, despite the fact that at this juncture he only has a pair of threes.
because now these 3 aces are really working against Benny. He has no way to improve his hand.
Right.
He's almost just playing an ace-6 low draw and a pair that's just hoping to hang on, whereas Wasserson's hand is very dynamic and can improve in a number of ways.
Pretty good card, though, if you're Benny, to see a picture card here in a spot where your opponent's going to have a lot of ace-deuces. Your aces are still going to be best. I don't think it's good enough that he necessarily wants to go for a raise here with no additional equity, but certainly he's going to be happier to see this card than he would be a lot of cards.
For sure. Although he probably would have preferred to see one that wasn't putting a second flush draw on the board as well.
2 pair ace-6.
You get 3/4.
And a good value bet from Was here with the second nut low and a standard call from Benny. I mean, in this situation, people are often very afraid of the wheel, but when the pot gets this big, you need to bet your other hands as well.
Absolutely.
And certainly a standard payoff with
And
ace
really
ace-6.
not a fun spot there if Was bets and gets raised by Benny, because it is going to be a wheel so often.
That's a good point.
It's certainly a spot where in a tournament against some very straightforward tight players, not describing Benny as that, I would be bet folding my hand.
You could maybe consider it. You're making a heroic fold, thinking, well, it's hard to find a bluff, right? Like they need to be pretty creative to find a bluff. They also have to be worried that they're going to just run into a wheel and it's going to look very foolish.
Like, when I bet that river, I think to myself, well, I just have ace-4 a lot of the time. That makes up a big chunk of my value betting component. So when I get raised against, certainly players in the lower stakes and more straightforward players, I'm pretty happy folding.
And we should say that Was got 3/4 of the pot there, which means that they had the same low, so they're gonna share that portion of the pot, and obviously he made 2 pair on the end for the high.
Right.
A standard thing for split pot players, but maybe something for the viewers at home to know that it's usually not in the early stages of a tournament. It's not the end of the world to get quartered in a limit pot, as it doesn't cost you that many chips. In the later stages, obviously, when everyone's very shallow stacked, it can be kind of devastating.
In a really juicy game, you can actually make money getting a quarter of the pot because it might be a 5-way confrontation or something like that. And note the way that Wasserson announced his hand. He said 2 pair and an ace-6 low. That's pretty typical terminology for mixed game players, announcing both components of their hand, starting with the high.
And I would add that 2 pair usually means a bad 2 pair.
Yeah, true.
It's not like
it wasn't
you said.
queens up.
It wasn't queens up. It was
ace-6,
2 pair.
it was 2 pair,
Bottom 2. Yeah. Benny picks up aces in back-to-back hands, and this one is much stronger, obviously, on this flop. Was certainly has a continue, though, with an open ender and a pair. I might like to see Was lead some high card turns here.
Yeah, and I thought for a second maybe that Was could consider leading this flop, but I think with the 8 and the deuce, 2 low cards, you don't really do a lot of leading. You do a lot more leading when there's 2 high cards, meaning 9 or higher, as the big blind player.
This is now a tough spot for both players.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Benny check this back. He had the nut low draw, but it got counterfeit by that 3 hitting.
Right. Instead, he's run off
Very
trips.
interesting river.
And Was is going to go ahead and put in a thin value bet here with a pair of 9s and a low.
And does Benny go for a thin value raise?
I think he should.
Knowing that he can never win the low, but he can beat some stuff like queens, kings, that could be value betting on the high side.
He does
He
not.
does just call. I think that's a close one.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong because he's going to be against a low so often there.
Yeah, so some of the time he's going to lose to something like ace-3 with a low.
Full house.
Sorry, get quartered.
Yeah.
Occasionally he's going to lose to a full house. And then some of those thin value bets like queens potentially are going to just bet fold as well.
I'm of the camp that you want to go ahead and raise the hands that are supposed to be raised. And if your opponent's going to make heroic folds, then every now and then they're just going to make a mistake against
I
you,
just
right?
do think that is a very close one, at least, with Benny's hand with ace-3 no low.
So we can see that the aces are a strong starting hand in Limit 08, but also a tricky hand to play on a lot of board textures. They're not overpowering.
Right, and of course it depends what you have with your aces. The best possible starting hand would be ace, ace, deuce, 3. And look at us, that's us. Me, Alex Livingston, and Chris, Death Donkey Vitch.
We both look a little worse for wear
Three-time
after a
bracelet
number of
winner.
tournaments there.
I don't think they did either of us a very good service with those photos. We got those taken yesterday, perhaps on the break of one of the tournaments.
This is a very pretty looking hand for Benny, but with 4 diamonds in your hand, it's actually much weaker because obviously you need those cards to make your own.
Yeah, this is
flush draw.
painful for me, seeing all these possible prop opportunities I could have had in my cash game. That one I think pays 5K, at least 3K.
Whoa.
4 to a royal in a 4-card game.
Yeah, it looked like it should get paid something. It was very pretty looking.
Very pretty. Any ace-deuce makes for a very strong starting hand. And note that Negreanu has actually outflopped Yuri here. Even though Yuri has 3 pair,
Yeah.
Negreanu is free-rolling him.
Yeah,
He
Negreanu should go
cannot
for the
lose
immediate
low.
raise.
Oh, and this is, I don't like this just call. From, oh, he does raise,
Yeah.
okay. The graphic error.
So
just-
these 3 low boards with an ace on them actually favor the defender pretty well because they're going to be the one that is lacking in the ace, but they're going to, like you said, be free-rolling for any sort of a straight when
Yeah.
they have the made low.
They're going to have a lot more lows, and a lot of those lows will have at least a gut shot. In Negreanu's case, he's got the full rep. And Yuri is just in call-down mode here.
Right, there's really nothing he can do. Maybe he's going to think about hero folding.
Well,
his hand if,
now
for
he has a
example,
hand that can
a 3,
potentially
4,
go
or
for a
5.
value raise. But
Yeah.
up until this point, he was just in call-down mode.
Yeah. And this is kind of funny because I had just said in the previous hand that maybe I would raise those 3 3s, but in this situation, maybe Yuri doesn't even want to raise because how's he going to scoop, right? I mean, what high hand does Daniel have that check raises the flop when he has an ace and a 7? In his own
Yeah,
hand?
perhaps deuces, but facing the check, I think
Yeah.
Yuri will
And
go for the value bet.
Negreanu's actually a little bit afraid of getting quartered here,
Well-
given that he has 8 high.
Right. And you see that Negreanu does just go for the check
Yeah.
call, just not wanting to be up against the 3-4 with, say, king, king, 3-4.
Right, he figured he has no fold equity once Yuri continues on the turn, so he's just happy to shut it down.
I think both players were very confident that it was going to be a chop there, but
Right.
still, once Negreanu checks, Yuri feels he can go for value. And
Yeah, and that's a nice nuanced check from Daniel in a situation where you have to know that your opponent is basically always going to call you and you have 8 high, so every now and then you get quartered for no upside. As I said, a number of the players here at this table are very experienced in 08. Ray D being another one who has certainly played a ton of high stakes 08 in cash and tournament format.
absolutely. So the players are playing 7 hands of each game. They mix the games up so that you don't play the 3 stud games in a row. It's very easy to make mistakes.
Right, or
playing
any
the
big
wrong
bet
game.
games back to back, I think.
Right, yeah. I know on Poker Stars it used to be when you played the 8-game mix, you'd play the horse games and then No Limit Hold'em, PLO, and Triple Draw in that
Oh
order.
yeah, that's
It was very easy to play the wrong game, and you also had some players trying to take advantage of the system. Potentially, if they're weak in the stud games, they'd just sit out for those 3 orbits and then sit back in.
interesting.
Wasserson with a really nice 3-betting candidate
And what's
here.
Daniel going to do with some kings here? Just right in the muck. Yeah,
I like
think
that
that's
fold.
a good fold, but it's.
I think it would have been a lot closer from the big blind
Yeah,
with a better price, but still, just not a very attractive hand where you have that low that is very dominated.
yeah. You have kind of 2 hands that are both individually okay, but worried about being dominated by
Exactly.
raisers, by aggressive players.
And as of now, it looks like Benny is going to potentially get 3/4 of this pot if the low were to come in.
Yeah, Benny has flopped the best of it here with top pair and the same low draw. I don't think either player really has much of a hand that would ever do any bluffing, certainly not Benny with an 8, but Was is probably going to shut this down, I would think.
Yeah, I would check this back at Wasserson, just try to realize my equity. He can still value bet on a king.
And that card might induce a tiny bit of action as they both improve to the nut low.
Yeah, I think if Benny bets here, then Wasserson's just going to call because he is going to be concerned about getting only 1/4 of the pot, and he's not going to expect Benny to have too many bet folds.
Yeah, I think you're right. I just want to raise every river. I don't know why I'm twitching to raise some rivers here.
Would you
But
raise this spot, Chris? I think you might
I
just
said
call
I
it.
initially thought that I should, but you pretty quickly convinced me that maybe it doesn't really make sense. He is definitely considering it though.
I guess I just call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You hear him say.
Kind of goes through the same thought process we went through. And
And he is happy that he just called because he is going to get quartered here. So
Probably gonna
Benny
freeze
quarters him right back, and they've ended up kind of breaking
Right.
even against each other this round.
now let's note that if Wasserson had Benny's hand, now he goes for the raise because now he can actually
Yeah,
be quartering his opponent. But with Ace King high in the Ace 4, it's just
It's a little
less
too
likely.
optimistic, right?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
If you were going to fold, I was going to call cheating. I thought you were thinking about folding, and I'm like, whatever that hand is, they're cheating for sure. No way.
What if I Ace 3 King Queen?
You still pay.
You pay?
Well, there's a
pair.
Oh
queen
no,
on.
sorry, King Jack.
There's a pair of threes. Are you going to go fold a pair of threes?
I was debating check raise too. That would have been
That's
nice.
not Omaha.
Would have probably worked.
Yeah, of course you bet your hand. Check raise.
A little post-mortem from all the players.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like you say, Chris, I think that mixed game players are a little bit more willing to discuss strategy so openly. I don't think you would see this at too many no-limit tables. If you did, I think it would be more among the mid-stakes regs than it would be the top-level guys.
Yeah, good point. I do think there's a couple of players in this field though that will be very conservative with their strategic comments. I would say.
Perhaps your good buddy Johannes Becker being one of them.
Yeah, or I was thinking someone like Ray D, someone who's a little bit more old school and
Right.
you know, kind of tends to be quiet at the table anyway.
Negreanu has the type of hand here that would be a fold in early position, but on the button is actually quite a nice raising hand.
Yeah, this is one of my pretty little double-suited crumb cakes. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, I mean, this one's really, it's not bad. It's got 2 wheel cards and 2 Broadway cards, double suited.
Benny with a pretty loose defense here.
It is, but I think getting this price in the big blind with a hand that can make a low and some high potential, I think most players would call. If he had something like King Queen 9-6, then I think we would see him fold.
Makes sense.
And note that Benny just comes right out and leads on this board, thinking that it's these high-low boards can be quite good for the out-of-position player because they have more of these high cards in general than their opponent who has a lot more of the ace wheel cards.
Yeah, he also may think that Negreanu, more than some players in the field, might be a little bit more inclined to check back flops, and as a result, he just wants to go ahead and get value for his queen.
Reasonable.
And I think Benny can go for a value bet here.
I think it's starting to get a little bit thin because what are you getting called by? Although Negreanu's exact hand is probably going to call you, but
I mean, after check turn, though, how do you just not like your hand?
I think Negreanu is still going to maintain some ace queens.
King queen. Just didn't think you had anything.
No, just queens up.
But yeah, certainly he missed value against Negreanu's exact hand,
Human,
queen
right,
10.
Seiver? I'm glad you didn't, because then it's well. I mean, it's going to raise you in the turn. but that
Perhaps he
card wasn't
thought
the
that
one.
facing that good price, Negreanu would call with a lot of backdoor lows, and that he could maybe induce a bluff.
It's
on
also
the
hard to
river.
raise when they don't.
Yeah, it's a good.
I was going to raise like a blank. He's probably
Yeah,
gonna bet.
yeah.
Like a low
I was
card.
saying on that he didn't bet, so it was hard to raise.
Yeah, that's true. It's
Yeah.
also factually correct.
I missed it.
4, 8.
Yeah, I would have called river.
Benny ruining any missed opportunities in
I
his
might have
favorite
raised
game.
turn, actually.
As we move on to 7-card stud high, a very bloody game
Yeah,
in the
think
mix, I would
my
say.
plan was to.
A single
Might have
winner
changed my
game
mind.
that can play quite large with an extra big betting street, similar to Razz, of course.
Then you might have to fold.
But instead, now we're playing high only.
Chris, we both talked about this leading up to our commentary today, and stud, really a difficult game, a game that a lot of players in the mix might consider their weakest game.
I'm excited to see the hole cards of many of the players in this field who are very, very experienced stud players in the super high stakes cash games.
Absolutely.
Certainly a game that I would be more on the learning side as an audience member here.
This is 3-6, right? No, 4-8.
4-8.
Okay.
Ray picks up a nice starting looking hand to me with 3 spades and a 6 showing. On a very all low card board, it's a very Razz oriented board here. Doesn't look like much action.
No, Rogers with a hand that would be great in the other two stud games, and he does go for defend here. I think this is very loose and
I'm
stud
surprised.
high.
I don't think these type of hands are easy to play in stud high.
And now he picks up the wheel gutter, so he's going to be stuck in this hand for a little bit. He could still hit an ace.
Well, to be fair, he does have the best hand.
He actually has the best hand. Yeah, and you can see it's a coin flip in equities here. Ray with the live overs to 3 of Rogers' cards, as well as 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Rogers caught a card that Ray would like to catch.
Yeah, but I think Ray's going to feel compelled to keep bluffing here now that he's caught 2 Broadway cards. Rogers' board does not look particularly threatening.
Yeah, and he could put a lot of immediate pressure on a pair of deuces, especially if it had a mediocre kicker.
And I think that this will just work.
You know, let's see how stubborn Rogers is willing to get here. He's thinking about it. He probably thinks that if he hits an ace, he's going to pull ahead the vast majority of the time. I wonder if he's thinking if he has any bluffing outs, but yeah, he does just let it go.
Yeah. His whole cards don't really interact with anything on Ray D's board either, so he has to be a little bit more worried that those cards have helped Ray.
Absolutely.
I feel like they make trades every single season.
Again, all these stud games, really important to consider the entire board in evaluating how strong your hand is.
I feel like
No, they're like they're top of the pack.
And 3 flushes are very strong in this game. I mean, Ray's hand makes for a good bluffing situation because, as we can see, he was behind, but any pair could give him the best hand, and of course he still has the backdoor flush draw.
Right. And then just to add on to that, 3 flushes are very strong, but they're not all made equally. Certainly you'd rather have connected higher 3 flushes, and you'd rather your flush cards be live.
That's
so.
a key part too, right? Noticing whether any of your suits are dead. Yeah.
He went back to the minors. He got waived.
All right, we get the nice overhead shot here.
So just looking at this board, the jacks are duplicated, which sometimes is going to make the other cards feel a little bit happier about their hand.
True.
But there's a lot of duds.
You'd rather see 2 jacks than a jack and a queen. As the 8 in particular.
People were upset about trading him too.
Yeah.
Suzuki's really good.
Yeah, yeah. Really good.
Wow.
Benny pretending he has the jacks here.
Yeah, and I think this is good from both players. Rogers is open with the dead deuce becomes a little bit more borderline, but only 1 higher card above. You know, I don't mind going for the steal here, and then now Rogers is not in a very fun spot.
Yeah, definitely not.
Because he's behind a lot, and
well, the way they do is
it's very hard for him to improve, and this is just going to be hand over.
Yeah, so Benny no longer needs to pretend because he does indeed now have jacks.
The problem is a lot of these guys come and they're like, okay, I pay no stake.
When Benny bets here, if Rogers were to continue, Benny would immediately put him on a flush draw. So you can see some floating here from the other player.
Trade clause in NHL or no?
Yeah, you can. So then
fun math fact for you though: when there's 2 jacks behind you, you are more likely to run to split jacks with 2 of them out there than you are with 1 of them out there. Obviously, individually, the chance of them having jacks goes down, but now the problem is that there's 2 chances for them to have it.
Correct, but you'd still rather be up against Jack than Jack Queen or Jack King.
Right,
if you're going to be up against 2 overcards.
I just wanted to insert my fun stud.
This is true.
We'll see.
I've seen that one, and then if there's 3 of them now,
then you're happy again, right? Yeah. And even if they have it, then you're not that sad because their hand can't really improve as well either.
Exactly. Yeah.
Bottom.
Yeah, it's never fun playing a pair when your other cards are already dead.
Right.
Because a very strong part of your range is making trips. This is a very high card-oriented board with a lot of potential strong hands out.
Yeah, so now if the 8 had a hand they wanted to play there with all those higher cards available, I would suspect a limp might be the best strategy with your entire playing range. That means even when you have buried aces or rolled up 8s, you still limp because a lot of the hands you want to play are just split 8s, 3 to a flush, and you allow yourself to get away if it goes raise, re-raise behind you, and you just keep that range balanced.
Right. I mean, your hand is at least somewhat face up already, or at least your range is somewhat face up, so you may as well, you know, just protect that range by not putting in too much money with a marginal holding.
Right. And Ray there just with 1 other card plus the bring in behind him, a very, very standard steal with the ace up and the suited king in the hole, even though his 3rd card wasn't helping him much.
When are we getting a basketball team?
Oh, I don't know. We should get a basketball team.
Isn't that like up to you?
Yeah. Yeah, it's up to me.
Antonio Banderas,
you got the
stoic
hockey
as
team,
always.
Yeah, it was all me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, Ray's got a real, he hasn't said much
Big time.
Basketball.
He's got his focused face on. I feel like he's here to win. Not that all these guys aren't, but he's
played a couple of the prelim tournaments and a number of days in the very high-stakes cash games that have been running on here at the RA Casino.
Yeah, and I was a little surprised to see him in some of the prelim tournaments because I don't think he came out for the previous iterations of this series.
Right, he usually just wants to be playing whatever the biggest game is.
But right now, today, this is the
Today,
biggest
this
game.
is the one, yeah. As we see Benny with a fairly standard steal in a similar spot, but Ray has an interesting hand here.
Split sevens, and you can go either way in terms of your strategy if you want to be re-raising this hand. We call it 2-betting instead, or just flatting. Versus an ace who's going for a steal spot where they're going to be raising a vast chunk of their range. I kind of like 2-betting this because you're just pushing a lot of immediate value versus a lot of their hands.
Now, if you're Benny, you definitely want to continue here with 3 overcards to 7s.
Absolutely, yeah. And Benny can sometimes mess around and go for a 3-bet. Maybe not with this exact hand, but he doesn't want to always have split aces when he 3-bets, so he can do it with some semi-bluffs as well.
And that 9 is at least somewhat helpful for his actual hand. It gives him some straight potential, and it's another overcard to the somewhat likely 7s. And we see Ray respecting the other overcard coming and snap checking back. He's going to get himself into a slightly difficult decision here, though, as he has made 7s and 2s.
These spots are really tough, Chris, and Ray, by checking back
Blow it
4th
again.
Street,
Blow your fucking nose.
kept the pot a little bit smaller.
Yeah, I do notice that Ray picks up a second spade on his board. He may feel that the action will slow down if he catches another spade.
That's a good point. And there he does.
And there it does. And Benny has made 2 pair here.
And
So
I
what's
think
going to
that
happen?
Benny will check this card a lot because so much of Ray's range to call 5th Street when Benny's showing open aces is going to be flush draws. I don't think that necessarily means that Ray's going to turn his hand into a bluff because he has some showdown value against the aces that Benny's showing. But it's at least possible, and as you can see, it slows Benny down. So really good point that. And Ray does turn his hand into.
No, I think what he's doing here is he's just going to put
mergy.
1 bet in, right?
Yeah.
He's just putting in 1 bet here
Freezing
to
the
protect his
action.
hand against aces.
Yeah.
If aces decides to fold here, he's thrilled, right? And if not, he can show down against 1 pair and hope that his hand is good, or he can improve to a full house every now and then.
Yeah, no, this bet makes a ton of sense. Benny can actually call with worse with just the aces.
Right.
Benny can sometimes fold the aces. And like you said, he just gets to put 1 bet in and show his hand down.
I would be surprised if Ray bet the river saying that he was bluffing. Catching an ace here is a great card for Ray to see. He has to feel a little bit better about the situation, but obviously it's not. We can see that it's not going to work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not inconceivable that Ray could turn this hand into a bluff.
Yeah, I guess where do your
Trying to
bluffs come from, right?
Right, trying to get Benny off of aces
No,
up.
quickly checks down. Yeah. Ray doesn't seem particularly happy to see Benny's holdings.
These are the messages I get.
Benny, on the other hand, with a little smirk as he drags the pot in. Happy to fade the flush.
Yes, for sure. Whenever it goes check on the river, you know you have the best hand very often, and you feel much better.
Right.
As the flush would certainly value bet.
I get hundreds of these.
Stud's one of those games, Chris, that I think is very difficult to study in any sort of conventional way. Sure, you can read books, you can watch training videos, you can mess around with a tool like Odds Oracle, but I think a lot of the best stud players simply get there from experience.
Yeah, I mean, every set of up cards is like this unique puzzle that causes you to have to think about the situation. And just the number of combinations that you can have in different spots is so wide that it's very, very difficult to just like simplify your strategy.
Or do you just know from looking?
Yeah, just because they look at the chain.
Certainly the best stud players in this field, the ones that are the most known for their stud play, I believe kind of have a very instinctual feel for the game.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of someone like John Hennigan.
I was exactly thinking of Hennigan, and also somebody like Phil Ivey, not in this tournament, but somebody who just has clearly a remarkable natural talent and instinct for the game and is one of the best stud players in the world. And Hennigan plays extremely fast, by the way.
Yeah.
Which it's impressive that how often he's able to come to the right decision in games like stud, playing as quickly as he does, but it also can throw his opponents off balance a little bit.
Absolutely. He does everything with confidence.
Wasserson here has to continue these split nines, although he's probably not going to love it facing an early position. Oh, and he actually goes for a fold. This is
giving a lot of respect to J. David Rogers.
In my opinion, a tight fold, although he did have a very bad kicker. When up against split tens, he's going to have fairly poor equity. Still, I think with all those antes in there, I'm going to be fighting for that one, at least calling on 3rd Street and seeing what develops.
I tend to agree.
We can see the chip counts here. Wasserson, chip leader at this table now, followed by Glaser. Becker shortest at 169,000, but still over 20 big bets, which as you know, is quite a lot in these limit tournaments.
Yeah, there'll become a point in the tournament where 20 big bets is a very healthy stack, but right now it's definitely not feeling great for him.
Right. Yeah, a lot of the tournaments we'll play in the WSOP, the average stack might be somewhere around 10 big bets.
I always try to console myself with that fact if I'm short early on in a tournament. At some point in this tournament, I'll be thrilled to have 20 bets.
Yeah, no, and I think that's good
Looks like Yuri's
psychological work.
maybe stepped away from the table.
I think the king should steal probably any hand here up against deuce 3, deuce 8. Maybe you would fold your absolute worst, like king 4, 5, something like that. But
And to your point, Negreanu did complete a very marginal
Yeah.
holding, so he certainly agrees with you.
yeah, and I think that's, I would even call that fairly clear open from Daniel. It might not look clear to the viewers, but again, your hand strength is so dependent on the board behind you, and he's got 3 overs to everybody except the 8, where he's got 2 overs. He just needs to be very aggressive at that spot.
Now, if you come in for a steal in that spot in the 8-2 bet, do you give any consideration to folding?
I do. I think
No, I think you have to go do something.
you can definitely fold the bottom of your range.
Took his bag and he
King
took
10-6 is probably close
Maybe
enough
just
to the
gonna
bottom of my
burn the
range that I
last
would
12
fold.
minutes.
Maybe it depends a little bit on who the 2-better is, of course.
Right, and also maybe if I have a 2 suit, I continue. There's some subtle factors there.
But it is a thing to
No.
open and then
Yeah.
maybe fold for one more bet.
I think if you're in a spot where you're opening close to 100% of your range, as I think Daniel should there, then you can be a little bit more comfortable folding to the 2-bet. Whereas if you're in a spot where your opening range is a little bit tighter to begin with, then I'm less likely to relinquish the pot facing just one more raise. But he's really going to be opening some very junky stuff there, so he needs to fold at least maybe 10, 15% of the time.
Yeah, and the stud games in general are ones where when you continue with a bad hand,
You're back.
you're just going to face tougher and tougher decisions throughout
too.
the hand. As you
Absolutely.
continually get better and better pot odds to
Yeah.
continue, but your hand is just always behind.
I think this is one of the mistakes that people
Thank
make
you.
when they play these stud games is that they say, "Oh, my price is so good, I need to call. I have 42% against their range." Okay, well, you have 42% now. You're on average going to have roughly 42% as the streets go on, and you're just basically multiplying the price you're getting now. So you think you're getting this great price, but you have to call down to the end. You're actually not getting that great of a price.
Right, you're on the slow staircase
Single draw.
downwards towards
Right.
doom. One bet at a time. This is why I mentioned a long time back in the broadcast that there was a Razz hand where I said that maybe a player could even 3-bet for value pre. Like, when you do have the best hand in these stud games, like, blowing up the pot is actually great because it forces your opponents to continue with very weak hands getting that good price. All right, my favorite game in the mix, Alex.
Okay, why don't you describe it, Chris?
No
since you like it
limit,
so much?
deuce-to-seven, 1 draw, single draw. We've played triple draw earlier. It's the same hand values. The best hand is 7, 5, 4, 3, 2. But this game only has 1 drawing round and unlimited betting, and it uses a larger ante than the other game. We see here that there is a 2K big blind and a 3K ante.
Yeah, Chris, we've discussed this a little bit too, and one of the things I like about this game is I think it levels the playing field between the field players and the technical players. I think it's a game that actually
45.
both styles can do well in. There is a lot of feel in just
Yeah, there are
knowing
there are
if your opponent's
several
bluffing or not.
different skills that all are valuable in this game.
Right. Johannes, certainly this is one of his better games. He's very good in all the draw games. And he's got this draw to a 9. Note that this hand would not be a raise in deuce-to-7 triple draw because you'd have to break off that 9. When you're only drawing once, your average hand strength by the end is going to be a lot weaker. You're looking to make 8s and 9s and 10s rather than 7s and 8s.
Let me cut you off right there, as there is a raise and
Wow.
a 3-bet, and Ray D has picked up number 10 in the big blind. A very premium hand here that, despite the stakes of this tournament and the depth of these players, will certainly be happy to get all of his chips in the middle at some point in this hand.
Yeah, this is just an absolutely massive hand from Ray D. Wasserson 3-bets the Pat 10 that has the option to convert if needed to a 9 draw.
Which, by the way, was not a mandatory 3-bet pre from him facing an under-the-gun raise.
I agree. I think there's some consideration to flat calling that hand.
Yeah.
Not wanting to make the pot huge. Now that he faces this 4-bet, I think both players are just going to have to fold here. Becker's draw is too weak, and Wasserson has a made hand that's going to be losing to all pat hands that Ray plays this way, and also his draw to the 9-6 is just not that strong either.
Right. Was has to ask himself, if I call this bet and my opponent stands pat in front of me, what do I want to do, right?
Right.
And the answer is there's nothing good to do here. Like, do you want to continue with the 10-9? Do you want to draw to a 9-6 in a situation where your opponent's going to potentially be very strong? So he just finds the exit, which makes sense.
I do think this game is kind of interesting in tournament form because it's really the only game where you can get completely coolered and be drawing dead.
Yeah.
Meaning that, like, let's say, now I'm not saying 8-7, 4-3 deuce would have to get all the chips in pre-draw at
Right.
this depth, but let's say that Ray had been dealt 7-6, 5-3 deuce.
Right.
and Wasserson had been dealt 7-6-4 3-deuce. Okay, those hands just have to get all the chips in.
Right. It's just it's the coldest deck you're ever going to get, because even in like no limit hold'em aces
Yeah.
versus kings, the kings still have 20% to
Exactly.
win. Whatever.
And here it's 100% versus 0%. So I've always thought that kind of makes things a little bit interesting. I've always played around in my head with the idea of putting a cap on some of these big bet games, but I think it's also fun to keep it as that is and helps level the playing field.
I think that danger of this game is somewhat also what's kind of exciting about it, because the game on its face can often be somewhat slow-paced and a little bit boring. It's almost the threat of the scariness of it that is the most exciting part of the game.
I agree. And an 8 draw like this, very strong hand, certainly going to be an open from all positions.
Yeah. And in any normal situation, he would be happy to call a 3-bet and draw at this hand.
Absolutely.
Etc.
Rogers makes a good fold here. His 10-8-6 deuce draw is just too weak versus an early position open, and calling and drawing 2 is also just a little bit too loose from his position.
Becker with a relatively weak one in the big one. Interesting to see how he wants to handle this situation. Would he just fold, or will he draw to this 10-9? I can't really imagine him drawing at the 9.
Yeah, I think his decision is between call and draw 1 and just fold, and I like the call and draw 1, even though he knows he's got a very weak draw. He's an underdog against all of Yuri's draws. He's going to have to play passively post-draw. Still, the price just too good, calling 2,500 into 13,000.
Notice that there's an interesting problem with Becker's hand, which is that no matter what card he catches here, he really can never bet for value, right? He's facing an under-the-gun action, and in here he has caught a payoff card. He's caught a bad card.
Not only, Chris, can he never bet for value, but facing a large bet, he always has
a
very annoying bluff catcher, right?
And
like, he's never going to beat any value bets.
And one thing I'll say about this situation is that if Becker checks, which I think he probably will, Yuri can go big if he chooses here.
Correct.
He has a massive range advantage and has caught a very strong holding. It would be interesting to see how he handles this situation, whether he wants to try to go for a bet size that will often get called, or he wants to really polarize himself and say, I have a monster or I have a bluff.
13.
And he just goes for pot.
I like this sizing from Yuri here. Just placing all of Becker's hands that made the weak hands they were drawing to like this in a tricky spot, and also potentially get called by something like a pair of deuces or a queen or some of these bluff catchers that can just never beat any value. Here, Becker can at least convince himself that perhaps Yuri could be value betting a Jack 7 or something like that.
8-7.
I want to note that in this spot, Johannes is going to have so many weak draws like this. It is a little bit important to think about sometimes protecting your range with a strong draw. The way I would balance that is by using the draws that have straight draws. So 7-5-4-3 that can draw to a wheel, deuce 3-4-5. These are strong draws, but they don't really want to 3-bet out of position and play a bloated pot where they do have that straight draw. You can use those to help protect your range. But at the end of the day, it's just very similar to in any game. When you defend the big blind versus an early position open, you're just always going to be at a range disadvantage. You're going to have to play passively, but the reason you're in there at all is because you're getting a good price.
Right. If he makes that very strong hand every now and then with a straight draw type of combo that you speak of, or he draws at something a little rough and catches a deuce, for example, that's a dream situation because his range is so weak in general, and you would expect to see very large sizings in that situation.
Right. And the opportunity to check raise, where Yuri feels like he can kind of bet with impunity, not facing many check raises.
Absolutely.
Again, this is a hand that would not be opening in this position in triple draw, but in single draw, making these 9s is quite strong. Rogers has a very interesting hand here.
Slightly tricky hand for Rogers here. He could consider a 3-bet, but I think I like a call and just plan to draw at this gut shot. They're deep enough that you really don't want to play the jack when you have the potential to make an 8. He disagrees with me and goes for a 3-bet, so he's playing his hand as a convertible.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting play.
And Becker picks up a pretty good hand. This is definitely a hand that you have to feel a little concerned about, given a raise and a 3-bet from what seems to be a fairly straightforward conservative player.
46.
But he fairly quickly 4-bets.
So I think what Becker's going for is a 4-bet fold here. If somehow Rogers was to jam all the chips in,
You get 4
Becker would
bets. It's so
probably
rare
feel
to
he's
get
not
4
doing
bets.
that with a
Every time
draw
right.
or a worse made hand.
Yeah, I would have been tempted to
I guess
just
I
jam
fold.
his hand out of position.
But perhaps a
I
lot of
certainly
money
see what
to
you're
jam.
saying. He has
I told you that, right? A couple days
And
ago.
Rogers now not in a comfortable
70
spot.
blinds, 70 big blinds to start the hand.
Yeah, perhaps it would have been fine. Rogers in a very uncomfortable spot here because
They know I'm weak.
Yeah, this is the problem with 3-betting a
They
straight
just
draw
know I'm
combo
weak.
is that it goes back to what I said earlier.
Huh?
If he calls and his opponent stands pat in front
know
of
I'm
him,
weak.
he has to decide, well, what am I going to
I'm
do?
done
In
with
this
it.
situation, it's clear that he needs to
Limping.
break his jack, I
Right.
think. But do you really want to draw at the straight draw when you're not getting a particularly good price to continue?
right, and I think versus this action from Becker, occasionally Becker's going to draw one and Rogers can pat, but even then, he's going to be in total no man's
Yeah,
land.
his hand is kind of face up as weak at that point, right? Totally with you.
Yep, see? They just know that I'm weak.
So a very similar situation from both
They
players
both
back-to-back
messed
hands, and
with
we see
Johannes
the
had
downsides to three-betting
absolutely
some
nothing.
hands that are a little difficult to play in
Small
situations
fold,
is that
not a
when you
big
do
fold.
face that 4-bet from tough, aggressive players, it becomes very unclear what you're supposed to do very quickly with your marginal pat hands.
Right.
In some ways, the drawing hands go up in value in that situation because at least you have a clear plan.
Yeah. And I do find in single draw you do get a lot
the
of
most
these murky
aggressive no-limit single
combos.
draw game I've ever seen.
As we get the bio for a good friend of mine, Johannes Becker,
4-bet pots.
longtime poker pro from Germany,
I'm 4-betting
living
this
now
one.
in Vienna, Austria.
It obviously works.
Studied economics and won WSOP bracelet in mixed triple draw, the same event that I have won previously.
Okay. Yeah, I've probably played more online hands versus Johannes than anyone else in the field. He and I have battled across.
Certainly more known as an online player and a
Yeah.
heads-up specialist.
Right.
Just
And
gonna make it
we've played a lot of
45,000
heads-up
no matter
matches.
what the
At times, even organized those matches.
45.
Okay, let's start at noon the next day and
Whatever
so
he
on.
keeps making.
Nice.
Good way to get better playing really strong
There you go.
players. Heads up.
6,000.
Negreanu comes with a larger open size than the other players have been employing.
Which I think is fine given that big ante. I think it's totally reasonable.
Benny with a tempting combo here.
Yeah, I think Benny's going to play this as a flat. I think he would fold some of his worst 9 draws here facing such an early position open, but the 9-6-4 deuce is quite smooth.
Yeah, it's important to note that a 9-6 is a decent bit better than some other 9 draws here because if your opponent does stand pat, you're doing much better against his strong,
45 right
strong
now.
pats, right? You still beat
Absolutely.
many nines if you make your
Wasserson
hand.
with a super annoying hand that I actually expect him to just fold
I think this is
multi-way
a
here.
clear fold
I'm so bad
multi-way.
at this
Yeah.
game.
And he announces that he's bad at the
take
game, but he
one,
makes
pal.
a fine play.
Yeah, I think a lot of players would make a mistake there and either call and draw to the 10-9 or...
Even when you see both your opponents draw 1, it doesn't really make you feel any better about your Jack 10-9. It just has
Right.
nowhere to go. And Benny is the one who improves. Negreanu has a tempting hand to bluff catch with. He unblocks a number of those pairs that would be tempting for Glaser to bluff, like the 8s and the 7s, obviously. And certainly Benny can go for value here, and it's just a question of sizing.
Yeah, and I think we expect the bluffs to come from the biggest pairs typically. So Negreanu would rather not even have a 9 in his hand because that can be one of those pairs that bluffs. But you're right that he doesn't have an 8 or a 7. He's got 3 of those wheel cards. He's probably not going to ever beat value, but he may be tempted to bluff catch this.
And Benny goes for pot, which is, or close to pot, I should say, which is apparently the preferred sizing from the good made hands at this table so far.
Now Negreanu's got to decide, where am I in my range? Do I need to call this combo? Because he's probably going to check some of his 10s and jacks as well. Does he need to reach this far into his bluff catchers facing this large bet? I think a lot of it's just going to come down to what he thinks of Benny as well.
I was going to say, this is where you could kind of have that clash of styles, right? I mean, you could think about where are you in your range, you could think about your blockers, or you could just look at the guy and say,
Yeah.
is this a guy bluffing in this spot,
And I
right?
think that's something that Negreanu is going to do perhaps better than some of the other players in the tournament. He makes a really good fold there against Benny.
Absolutely.
Now that's it.
Looks like we are headed to a break.
Yeah, it looks like first break of the day for the players. Levels will go up when we return.
Do we lose the mic packs?
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the feature table chip counts here. Eric Wasserson leading the way with 410,000, followed by Benny Glaser. Yuri Jevlevsky in third place, then Daniel Negreanu, J. David Rogers, Ray D, and your buddy, the German,
Bringing
Johannes
up the rear. So we will have a new feature table on the other side of this break.
Absolutely, and looking forward to seeing some new playing styles when we come back.
Sounds good. See you all soon.
Welcome back to the PokerGo studio at the Aria Resort and Casino for the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl 100K Mixed Game Tournament, the first of its kind. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Death Donkey Vitch. And Chris, we've got a new cast of characters here at the feature table.
I'm excited about this. This is a group of players I'm way less familiar with, but very, very excited to see what we have for us here.
I agree. There's a high swag factor here with this group of 7, and
absolutely
very interesting different playing styles, I believe.
This is more of the nosebleed cash game table, I would say.
Yeah.
We've got some Bobby's Room regulars. We've got some international world travelers, we should say.
There's my pick to win the tournament, Jason Mercier, married with 3 children, 6 WSOP bracelets, 21.2 million in live tournament winnings.
Looks very comfortable, confident, happy to be here.
And you can see him at the top of the counts, and I really just think Jason really good across all the games. Nick Schulman also at this table, 3rd in chips, is somebody who's been playing some excellent poker as of late. As he makes his bid to perhaps be inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame this year, it's seemingly a 2-man race between himself and Scott Seiver. What do you think of that, Chris?
I think that we need to find a way to get more people in.
I agree with that. Both
Is
very
it just like
players.
anywhere in this general area, right? No clue.
As we start out with Limit Hold'em, which is also a game that we have not seen here on the stream yet, so
wow,
happy
these
to
cards
see
are
some old school Limit
different.
Hold'em here.
I like this hoodie from Razz.
As you said, high swag factor across the table.
Yeah.
And we have raised the limits too, we should say. This is a 5K, 10K betting level, so we'll see a little more action.
So the blinds are 2,500 5K, limits of 5K, 10K, and we see Nick getting after it with this suited 9-8. A hand that goes down in value slightly in Limit Hold'em compared to no limit, but still strong enough to 3-bet versus a cutoff open.
It does, yeah. This is a hand that's a nice 3-bet to find because it's where a lot of your bluffs come from, and also you're able to hit board textures that maybe don't look like they can hit you very well.
Right, and speaking of the bluffs, perhaps this is the type of spot where he's going to use this hand as maybe a triple barrel, depending on how the board runs out, needing to have some weaker hands in there. And
what
a
an
perfect
action
card
this is.
Yeah. Now, Mercier should be perhaps tempted to raise this turn as a semi-bluff here.
Yeah, it's interesting to think, does he have enough showdown value with the king high to not bother? But he does go with the semi-bluff, as you suggested.
And he's actually also getting some value against the few combos that Nick has of worse flush draws.
Now, Nick has the spades in his hand. He kind of has to think, well, probably Jason has an ace, right? A good ace. So he's not too tempted to 3-bet bluff. If a spade comes, he could lose a lot of chips, however.
Yeah, it's certainly going to go check-raise 3-bet call, I would say.
And instead, Jason makes a jack, so probably now he has a showdown value. And in fact, we might just see a check-check situation here.
I think so.
I have 9 high. Can you beat 9 high?
And Nick, in some senses, should feel a little lucky to not have the spade at least hit the river, where he would have probably lost 3 bets.
Yeah, he's kind of ruining the ace of spades, though,
no
on the other hand, because he probably would have ended up bluffing that hand successfully in a lot of different rounds.
If he didn't get raised on the turn, he would have just triple-barreled and, you know, would have gotten a chunk of Mercier's range to fold.
As the players laugh about the hand.
Oh, you had me on the 4-5.
That's Albert Daher there to Nick's right.
Yeah, one of the players we're probably least familiar with in the field, although both of us know him from like online mixed games and playing in some of the cash games.
Yeah, from what I've seen of Albert, one of the absolute best in the world at shorthanded mixed games.
He's put in the hours for sure.
He tends to play a little bit too loose sometimes in full ring environments. Having said that, in a 100K buy-in like this, I'm sure he can rein it in.
That could also just be an asset in tournament poker, I think, where you're able to accumulate chips, you know, in spots where maybe more conservative players aren't able to.
Absolutely.
He's certainly a player that's capable of absolutely winning this event by just he plays all the games at a high level. Someone who's very comfortable playing big pots and isn't afraid of the stakes at all.
Right.
And has maybe the best jacket in the field.
Play something else.
Yeah. Again, the swag factor is out of control at this table.
And let's also note Phil Sternheimer, who's kind of the driving force behind having this 100K Mixed Games tournament. He was the one last year at the PokerGo Mixed Game Festival who said that we can get enough players to play a 100K 10-game tournament and really advocated for this event.
We should give a lot of credit to Phil. I think this was pretty much his brainchild, and he's put a lot of work in organizationally. He's organized some online satellites that brought players into the field. He's been really trying to convince people to play, working with, you know, the PokerGo team. And as we introduce the rules of the game of Badoogie, where you're trying to make 4 cards, all different ranks and suits. Pot goes to the lowest Badoogie if anyone has a Badoogie being, again, 4 cards, different suits and ranks. If nobody has one, then we go to the best 3-card hand. So Ace, Deuce, 3, Rainbow would be the best 3-card hand. You're usually looking to start with small cards because often nobody will make a Badoogie, and then you're gonna win the pot some of the time with your 3-card hand.
Right, very good summary. So this game plays in the same structure as Deuce-to-Seven Triple Draw, which is that it's a triple drawing game with 3 drawing rounds. There is an interesting big difference between the games, however, which is that, as you just said, if nobody has a Badugi and you have a hand like Ace-Deuce-3, you are very far ahead of any other 3-card hand. So the equities of the game doesn't run nearly as close as it would in a game like Deuce-to-Seven Triple Draw. And here we see Nick picking up a Pat 9.
Very premium hand.
Very strong holding.
And now, it's worth noting that even though this is an extremely premium hand and rates to be best, it's still at the mercy of being drawn out by all these 1-card draws. Most 1-card draws that will play against this hand will have outs against this hand.
Right. But it's much stronger than the average Del Badugi, and certainly one that he's going to, be very stubborn with.
Yeah, people get that a little bit wrong with the way the math works. The average Badugi is somewhere around a Queen 7, 5, something like that.
3 or 330.
Just based on the combinatorics of it. So a 9 is really towards the end of premium Pat.
Right, as you get to the better and better ones, there's just fewer and fewer combinations of cards that can make those holdings. So it's super rare to ever have a hand like a 6. And we'll see if maybe these situations come up in this round or in the future of this stream. But, there are some Badugis that may just get folded in early position, for example. If you have a King Badugi, you might just think, like, this really is not a particularly strong hand.
Certainly multi-way, those sorts of Badugis go way down in value. You'd rather have something like an Ace-Deuce-3 Rainbow than a Jack-10-9-8 in a 3-way confrontation.
Yeah, a lot of the hands are very matchup dependent in how they fare.
And note that those 3-card hands can sometimes be worth value betting. When you're up against it, when both players are drawing and you have one of those really premium 3-card hands, you can even value bet it on the end.
So now Nick Schulman picks up a very fun combination to talk about strategy a little bit, which is that he has a Queen Badugi here. However, I don't think there's really any situation in which he would ever keep this Queen.
Agree with that. And if that Queen was a Jack, we can start having the conversation of keeping it in some cases, a 10 certainly.
Those get to be the tricky decisions, like how do you feel about your hand multi-way, how do you feel about it heads up.
But you make a good point that the Ace-2-4 is really not that different in hand value than the Ace-2-4 Queen.
Right.
Because you're only beating a very small subset of Badugis. And you give yourself the ability to make a very strong hand in value bet. As we look at Nick Schulman, poker pro and commentator from New York, pool and boxing legend. Did it say boxing?
Well, he's a boxing aficionado, I know that. I know certainly he knows more about boxing than many other subjects, and he knows a lot about a lot of subjects.
I know he's a top-tier pool player. He's also, for my personal opinion, the best poker commentator that we've seen.
I'm sitting right here, Alex.
Don't worry, Chris. You're in my top 2.
Woohoo! No, Nick's a legend. I mean, he's been playing gambling and playing games since he was a teenager. He's very open about that. That I don't even think he finished high school. Was just too busy in the New York City pool halls. Won a huge WPT at age 21. Has really never looked back.
And really he's had success his whole career, but he really seems to have had a ton of success in the last 3 years as he's taken the studying aspect of the game more seriously.
He is very studious in No Limit Hold'em, and now plays all the big tournaments there as well.
No, that was the only. There had like.
I see.
If Badugi would have been available, I would have taken it.
Man, I didn't know you loved Badugi.
And I think he's a dangerous player in this field because he's so good in the big bet games and also has a ton of experience in stuff like 7-card stud.
Here we see Jason defending a 2-card hand, but notice that he does have a 3 and a 7 of clubs, which we would consider kind of good blockers to have in a game like this, where you know your opponent is trying to make small cards of different suits. And Nick ends up picking up another Pat hand in the same round, and this time he decides to keep the Queen, which also makes sense, as the 3-card is much worse.
Absolutely.
Jason doesn't improve and helicopter folds right away against the Pat hand.
5 because of my speech.
And versus a Pat hand, drawing 2 out of position, small pot, not super interested in continuing there.
Is this your favorite game in the mix?
It's made for a good license plate.
Yeah.
The problem is you have like PLO.
And again, looking at these chip denominations, the pink $500 chips, yellow 1,000, and the blue 5,000. At some point, the green 25,000 will be introduced, but we're not there yet.
And at some point soon, I think those pink 500s will be coming out of play as we as we're starting to get to some serious levels here quickly.
We'll be doing the color up at some point fairly soon. Agreed.
It's great hearing the table talk with these guys. All these guys have played, maybe not all these guys, but many of these guys have played many hours together in some very high-stakes cash games, and obviously they're all familiar with each other.
I was trying to get that, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 7.
I see many of them.
Worth noting that Sternheimer, sort of the organizer of this event, not strictly a professional poker player, had a very successful career in finance.
Right.
But now he's pretty much turned his efforts towards poker and also a family man, father of 2.
Yeah, some would call him a professional poker player now. Some would call him retired.
I've won in the
Right.
same parking.
Opinions vary.
Certainly, he's skilled enough to be a professional player, but
Is it the,
he also doesn't rely on poker
Is it the same
Right.
to
yeah.
live his
I mean,
lifestyle.
actually,
Plays
I've
in the
seen
plays in the biggest games and certainly very experienced in all the games. Albert with a very interesting hand here. I'm curious to see how he's going to handle this one. He's just going to go for a draw 3 in the big blind. I think this play is fine, but many players would consider this to be too loose.
Yeah, I've talked a little bit of Badoogie with some of the top players, and they do advocate calling and drawing 3 versus late position opens.
So it's a game where when you get against the weaker ranges, the hands do tend to run close together, and it's a button versus big blind situation where you don't necessarily have to be worried that you're up against a premium holding, right? And we can see Rast improves to a very, very strong 3 card. In this situation, he's going to have a lot of weak hands, and he's going to feel very comfortable betting this hand for value, I think, on all
This is the
streets.
exact type of hand that even if it goes 1-1 or 2-1 on the end, he's going to want to value bet just this 2-3-4 because he can have some weaker 1-card draws that he's going to be bluffing with.
Precisely.
It's the middling ones that you don't expect him to bet as often.
However, Albert now has a tough decision. He has a lot of options at this point in the hand. He could fold, he could draw 1 to the 10, or he could draw 2 again to the ace-deuce, hoping to overtake the 3 card in Rast's hand.
Or he could check raise and go for a snow. But
He just comes with the
he does
fold.
come with the fold, which I think I like. And I think that the defense maybe was slightly too loose for my tastes.
Oh boy.
Also depends a little bit how wide you think that Brian's going to be opening the button.
Yeah, as we were saying at the beginning of the show, I mean, we're basically
Not as
playing
nice toss.
cash game strategy at this point in the tournament, and I think that it's just a good defense against the button stealing range. I would even probably want to continue on the turn there. I'm just not sure how I would want to continue. He caught kind of an awkward combo.
Perhaps the ace is a hand we continue out of the big blind there, drawing 3 if we have good blockers.
Probably
So
not.
extra aces or extra
prescription.
spades, and maybe we fold without some of
It's
those
gonna
blockers.
seem crazy for you.
I just like playing my big blind.
You're always going to be advocating
Is
for
it
putting
wild?
chips
I,
in the
I, I'm
box.
not. I'm not known as a
We've
big blind
established
folder.
this.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
were good though, bro.
And it's limit
Not
poker.
just
You
the
know, there's
chain.
not so much they can really do to you.
Damn.
Right.
the chain.
Although,
Yeah.
of course,
I
that
need to go back.
compounding, if you
No,
take
no,
the
I'm
equity
good.
disadvantage, it's going to compound
I
across
got
multiple
a pair
streets,
for you in my
as we've talked
back.
about.
So you're disagreeing with me.
Super blurry.
Once in a while, I have to.
Oh, Jason was borrowing the
Ross was
Nick's
saying he's
shades there.
using
I was saying those
anything.
were pretty. Those were pretty sweet. I guess they look
Maybe
good on
vision is
anybody.
Probably
How much is it? Minus how much?
I have astigmatism. I don't know.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Sounds like they're prescription shades.
It's not so crazy. Like I could see without him, sort of. But
We have 2 quiet players here at the table, and Nick Wagenti and John Raster have both said very little, and maybe don't play in quite the same games as some of the other guys here, but certainly no slouches in tournament and cash game poker themselves.
Absolutely. Both very experienced, both show up and play pretty full schedules during the WSOP. Nick used to be more of just an 08 player, a little more behind the scenes, cash game guy. But in the recent years, he's really moved up in stakes and started to play a lot of these higher buy-in mixed game tournaments and had a lot of success.
Yeah, and Racer plays a little of everything. I think maybe he would say PLO is his best game, but he also got second in the main event one year many years back. So
Racer's just a great all-around tournament player.
3 for Nick,
He's got
2
good
for
card
Brian.
sense. He's extremely patient in spots where other players
Finally
would
turned
not be.
around. Everyone
And
else is over. The
he's
Badoogie.
very good at just grinding it out and finding his way to final tables and then often doing very well at those final tables.
which I think will benefit him more tomorrow, whereas today it's just a little bit more chip accumulation mode,
True.
right?
Racner also third place finisher in the main event a number of years ago.
Yeah, you would know something about that, I think.
Yeah, also a number of years ago at this point.
Yeah, his was back in 2010, I believe.
That sounds right, yeah, 2010.
Trying to remember one, maybe Jonathan
I think
Duhamel?
it was Duhamel and, oh, sorry, he was the runner-up finisher, excuse me. It was because Joe Chong got third, and I remember that Racner was the beneficiary. He had the short stack, and Chong and Duhamel played just a massive pot, and Racner couldn't help but smile probably on the inside as he picked up an extra $1.4 million. Notice that Jason has a hand that he's going to stay pat with. If he had, again, the 1, 2, 3, 10, then we'd be having that conversation about maybe breaking that hand.
We haven't seen any multi-way confrontations in Badoogie yet, but what you will notice is that these weak hands that I'm advocating for defending and getting in there with are going to suffer more multi-way as ranges start to get stronger. You know, when you face a raise and a 3-bet, you have to be very wary of even an okay 3-card hand because you're just behind, and you know, you don't have the best 3-card, and sometimes even if you make your Badoogie, you could be worried that you're going to end up losing to a better hand.
Even something like 6-5-4 becomes quite dicey.
Quite dicey,
Raise
exactly.
3-bet.
Right.
Jason using his time extension chips as part of his chip building tower, indicating probably not going to be using those. Jason's always enjoyed building castles with his chips. There's some great pictures of him from back in the day with just absolutely massive stacks, back when you used to get a lot of chips in tournaments.
Yeah, he's off to a strong building start today as well. And I think we were talking earlier that some players were having their stacks in normal, organized pattern, and players at this table are going with a different approach.
Absolutely.
So far, no serious damage done to anyone's stack in the Badugi round, which can often be a very bloody game. One issue with this game in tournament format is that if you pick up a pad hand, but your opponent picks up a stronger pad hand, you often just lose a bunch of chips, right? I mean, you don't really have anywhere to go with the hand. It's somewhat like you were saying earlier in the no-limit single draw game. However, in this game, in the later stages of a tournament, the limit poker structure actually can be kind of bloody for you as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Oftentimes, the pad hands are just sort of stuck in call down mode.
Right. They're going to be near each other in value.
Yeah, you played one against Racner, actually, that I was at the table for in one of the earlier tournaments, where you both had 10s, I believe.
Right. I had a 10-9-3, and he had a 10-7 or something like that.
Both of you were in situations where you could beat maybe some of the thinner value bets, and your hand wasn't breakable, so you were kind of just stuck in this call down mode.
Precisely. And we're going to move on now to a slightly different version of Blood in Stud 8 or better.
Yeah, so this is one that Chris has won a bracelet in, Stud 8 or better. Again, similar to stud form, you get 2 cards down, 1 card up, but now it's a split pot the way the 08 was, splitting between the best high hand and the best qualifying low hand. So you're going to need 5 cards 8 or under to qualify for that low. In this game, unlike in stud high, big pairs can be very dicey propositions, especially with that ace looming behind.
And we immediately see Racer just fold split 9s under the gun, which just makes sense.
And he didn't even think about it, which makes a lot of sense. Razz now with split jacks and a few fewer players behind him.
I see a queen staring right in his face from Mercier.
Yeah, so this is already perhaps a little bit on the border with a queen behind him.
And a king behind him who does indeed have the king.
I actually would describe this open as a little bit loose. What do you think, Chris, with the queen and the king behind?
I think it is, especially in this anti-structure. By the way, this is a dream situation for Nick Schulman. I know his hand doesn't look like much. He has the 2-3-5. But when you have a very well-connected 3-card low hand against 2 high hands, you're in a very advantageous position because you're getting a good price on all your money, and it's very clear what your opponents have. Your hand is very easy to play.
And he still has some high potential, too.
Disappointing for him to catch the jack right away, but easy for him to play the situation in general.
Yeah, very ugly street for Nick, and what Nick's concern would be here, he is going to call the 5K.
Very ugly street for Razz as well, seeing that jack fall dead.
Right. Yeah, Razz already in kind of a world of hurt, really just hoping that the king has something like 2 low diamonds in the hole.
Nick hits gin on 5th Street. He has an open-ended straight draw and a 4-card low. Look at how much equity he has in both directions in this situation.
And Chris, I think that Brian can actually get away on this street. There's a jack dead.
I like a raise from Nick here, actually.
Yeah, interesting. Nick can certainly, his hand is, but you know what? He wants to keep Razz in. That's maybe one reason for calling, trying to just get half the pot. Yes, he has a hand that can scoop, so you could argue for just raising as kind of a pure value raise, but getting Razz to continue some of his more marginal hands is actually advantageous for Nick, where he's the only one who really has a chance of making the low. And Brian makes what I consider to be a little bit too loose of a call here.
Yeah, you make a good point. It's
not like Albert's just going to continue betting all of his range at this point, especially when Nick caught so good. Wow, what a strange street.
Yeah, Nick definitely does not want to bet in this situation. It's very clear that one of his opponents has a higher pair, if not both of his opponents.
And Brian's actually made 2 pair.
Nick still has a sizable chunk of equity here.
And Albert's made kings up. Albert has a very easy bet here.
Yeah, Albert's in a great position here. He understands that his opponents just really cannot have him beat at this moment.
And having made 2 pair, I think Brian's going to be stuck in this pot, even with those 2 dead jacks. And this is just, really, I think that Brian made a small mistake on 3rd Street that is just compounded across
you called
streets.
There's an old school concept in Stud 8, which I think holds true, which is that you never want to play the second best high hand. Right. You can play the second best low because you can just improve. But the problem for the high hands is that they tend to stay behind the best high hand, and that's exactly what you're seeing happen in this hand. Razz has basically 0 outs, right? He has 1-7.
Nick still has scooping possibilities, of course.
Yeah, and I think Albert can go for value here, knowing that he has Razz still in the pot. However, it kind of looks like Razz picked up the
It is Nick to
flush
act
draw.
first, and now that Nick bets, I don't believe that well, so Brian's just in this really dumb spot. He's going to have to still continue to call down, and Brian actually has this really a tricky decision.
I think Albert can maybe go for a raise here.
I can understand why, because he beats all the jacks up, but he does have some concern he could be scooped by Nick, who could be playing low hearts or the straight, but I agree, it's very close.
I mean, Nick can bet any low.
Yeah, we can see Nick's hand and see that against Nick's hand he doesn't want to raise, but I agree, and I think in a cash game,
He just calls.
He does just call.
And a big scoop for Nick Schulman here, 142K pot. The pots can get very big in stud 8 as all players involved in multi-way situations have incentive to continue.
Yeah, and I think the hand was very normal from both Nick and Albert. And I think once Brian decided to play the hand on third, fourth was normal. I would have folded fifth. Sixth was normal again.
Yeah.
So I really don't like Brian's play there on third and fifth streets. But, you know, these spots are close. There's a lot out there to fight for. It's just very difficult to play these. And I think that kind of illustrates why these medium to big pairs can be really difficult hands.
They're very tough hands to play, for sure. As we see the chip counts at this feature table.
Yeah, Mercier at the top with 554, followed directly by Nick Schulman, and Brian Razz currently bringing up the rear. But three-time PPC champion, excellent all-around player, recent Hall of Fame inductee. If anyone can make a comeback, certainly it's him.
And also a winner of a previous iteration of a Super High Roller Bowl, if I remember correctly, in No Limit Hold'em.
Yes. Yeah, Brian's had a lot of success across the highest stakes cash games, tournaments, online, live.
Absolutely. Every venue, every format of poker that there is. So this is the one stud game of the three variants where bringing the bring in is not necessarily as big of a disadvantage because obviously a lot of the playable hands do contain low cards. So here we see the three of diamonds bringing it in, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he has a weak holding. So that kind of makes some interesting aspects to the hand when it folds to a late position player who's thinking about a steal. He has to be a little bit worried that the bring-in can actually pick up a big hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you're the last card to go with just a bring-in behind you, it's very tempting to steal super wide just because you only have to get through that bring-in. But like you mentioned, it's not so hard for a 3 to have a playable hand, especially when the cards behind you have folded. It's leaving a lot of the aces and the better cards left in the deck.
This hand really fascinates me. Mercier decided to limp with the jack 3 in the hole and a 4 up, and then folded to a completion. That tells me that he's thinking very deeply about just trying to steal the antes, and he's trying to do it by just kind of using that method that we talked about earlier with just a limp play, where he's hoping to not get action from anybody except the bring and then maybe steal the pot on a later street.
As we look here at Albert Daher, poker pro from Beirut, Lebanon, currently living in Dubai, high-stakes cash game player, number 3 on Lebanon's list, and I think the live tournament winnings kind of sells Albert a little bit short.
For sure.
5.2 million, nothing to slouch at, but a lot of his success has come in cash games. Yeah, I think some very interesting points there, Chris. Certainly a very loose limp from Mercier.
Yeah.
And perhaps trying to set the tone that he's also going to limp some stronger hands. He might just think he can really outplay these guys. He is the chip leader, which doesn't matter a ton at this point.
I just think he thinks that's right, and I find that interesting. You know what I mean? It's not a play I would have made,
No.
and he's a great player. So I'm really excited to see the stud games in particular and some of the way the ways these guys approach these situations.
Right. 3 dead kings here. They're probably not going to play almost no matter what they have. You see Reisner folding there,
even
three
a
hearts.
3-card flush.
But those hands are really not that strong in high-low. Brian picks up an absolute monster.
Yep. In this instance, Albert was the one who limped in with split 3s.
And I like this limp from Albert.
It seems reasonable.
He could complete, but with an ace behind, you do want to give a little bit of credence
Notice
to
that Mercier immediately gets away from split 2s with a queen kicker. This is a good fold. These small pairs with a high card kicker do not play particularly well. Obviously, if he had a low kicker, he'd be more tempted to play because now he can still make a low.
Absolutely, yeah. Small pair, high kicker.
And we see Albert more or less facing the same dilemma on 4th Street with 3s with it now catching a 10.
Yeah, and often when you're facing that ace and you catch bad meaning a 9 through king, and they catch good, you can often fold right away on 4th Street because you're a card behind, and even if you do catch your perfect card, you're still going to be behind a lot of the time.
Yeah, and we should say the ace is the ultra powerful card in stud 8 or better because not only do you have the threat that you could have split aces, which is a very hard pair to overtake, but even if you just have a 3-card low, you always have the playing advantage because of that threat. And you could just randomly catch aces at some point in the hand
you could just
and have
catch
a
an
monster.
ace on 6th or 7th.
So an ace is just a monstrous card in stud 8 or better. It's almost overpowered.
Yeah, and it's also huge in Omaha 8 or better, of course. But even bigger, I think, in stud 8 or better.
Yeah, because it's up, right? So your opponents, you could just put the fear into them by virtue of your
I think
up
it's
card.
like 62%.
Right?
Roughly 62.
Yeah.
And the 9, really just a horrible card in this game.
So the king completes here in early
Around
position, and the one key thing about stud 8 that you have to understand is this almost has to be kings or better.
Right.
It's very, very hard to find playable hands that are worse
Something
than
like,
kings
you
in the
know,
spot.
ace 4 of clubs in the hole with the king of clubs would certainly...
Guagendi decides to play split jacks.
Third
Probably he feels that the ace kicker is enough for him to play. And notice Brian folding the 8-4-3, which I think is a nice fold.
I think that's a good fold. Yeah, it's tempting to play. We call that a Razz hand.
I like 2-betting Albert's hand here. I'm a little surprised. This is exactly the same situation we saw earlier, and I
I
liked
agree.
raising in both situations.
And-
but
and
these guys tend to play on the slope passively.
What do you think about Nick's flat here with the ace in the hole? It's still a little bit loose for my eyes, but
I think it's a mistake because of the ante level. I think this is one of
Right.
the lowest ante structures that we'll play all day with the 1K ante and 5K, 10K betting.
and he's getting himself into a very similar spot to what Brian Razz got himself in, where he has the second, actually he has the third best high in this case.
Yeah, and Albert has a great situation now. His board looks somewhat low, but he actually has aces up. His hand is very, very hard to beat. And Nick kind of has to continue with a 3 flush, I think.
Yeah, it's a very annoying spot for Nick.
Ooh, a good fold from Nick. How good does this guy play?
No ace in his hand. And I think Nick really needs to get out of the way here.
Yeah, I agree. I really like. I mean, that was not a fold that I would have made there.
That
and
was
I
a big
think
fold
Schulman
with the
showed
backdoor
me
hearts.
How in tune he is to the situation there.
Right.
Especially because Albert doesn't have to have particularly strong holdings to come in that spot in the bring-in. I mean, a lot of people would be tempted to play there with only like 2 low cards and a high card, facing,
Which I think
getting
is
a
a
good
mistake, by
price,
the way.
facing like 2 highs.
I think that is a common mistake you'll see in stud high-low if someone has something like queen 3 deuce that they're going
To
just
try
call
to
there.
try to run down the low.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I think that if you are very comfortable in stud 8 or better and you can get away from situations like that, then obviously that adds a little bit of value to those high holdings. Because if Nick's going to be able to navigate those tricky situations that we've already mentioned with those high split pairs, then he's going to be a little bit more comfortable playing them.
I do agree with that, yeah.
They are low EV hands.
Those
They're
hands
the
are-
sort of hands I would tell the student maybe just shy away from in spots.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. They're often just barely mathematically correct to play, but you have to trust yourself to make good decisions later in the hand.
And that's really what a stud 8 or better hand is all about. You're just constantly solving puzzles on each street. Right. The board textures are constantly changing, and you're reevaluating what you have. Now, John's making an interesting play here. Racer's making an interesting play here with Jack 9 8 of hearts. He probably has the highest card on board, I believe. He's trying to make his hand look like split jacks, which is what he would mostly have here.
There is a king behind.
Okay,
but
one
and there's
king
also
and
a dead jack. I think it's within the realm of reason. He does have 3 to a straight flush. Yeah. It's a little better than if he had like king jack 6.
I think it's totally fine. And interestingly, Albert's decided this time to defend the split fours with a king, with a dead king.
Yeah, having the up card to everyone, and now what a nice street there for the king jack of hearts.
Gin.
Not only does he improve his own hand, but both of his opponents who have low cards caught monkeys.
Yeah, and it's just over.
I think it's just over. Yeah, it's just too hard for Albert to continue here.
So earlier was saying that not all 3 flushes are made equal, but the Jack 9 8 for you is feeling much stronger because of the connectedness of it, right?
Yeah, I mean you can make. I made a straight flush with that exact hand, raising that hand in stud high-low in one of these tournaments.
That'll pay well.
A big pot. It did. I think in general you want to stay away from the 3 flush hands that don't have at least 2 low cards, unless you have something like the Jack 9 8, the Queen Jack 10, the very connected ones. Also, again, depending on the board behind you, perhaps you would have been less likely to play that hand if there was an ace looming.
I saw Racer last night. He was very excited to be playing in this event. I know it was a fun opportunity for him to be playing the inaugural event. And
John really
was
loves
pumped.
the game and has a lot of respect for these players and loves to compete against the best. So good to see him in here. No surprise.
So like a very low-oriented board here with no card over an 8. Sometimes these lead to a lot of action in stud 8 or better, as all the low hands can collide.
And then sometimes also because so many low cards are accounted for, then a lot of people have a lemon in the hole.
Yeah,
right?
it looks like it may be more the latter here, yeah.
Albert with a pretty strong hand. When you have a hand like this, something you want to think about is how many 4s are dead, because the 4 is really your money card in giving you those scooping possibilities with the straight and the low.
And there were no aces out. There were lots of low cards, but no aces. So Racer feels a little better about his hand than in some other situations. All the ace falls right in front of him, but then he catches one. So, all right, this is now a great spot for him. I would not mind a raise right away.
Yeah. One thing is John might call here just disguising the strength of his hand a little bit. He might have some looser continues in the bring-in, and he might be able to get a raise in on the next street, not on this particular run out.
Right, now he's going to be more tentative. Although having 2 2s in the hole here actually matters a lot, right? He has to be pretty comfortable feeling that he's less likely to be up against a wheel with all the dead cards out and him blocking 2 2s.
Yeah, now this is a street where it's actually kind of tempting as Racner to go for the value raise here.
I think so.
Even though you can be scooped.
I think so too. I would like a raise here. Your opponent can have a lot of 1-pair hands like he does, although Albert
Although-
does have also a 4 flush and a 4 low, so he has a lot of equity here.
You know what, though, just to kind of contradict myself, I will say that if you raise 6th, you probably can't value bet 7th anyway, because you're kind of turning your hand face up as exactly aces up, and your opponents will likely have scooping out, so I don't mind just calling and then just calling down on 7th.
Yeah, he saved himself some chips here as Albert kept improving on every street and ran off the flush.
But Racner, by just calling on 4th, he gave himself an opportunity. Let's say that Albert had caught a 10 and Racner caught that jack.
Right.
Now it looks like Racner has the weaker range, and now he can get 2 bets in on the big bet street. And that's something you're going to see in a lot of these limit games, where players will take the conservative action on the last of the small bet streets in order to get a raise in on the bigger bet street.
Yeah, nope, that makes total sense. These limit pots are starting to feel a little bigger than they did a couple levels ago, for sure. You know, we're starting to see some 6-figure pots, and fortune's changing a little bit more quickly now with the 5K, 10K level.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if you think about it, now his starting stack is only 30 big bets, and certainly in any
Right.
cash game, it's possible to go through 30 big bets, you know, in a bad run.
Yeah, it's so funny sometimes to look at these stacks and think about how different it kind of feels in tournament form versus cash game form, because, you know, so 5K, 10K, that's sort of like a 50-100 limit game.
Right.
And, you know, if you sat with $1,450, which is the equivalent of what Razz stack is right now,
You'd feel
you
very
wouldn't-
short
You'd feel
stack,
quite
right?
short, right?
Yeah.
But in the tournament, you kind of feel like you still have some wiggle room.
That's a good point, yeah.
We see Shulman completing here with the ace up and the 7-4 in the hole. Certainly a very playable hand. You'd play this even with the 7 up, but you'd prefer to have the ace up because you can generate a little bit of extra fold equity.
Absolutely, and notice that there was another ace behind him, but he had no issue just coming in for the full completion there.
I think that like the limping strategy is very good with a lot of the low cards, but when you have an ace,
Yeah.
it kind of makes sense just to open.
The
most
ace
of
is
your
strong
hands.
enough that you can just say, you know, I've got a strong range here and deal with it.
Exactly.
And I think I heard Mercier say we're switching to PLO.
Okay, I'm looking forward to watching these guys play PLO.
Emergency.
So as we can see, 4 hole cards. We've played this game on the other feature
107
table.
win,
Got to use
okay.
exactly 2 from your hand. You cannot bet more than the size of the pot. No overbets. And it's a high only game.
30K.
I think the PLO ends up playing pretty big in the mix because they do have a big blind ante as well.
do
So,
it on my blind.
you know, PLO hands have a lot of incentive to
Why
go
not?
after stealing the blinds and antes.
Yeah, and you just get a lot of these situations post-flop in PLO, especially when the pot gets a little bit bloated
57.
pre-flop,
I'm
where
in for
2
upgrade
hands
my
are
whole
just forced to play a big one. Right? The
Right.
big draw against the big made hand kind of comes to mind. It'll be interesting to see, though. There's a lot of hands that I would 3-bet in a cash game that I might not 3-bet in a tournament structure like this. We'll see how aggressively the players decide to play some of those double-suited rundowns and that sort of thing.
And here we have a single-suited rundown.
Yeah, with the tri-suit in his hand, this is kind of a marginal hand, but still so perfectly connected. It's totally reasonable open from Jason, especially as chip leader. Racer's got a very interesting decision. He's got
Bad aces.
bad aces, exactly. I think he's just going to go for a flat, and I like this. There's a
We'd
couple
be
of
allowed to
reasons.
do it, actually.
One is you don't really want to turn your hand face up as being
would
aces
definitely,
or something very strong necessarily with this much left to play for.
Sure.
You want to have a little bit more going on. You want to have some suits or better side cards. And you can also potentially induce a squeeze and then win a very large pot.
But in a
Correct me if
single
I'm
blind
wrong, though,
tournament,
but
it's
because he's in
not like
position,
you're
maybe it
really
would be
getting
okay to
much
3-bet, whereas
edge.
out of position, you'd be a little bit more inclined to play
But like
passively.
in a
Yeah, I think it would be
re-entry
fine. I think with an ace-high suit, you might see him 3-bet. Double-suited, certainly.
Like
you
basically,
fist
you're
bump.
not really close.
Interesting
Ooh.
flop texture where both players have somewhat improved their holdings.
And
Freeze
like
out, though.
everyone else
6
could-
people are out, or whatever.
Jason's hand
Well,
strikes
I
me as a
mean,
decent hand to check call with. He can
it
also
depends
bet and just
how much we
get some immediate
Yeah.
folds.
Yeah.
But like if we did like 100 each or something, 150 each.
They have the choice as well to do it.
Racner has a clear continue.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Racner
it's
should
not
just
like
call
it
this hand in
really is,
position.
ooh.
It's not especially exciting because he doesn't have any backdoor flush draws, but overpair nut, second nut gutter, definitely going to call.
there
I don't
wasn't a rule,
think
I
he
would do
wants
it.
to raise here. A lot of the hands he's going to get to fold by raising,
Yeah.
he actually has kind of
Seems-
crushed anyway. A lot of the kings
Like,
and
is
queens
that a
and
rule?
king high hands.
Makes sense. And on a dry board,
yeah.
you can maybe
I
get
do
some
my whole
value later in the
stack.
hand. Interesting card.
And I mean,
This
we'll
is a
just
nice
sit
card
there,
because,
rebuy.
well, of course it's a nice card for John.
Probably rebuying, but it is
Improving the
what it
top set's always good, but it's also a card that
is. Being the chip leader would be pretty
potentially
fun.
Mercier is going to want to represent at some clip, not with
The
his
other
exact
guys
hand,
also
but
are
with some
benefiting from
parts
the-
of his range.
Yeah, he may not feel that Racner's calling on the button with a lot of hands
price
that
pool.
could make a wheel in this
Freezing.
situation, and he should be the one that has aces more often.
That bad for them.
However, here it looks like if John puts a chip in the pot, Jason's just going to be done with it.
Yeah, Jason's got a clear check fold here. I like the small bet here from John.
Yeah, you have 3 of the aces. It's hard for your opponent to have a very strong holding other than some sort of a flush draw. Immediately, I would say that at this table, just from this one hand, that the players here are choosing a little bit more big opening sizes and continuation bet sizes than we saw at the previous table. So I would expect the PLO round to be a little bloody here, maybe.
Yeah, as we cut to the bio sheet for John Racner, poker pro from Tampa, Florida, married with 2 children. And as we mentioned, he got second in the 2010 WSOP main event. He also has 2 WSOP bracelets, and he's one of those guys who we see out here every year playing a full schedule, really grinding it out. You'll see him in the $600 no-limit events. You'll see him in the 50K Poker
Who
Players
knows? Maybe
Championship.
theoretically,
he really
don't
just loves
make
the
money
game.
off it, but it definitely just feels bad for the tournament.
Here's a big one.
Oh yeah, what, 5?
No, it's 25.
Yeah, 25.
25, 25.
If it's like day 1 of like 8,000 people tournament, I don't think people will care that much. You know. Being chip leader then is not so big.
Feels.
Nick with a tempting hand here
Feels
with
like a
the
bad
suited
precedent,
ace and a small pair, which is not really the 2 side cards you want
like
with it,
that.
but
Yeah, and Racner with
Integrity of
kind of a
like the
tempting hand too.
small
With
these hands are always difficult for me to figure out how to handle.
yeah, if he's a little bit more like 10-8-7-6 double suited, you definitely want to play it.
And if you play it, do you play it as a 3-bet or as a call?
I like playing as a 3-bet.
Okay, and
for a
he
couple
agrees with
reasons.
you.
One is that you're
40
actually going to
seconds,
fold out a lot of players with bigger flush draws. So you're going to kind of clean up some equity
20.
that way.
23.
You also want
But
to
I think
balance
everything else
the
is
times you have your big cards, your big pairs. So it's nice to have some of these
There's only
small
one
to
person on
medium
this table losing
double
the
suited
first one.
rundowns.
And I think this certainly is going to get a fold. I think Schulman's hand seems like it performs poorly in a 3-bet pot out of position when
Correct.
your opponent's range often has aces. You don't want the pair in your hand. You don't really like the ace.
And you're only single suited, yeah. So a little bit loose from Racner there.
Good execution,
We
though.
get more
Good
at
execution,
the
yeah.
start of day 2, right? If you're still.
Extensions? Yeah, I was going to ask.
It's funny to
about
see him
that.
in back-to-back
Yeah,
hands,
I'm
flat with the aces,
curious.
play a small pot, and then 3-bet the double-suited, semi-connected
like to
hand.
know,
But I think
too.
it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it does too.
Oh, so we get more extensions at the start of day 2? 9 more?
9 more?
And then 9 more at the beginning of day 3, or
Final table.
6? Oh, 6. Oh, at the final table. Okay, so some 7 or whatever. Yeah.
Razz confidently inquiring about how
So,
many
thank you.
time extensions he will have at the final table.
Yeah. He might be somebody who will use some of those time
he
extensions.
is certainly a very studious player in hands. He's very thoughtful, takes his time, often comes up with the right decision, too.
I mean,
Who would you say in the
I don't know,
field,
I'm-
Chris, is the least likely to use one?
I actually kind of use time extensions
John Hennigan,
sometimes,
I think.
so
Yeah, I think that's actually absolutely
there are
correct.
you
definitely
mentioned him
people in this
earlier.
tournament who don't.
We see Albert pick up the aces here, this time with a suit.
And goes for full pot, right, or close to.
Close to, yeah.
Yeah.
Just under. Jason's got kind of an annoying hand here. It's just going to be somewhat dominated by the
Yeah.
opening range. It's a hand that you wouldn't really want to play multi-way, but heads up, he feels he's just getting
And
the
this
right
is
price.
this is the effect of that big blind ante, right? I mean, by the way, he
Right.
flopped huge here. Well, not huge. He flopped.
He flopped pretty big,
Yeah.
It's a texture that Jason can play some leads on, and if he does choose to lead, he can certainly include this hand. It's also totally fine as a check call. Check raise is not ridiculous either, but I don't expect him to.
I guess
raise
his
hand.
draw isn't quite strong enough to really start wanting to pile money in here.
Note that Albert has top and bottom pair with his aces. He's actually in a somewhat uncomfortable position if he faces a raise. He's probably going to have to call, especially with those backdoor diamonds, but it's the type of spot where you're really not performing very well against the value range, and a lot of the draws have good equity against you, so it's
Interesting point.
not a lot of fun. And
And
Jason is going to put him to that decision right away, which is totally reasonable. One thing that Jason's thinking about is that Albert's not going to have a ton of those straight draw hands that connect well with the 7-5. He's going to have a lot more big pairs and going to have stuff like king, king, queen, ace, ace, queen that wants to see bet this flop.
Yeah, he's putting a ton of pressure immediately on a one overpair, a dry overpair.
And even Albert's hand, where he's got top and bottom pair to go with his aces, is not super fun. But just a little bit too much hand in position, backdoor diamonds, deep stacks.
A queen would be a disastrous turn card for Jason.
Right. Conversely, something like a jack that doesn't complete the straight, and Jason does just make the straight right away.
Yeah, and this is a card that Albert could pretty safely fold on, right? This connects super well with Jason's range.
Right. Basically, Jason semi-bluffs. A lot of them are going to have the 8-6, and then his value hands, Albert was already losing to.
Pretty much the dream turn card. It's a rainbow board. You have the nuts.
And Jason plays it tricky and actually goes for a check here. I think Albert should check back his hand, and I'm not just saying that because I can see the cards. I just think it's slightly too thin to start going for value here. Jason's still going to have some hands like Queen 7 and 7-7 that are checking to check call.
That makes sense.
And Albert also doesn't have any of the straight blockers in his hand. Wow.
Oh, wow. What a card.
Now, this is a very difficult card for Jason because he's going to really feel like he has the best hand here.
Yeah, having a queen blocker in this situation seems very relevant, right? Like, it's not super easy for your opponent to have a full house here.
Right. I mean, now Jason's not going to think he always has the best hand.
Right, they're not going to just pile all the money in necessarily.
Right, but he's certainly going to think, I believe, that his hand is worth value betting, and then Albert almost certainly going to raise, especially if the bet is a small one, like a blocker size.
Yeah, if Jason, I was just going to ask you, if Jason bets huge here, Albert would just call?
Correct.
Okay.
Because now he's losing to stuff like 7-7, and but I think versus this smaller bet, Albert is going to find the value raise. Jason can have some 7-5 combos, something like 8-9-7-5 could have played this way perhaps. 8-7-6-5 getting tricky on the turn. There's just enough worse full houses that I think that Albert's going to want to pursue value.
It's one of those ones where it seems like what you're saying is right, but if the guy then 3-bet jams on you, you just feel so bad.
You puke, yeah, absolutely. And again, I think if Jason had bet something like 2/3 pot or bigger, Albert would have been very likely just to call. But Albert also is not somebody who shies away from thin value.
Right, right. His hand is very, very deceptive here too, I would say.
I agree. And by the way, nor is Jason somebody who shies away from thin value. So when you have two players who are quite aggressive and willing to value bet.
And if you're Albert here, is it just pot?
I think you could go with something slightly smaller than pot, to be honest.
I think he went big.
He went big, but not pot.
Okay.
He could have made it about 240,000.
Oh, he could have almost shoved.
Could have made it 234, yeah, and he went to 127, so about half pot.
And as you said, Jason's immediately...
And Jason hates life. So
yeah,
what Jason has to think about here is, what are the weakest hands that Albert is going to call the flop with? Like, because a lot of Albert's overpairs are either going to check back the flop or actually bet fold. So he needs to figure out how wide Albert can call the flop. Also, he needs to think about what kind of starting hands Albert can have that can actually beat him on this board. I think it's actually a very, very difficult spot for Jason because Albert's primary value hand that he's worried about, just given that Albert raised an early position, is Queen-Queen.
Right, and he blocks that well. On the other hand, it's a little hard to figure out where Albert's bluff would come from, right? Doesn't he have to have something like Ace-Ace-5?
Yeah, Albert could have perhaps something like, let me think.
He wants to have a 5, I think.
7, 8, 9 with Queen. Was that maybe doesn't even open pre-flop. Some of the 7, 8, 9 stuff maybe would have played this way, but you would expect that to bluff the turn a lot of the time.
Yeah, very interesting situation. Very very nuanced decisions here between the the cards that are relevant to the situation.
Certainly something like Ace King Queen 7 is possible.
You know, in a small stakes game, maybe you just think, oh, my opponent's just not capable of raising here without a full house. But we know that in this situation, that is just not the case.
Yeah, these guys are super
tough
capable.
spots.
And I think if Jason didn't have a queen in his hand, he would just fold this 8-6, but the queen makes it really compelling.
And it's a good thing Razz was asking about the time extensions because we are using a number of them in this hand.
And it's funny because I mentioned that Jason might not be someone using them because he was using them in his chip stack, but you know, a very serious decision here for him and one that warrants some thought.
Call.
The one card at a time is never good.
He does make the call after some consideration, so huge pot there for Albert Daher. Certainly the biggest pot we've seen so far on this stream.
And maybe a new chip leader as well.
Yeah, I believe so.
Go down.
Jason cannot believe his eyes.
Yeah.
That was a good reaction. As you said, Albert's someone who gets paid off in those spots.
Exactly. His reputation precedes him. And perhaps Jason slightly annoyed by the way with which Albert revealed his hand, too.
Right.
First showing the queen and then the ace, and then, okay, there's the 5.
Well, I think he didn't really know what order they He just
No,
took one
he
at a
didn't,
time,
but
right?
A lot of players would have kind of whipped the whole hand over.
Or said, I have a full
announced
house.
And Albert, not that he did anything wrong, but, when
it
you're
was
already
a little bit of a needle, right?
When you're already a little bit tilted about losing a big pot, that can kind of be the icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at the hand from Mercier's perspective. On the turn, he was just thinking, this is a dream situation. I've got the nuts on a rainbow board. And then where did it all go wrong?
Right.
In the blink of an eye.
This is all you play for the last 5 days. Then
Figure it out.
And certainly we see that Albert is now the chip leader at this table.
Which doesn't necessarily mean a ton at this stage, but it means something. Because when you cover your opponents in the big bet games, I do think that gives you a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, there's definitely a psychological advantage, and it's just one of those things that kind of magnifies as the tournament goes on.
Right.
And just the feeling of momentum. I think momentum is real in poker like I think it's real in sports.
8-6.
Albert doing a little digging there.
Yeah, and I don't think Jason's in a talking mood right now.
Phil with a very raisable hand here in the hijack. I don't think Nick has spoken yet.
I'm not sure I like this call.
This is too loose in my
These
opinion.
Badoogies always
with
are a
the
little worse
Badoogie
than
version.
people think.
Yeah, I think I would play this hand single suited, but fold the Badoogie version.
Excuse me.
This is a playable
Can I
hand,
get
though,
a
right?
chamomile tea
Yeah,
and a
I would call this hand
Monaco pound?
again.
just
And this hand I would
change
also call as
Thank you.
Albert, where those small cards are a little bit more live, and again with the big blind ante closing the action from the big blind.
Right.
It's not the best multi-way hand in the world, but he's actually look at the equities.
Yeah, because three of
He's-
these hands are very blocking each other.
They're all
right?
blocking
Yeah.
each other, so Albert's actually
And
jumps
yet,
out to
we
the
have a
big
collision
favorite.
here, I think.
Yeah, Nick flops top 2, and it's not maybe a huge
Oh,
collision.
not as big as I thought.
Phil
yeah.
and Jason
Nobody has
just flopping
hearts.
top pair. Nobody has hearts. I think this will check over to Nick, and with the king of hearts in his hand and top 2 in a gutter, he should definitely put some sort of bet out there. It's
Yeah,
a
the
spot
more I
where-
look at it, maybe nobody really can continue.
Right. It's a spot where actually some queen-jack combos in Nick's shoes might actually check, even 4 ways. Even though the board is draw-heavy, you really don't want to get check-raised with those hands. However, he has just a slightly strong enough one with the king of hearts in his hand,
Yeah,
which is
some-
going to block some of the check-raises and also give him a little bit of extra equity with that gut shot.
Now, is Phil thinking of continuing with backdoor clubs and top pair, or is this just too weak?
Yeah, his hand's just too weak. When Nick bets 4 ways, top pair, top kicker doesn't have much value. His draw is very weak. Yes, he has backdoor clubs. Yes, he has a heart, but it's not quite enough hand in my opinion. He needs a slightly more meaningful draw or a slightly stronger mate hand.
It's going to be one of those situations where even if he has the best hand now, he could either get blown off of it, or it's just going to be too difficult. There's going to be too many bad turn cards.
Now, Phil can be a little sticky, and,
Yeah.
and we see him getting
He
sticky
disagrees
here.
with you, yeah.
But again, like you say, even if the turn's a 3 of clubs, it's not like Phil can just all of a sudden lead that card. Yes, he's picked up extra equity, but he's still behind the
It's
range.
a very
of
interesting
Nick.
turn card.
Extremely interesting. Nick can consider turning his hand into a bluff here, and Phil has improved to top 2.
Yeah.
I think if you're Nick here,
I think if you're Nick here, you cannot think you have the best hand anymore.
right? I think if you're Nick here, you just go for this. I mean,
And they're very shallow, by the way.
you're going to have a lot of natural hands that contain the king of hearts that would have bet the flop. All sorts of wrap plus flush draw.
So this is where we see how people are really thinking about this tournament, right? I mean, it's possible that maybe just not wanting to get knocked out of the tournament in this situation might dissuade someone from making a big bluff.
And Nick very quickly bets. I don't notice the speed at which he makes this play.
Yeah.
What's Phil going to be thinking about? Phil, here's the problem I think that people get themselves into, which is when they make calls that are a little bit too loose on the flop, like Phil made, sometimes they get a little bit too stubborn on the next few streets. However, in this case, he would actually be correct to do so. Do you think that Phil's going to feel a little bit more emotionally invested into this pot just because he made a light call on the previous street?
Yes and no, right? It's just a bad turn card, though, in some ways. I mean, the obvious draws all came home, right? I mean, even the King 10 got home, although he is, okay, considering it's the time extension. I mean, it doesn't have a particularly good removal here. Very interesting situation here. He also has to think, is this guy someone who's going to be willing to bluff off his tournament life? I think that would be something that would be crossing my mind in this situation, because he is basically threatening stacks on the river.
Yeah, also note that with this large sizing, I think Nick is really polarizing himself to pretty
Wow,
much nuts
this
or
is
nothing.
a great play from Nick here. This worked out
Yeah.
nicely for him.
That was very nice from
Very
Nick.
good play.
So a bit of a loose call pre-flop from him, but then he played very well post-flop. And
he had to be feeling the nerves in that one.
oh, yeah. Yeah, so nice pickup there for Guaganetti, and always feels good when you get those big bluffs through.
About an hour and a half.
PokerGO is the home of the best cash games, streaming exclusively all in one place. Streaming right now are new seasons of high-stakes poker and No Gamble, No Future. And we've got the debut of our brand new series, Cash Flow, coming this month. The biggest pots and boldest plays only on PokerGO. Join or upgrade today at PokerGo.com with promo code MIXED25 to save $20 on your first year with a new annual plan. And really, the deal is very good for PokerGo. So much good content out there, both from an entertainment and a learning perspective.
That's exciting to have new cash game action, too. I think those are always very fun opportunities to see how players are playing.
And we've got all these episodes of high-stakes poker, and then there's all the really high-level stuff like the super high roller bowls that are both entertaining and informative. Phil makes a bit of a tight fold here.
I was going to say maybe taking a hand off after that.
10, 8, 7, 6 single. I think it's reasonable. He's down to 60. Well, no, not 60 big blinds. A little more than that at 2.5 big blind, closer to 75. But I think reasonable. But notice that Jason opened a tri-suited 10, 9, 8, 7, and Phil folded the 10, 8, 7, 6 single.
Yeah.
This is a little bit loose, even with the ante in play. Oh, excuse me, it is a 1.5, 2.5.
Yeah, it's a tough spot, right? When it's 60% of the small blind is, 60% of the big blind's already in the small blind.
Slightly better price.
And
Still
the big blind ante. It's a weak hand.
An
for
insanely
sure.
trashy hand, but of course Shulman also has a very bad hand. Can't raise. In No Limit, there's this concept sometimes in the big blind when the small blind's limping a lot that you raise a lot of your absolute worst hands. This 8-deuce offsuit or 8-deuce suited, some of these sorts of hands. You don't really see that in PLO. You just need the equity.
Yeah, you just have to have something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he does have something. He has an ace. But I guess what you're saying is his sidecars are just so weak that it's not really worth trying
his
to...
His 8-high suit, his deuce. Yeah, you basically just play a little bit more of a linear game in the big blind in PLO than you do in No Limit.
And Albert just takes a little stab out of here.
And I like that stab from Albert. He's got a gut shot. He's got a big heart. He's only got king high. His hand's not good enough to check call. Oftentimes when you have like the best version of hands that can't quite check call, they become good bluffing candidates. And stabbing in a limp pot makes a lot of sense to me.
All right. Well, we have certainly had an exciting PLO around here, and I've been able to pick your brain about a number of spots, so this has been fun.
Yeah, this has been excellent. That Queen 5 hand was really quite interesting, really from both players' perspectives in a number of junctures.
I thought the other hand too. I mean, him going from value, realizing that his hand was value on the flop and then a bluff on the turn is kind of cool.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think a lot of players, they tend not to do that. When they were value betting one street, they're not able to just immediately turn that into a bluff on the next street. But that was good recognition by Nick.
I mean, I would have been, from a TV perspective, been fascinated to see what happens if he gets called and the river's a blank, right?
Right.
Like, would he go ahead and fire the last barrel there? He left himself kind of an awkward amount of chips.
Yeah, I would have tended to bet slightly smaller.
Yeah,
it
didn't seem like he needed to bet so big, right?
Right.
He put it in over 2 streets.
Exactly. Now does Phil go for a VPIP here with the ace queen 10-3?
This seems playable. I think I would limp.
Yeah, I quite like limp, and he does go for that option. Notice that there's a lot more limping in PLO than you would see in No Limit typically. Yeah. Equities run close. You want to be playing some hands. It's just kind of like how we talked about the limping in the stud games, and Albert was
hand here on the button.
ultra premium.
Pot.
I like the way putt.
Yeah. He's a cool customer, huh?
This guy's got some major swag.
Yeah, I was noticing that even when he had raised the river against Mercier. I mean, the guy just looked like...
Kind of looks like
I would never have a sense of whether
he's
bluffing
like
or
that.
what. You know what I mean? This guy's not someone I'd be wanting to try to soul read at the table.
Yeah.
He's definitely bluffed off a lot more money than that.
Right.
And Phil is again in a sticky situation here with top pair and a gutter.
Yeah, and not a spot where Albert's necessarily going to auto c-bet. He probably will bet just given he was the pre-flop raiser facing the limp call. Big range advantage for him on these ace-high boards. But you have to be careful. You don't just get to automatically bet all of your
Very
ace-X.
small bet.
Yeah, versus this size, I think Phil just calls. You actually see some bluff raising, not with this hand, but if Phil has something like ace, queen, queen, you can actually see some bluff raising sometimes because the hand doesn't have that great playability in the check call line. And then you can use those cards
future blockers.
as future blockers, exactly.
See, I know the terminology.
There you go,
I've been listening. Super high
You're-
rollable.
you're,
Omaha was not too many
You're hip
months
with
ago.
the solver lingo. And the 9 of clubs improving
A spicy card,
improving
right?
both players. Yeah, Phil picks up an
Wow.
open-ender, but it's not a very exciting open-ender when there's 2 flush draws on the board.
Yeah, and I think Albert can bet big here.
Correct. Albert can pretty confidently value bet here. Yes, occasionally he's going to run into the ace-jack or the jack-jack, but he has a fair amount of equity even against those hands, picking up nut flush draw as well.
Typically on these very draw-heavy boards like this with a double flush draw and a straight draw, the only size is pot.
Exactly right. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of big bets and often pot. Albert does go a little smaller.
Yeah, he's using a very small ball strategy here so far in this hand.
And I think this is...
Well, I wouldn't say 33 is that small, I guess.
Right. So he goes 3/4 pot, which
Yeah.
I think is a completely fine sizing. He's still setting it up that he can...
Man, I would be really unsure
Jam
what
the
to
river.
do in Phil's spot here.
Yeah, I
'Cause
think
it's
Phil
like all
actually...
your outs are so dirty, right?
I think Phil should just fold his hand. It's not fun,
Yeah.
but you only have 4 outs that you're excited about, being the offsuit 8s and kings. Everything else is really murky, and you're out of position. And it's not like your opponent can just double barrel with impunity here. They still need to have something at this point in the hand.
As you said earlier, however, Phil Sternheimer is very sticky.
He can be a little sticky.
And we're going to have a big river here.
Yeah, and you can see Phil's down to 12%. He's really in bad shape against Albert's exact hand, because when he makes 2 pair, Albert makes a straight.
Can Albert value bet this river?
Yes.
Definitely, right? He would have heard from top 2?
Yeah, because I think what happens is that Phil's ace-jack and jack-jack that decided to slow play the flop pretty much exclusively goes for check pot on this turn.
Oh, yeah, because he could just get all in and have better visibility that way.
Exactly, and Albert's still going to bet some of his semi-bluffs. I mean, I think it's close enough to the point where certainly Albert would not be value betting ace-4 and probably not ace-6, but I think he can go for value with ace-9. Also, again, it's a spot where if we think that Phil has this reputation of being a little bit on the sticky side,
Yeah.
Albert's going to want to find this value bet.
And if you have ace-9 here, you're hoping to get called by like a weak or 2 pair.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
maybe your size is not necessarily huge.
a lot of draws did miss. On the one hand, you're right that it starts to become thin with this exact hand, so we could perhaps use a smaller sizing. On the other hand, there are a fair amount
On the
of
other hand,
available bluffs.
it only makes sense to go big, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But I
one
think
of the
like
bluffs miss.
ace-9 exactly makes sense as a hand that could use something like half pot, whereas ace-jack plus and bluffs could maybe use pot, and then you throw some bluffs in the half pot range as well.
He goes small. He goes tiny.
He goes
actually.
really small.
This is really not a thing, right? This
Perhaps
is not a solver thing,
Perhaps
let's
not
say.
in theory, but
Yeah.
I'm a big believer that things that are not a thing can still be things,
Ooh, that was...
so to speak.
Put that on a fortune cookie.
Perhaps that could be said more eloquently.
By the way, this is the perfect size against Phil's actual hand.
Right, and Phil is just super
Like,
tilted because
I mean, he's getting an insane price now. I mean, his hand is really weak. We know that.
it's
but
almost like Albert knows what
yeah,
Phil has.
this is really cool.
The other thing that this size can do is sometimes it can potentially induce a
Well,
raise.
not after that reaction,
No.
right? But yeah.
although Chris, I've always wanted people to react like this and then raise. Nobody ever does
Nobody
it.
ever does it, yeah.
But I swear to God, it could be effective as a bluff, right? Or for value. I don't know. I mean, nobody ever does. Like,
It's never been tried.
it's just nobody does it. But like, people should do it. I think that people are afraid of looking silly. But
Yeah,
I think
Sternheimer's
it's-
having a tough PLO orbit for sure.
Sternheimer's not pleased. He's pretty sure that Albert's value betting. But the price is very good.
Yeah, this is just the perfect bet size against his actual hand. Like, there was no way he could call a big bet here, but now
Right.
he's tempted.
And I think he can talk himself into, okay, Albert is betting small with a bluff to just try to get me off my draws.
Yeah, right.
You
Yeah,
know what I
like,
mean? If I
it-
just
it
had
kind of
king, queen,
looks like-
10 with clubs or something like that.
So Albert's kind of taking the concept we were saying about ace-9 maybe being a good hand to go small, and he's just magnifying that, saying, I'm going to go really small because I don't think my opponent has very much.
And this is also very Albert. Albert is a very kind of feel
He's
player.
outside the boundaries of what we'd consider to be like the right way to play the hand, but he's
Right.
tough.
And he does well with this sort of approach.
It's very interesting. Like I said, that to me is the most exciting thing about this whole tournament is seeing players that we're not super familiar with that are very experienced in these games playing in a way that maybe I wouldn't expect.
Right.
So this is a cool hand. And this has been a very time bank heavy orbit of PLO.
Yeah, I think Phil knows deep down that he's beat, but he's correctly realizing that his price is extremely good and he doesn't need to be wrong often.
He just made a big laydown too. That might be going through his mind a little bit.
Right.
I guess they're only playing 8 levels today. It's not a huge harm to use a number of your time banks in a tough spot. I mean, it's, you know, you will get them replenished tomorrow.
I guess one other small consideration, Phil's one of those guys who's not going to mind rebuying if he has to. So
Right. So he's a little bit less pressured, like, you know,
exactly. I think
financially or whatever.
A little bit more willing to take some of
He
these
just wants to make
risks.
the right decision here. I mean,
He does.
Yeah.
And I think in his heart, he of course wants to fold, but he's just a little bit afraid that the price is too good, that the bluffs might be out there often enough.
All right.
Anyways,
He comes to the
so
right decision.
good fold there.
Yeah.
And cool hand from Albert, betting 26.
Very cool,
He's like,
yeah.
what the?
What a,
That makes
what a
sense.
moment to witness such a battle of the minds.
Right between it too.
I know. I felt the heat. Like it was,
Front row seats.
it was great.
Nick can't help but do the commentary.
If only Nick could clone himself, he'd be great in the booth, of course.
No, I'm right here, Alex.
Jump off a bridge later.
I'm insulting both of us at the same time, Chris.
Ace Jack, Phil.
Mercier gets the needle
Imagine
in.
he did that and it was Jam River.
Yeah, he wants me
I
to
would
take your
not
line.
quit the tournament.
And we see here it's about to switch from level 5 to level
GG,
6.
guys.
Limits will be 6 and 12,000.
5-time banks.
We have not lost any
Yeah.
players, and Albert is indeed the chip
Yeah.
leader, as you noticed.
If I had ace jack,
You know,
I would have burned all the time.
Sternheimer now kind of in the danger
Going
zone,
back to Beirut.
Yeah.
First flight.
as well as Razz.
All in.
Yeah, we'll certainly keep an eye on the short stacks as that will certainly change the dynamics of the
And note
tournament.
that these payouts we're seeing, Chris, are not finalized. Right now it's showing
Right.
945K for first place, but of course there will be re-entries tomorrow, perhaps some latecomers. I don't know.
There could be a bus pulling up with 40 guys. You never know.
Right, yeah. 40 people we've never seen before.
Albert with a very annoying hand with the 3 aces, but I
At
guess
least
it's
he's got a
certainly
suit
playable.
with it.
Yeah.
And of course, when you have the 3 aces, you do block your opponents from having strong. Reisner is a very interesting hand here.
I find these hands hard to play,
Yeah.
especially out of position.
I wouldn't mind just folding this hand with the king high suit as Reisner. He does come in for the call. Certainly, you're going to play it out of the big
Now,
blind.
this one, I know. I've played this hand so many times and been wrong. I think I'm supposed to fold these bad double-suited hands.
Correct. This Phil's hand, despite the fact that against these 2 hands he has 40%, you're just way too dominated.
Well, he still disagrees with you.
Yeah.
He's disagreed with you on every situation we've seen this orbit.
Reisner's hand was interesting because you can kind of look at it. You
Yeah.
can kind of go all 3 ways with it. You could actually use it as sort of a bluffy 3-bet.
And this looks like Sternheimer's flop.
And this is certainly a flop for Sternheimer's range. He didn't actually flop all that great, but if he were to bet, nobody has anything to contend with. He's going to want to bet at a high clip on this board. I don't know that he has exactly the right hand for it. He doesn't have any diamond 5 or 4 in his hand.
If he did bet, does Albert having the ace of diamonds, does that matter to Albert much?
I think the problem is that multi-way is just too hard to float with just the naked ace of diamonds. I'm not saying Albert will never do it. I think Albert wants a little bit more equity with his hand.
So Phil does find the lead here, which makes some sense to me. I mean, I see the downsides, but it is a board that he's supposed to connect with well, and he does have a little bit of connection.
Yeah, in my mind, it's just slightly too loose, not having, again, a diamond, a 5, or a 4, but he does have a 6. He's got backdoor clubs. He's got an 8 in his hand. There's certainly some merit to the play.
And he is on the board this orbit.
Yeah. Note that if the Albert Open had been from an earlier position, I think Reisner's call, which was defensible in this situation, would start to become quite bad just because he's quite dominated with
So
that
it's
ace,
just
king 10-9.
having the king high suit is just such a negative to the hand.
Correct.
Yeah.
Usually you're going to play, you're going to call with the ace high suit with that kind of a combo, and then you're going to 3-bet the double suited version a lot of the time.
And if you were on the button, would it change your opinion?
I'd be more likely to call wider on the button than I would in the small blind. Yeah. But again, just somewhat dominated hand. You are going to see some spots where the ace high suit version actually calls, and then the non-ace high suit version 3-bets.
And
Because
if
you
you
can
kind of
get
planning to 3-bet and then maybe fold to a
3-bet
further
fold,
action.
and
Yeah.
also you can actually get some suited ace-x behind you to
Oh,
fold.
right. Yeah, we talked about
cover
that
your
concept
suit.
earlier, saying like when Reisner 3-bet that double suited combo, he's getting better
Correct.
single suits to fold behind him sometimes. All right, we're back to my game.
Your game,
Deuce-to-7
Chris.
triple draw. Finally, I think I might have a clue of what to do.
Oh, don't be so silly. You've got a clue in all these games. You want a bracelet PLO, for God's sakes.
Quick reminder for everyone here, we got the 4 betting rounds of triple draw, single winner game, and we are going for low.
Yeah, we're not trying to make straights and flushes. Those count against us. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 is the nuts, also known as the wheel.
And this is, again, a fun table to see how they want to approach Deuce-to-Seven triple draw. This is a very high-stakes cash game-oriented table, and I expect to see maybe some loose aggressive play. A nice fold from Razz again with Deuce-4-8. I think that's a combo that some players would be a little tempted to open and not realize that in a 7-handed environment, that hand can be very weak.
Right. He did have an additional 8-2. Kind of hand you'd probably open in the hijack, but under the gun, 7-handed, you have to be a little bit more careful. Nick's got a premium, and Racner's got a real premium.
And look what would have happened to that 2-4-8 had he gotten involved. Both of these hands certainly would have come in after him, and he would have been in a world of hurt.
And he probably would have had to actually fold facing, if let's say, Schulman 3-bet and Racner 4-bet.
That's interesting. I really don't fold after I open in triple draw, as the hands do tend to run close together.
True, but drawing to the 8,
I see what you're saying. It's definitely concerning. And now having that second 8 in your hand is actually quite a bad thing, I would say.
Right, because your opponents have 7 draws so much more often.
So we've got a 2 versus 1 draw, and Racner catches a nice blocker, if not a nice hand. Schulman bricks. In these 3-bet pots, you tend to see very sticky play unless someone's pat. I would expect this hand to continue until the river unless someone stands pat at some point.
Agreed, yeah.
It's a mistake a lot of players make in these games is just over-folding a little bit on the big streets when you need to continue pretty wide after there's so much money already in the pot. For example, if Nick were to pick up a 9 or a 10 here, which he does, he's going to be in a bit of a sticky situation here.
This is actually a pretty ugly spot for Nick facing
Very
a bet.
ugly.
Now, we do think that Racner's going to bet a lot of the time when he's still drawing 1. Just
I think he'll bet 100% of the time.
Yeah, we call this an auto bet spot, and Nick does make a fold.
So he saved chips there that I probably would have lost. I think I would have continued and drawn dead.
You would have drawn 1 to the 10, or you would have drawn 2 to the 5-3 deuce. It's actually kind of a close spot.
Close. Those are both good. Those are my options. I think I would have drawn 2 to the 5-3 deuce because he didn't see any other relevant cards.
Right.
Maybe he had 1 pair of 3s, but I don't think that's that relevant in that spot.
Yeah, I think very close spot there from Nick. We don't often like to draw 2 on the end, but it was a 3-bet pot.
Yeah,
so
I don't like it, but I'm pretty much doing it in a 3-bet pot. If there's a belief that my opponent's not pat yet, which in that situation we should see that as
because we think that John's on auto bet there, as he should be.
Now, later in the tournament, obviously that kind of changes, right? Because now you're just risking chips that you really need to preserve. But in the early stages or in a cash game situation, I think that's just correct.
Of course, against John's exact hand, he would have been drawing quite thin.
Nick has played a touch more conservative than I would have guessed in almost every spot, but maybe that's just right, and I'm just a little too loose aggressive in most spots. It's been neat to see that in the stud 8 hand, for example. He played it a little differently than I would have. Nice. He's a very, very, very strong stud player.
Yeah, he is, and I think he made a nice fold in that hand with the kings. Just a spot where he has a lot of reverse implied odds. Yes, the price seems compelling, but he's kind of always going to be guessing on future streets.
Nick G limps in here with the Deuce-7-8 combo. Decides to draw 3 to the Deuce-7 after a check from the big blind.
Interesting. I think I would have drawn 2.
Yeah, I think I would have as well. This is a little bit of an overcorrection for the idea that we saw earlier. I think Benny Glaser had a hand where he could have drawn to the 7 and instead kept the 8.
Yeah.
I think this is a little bit of a different situation.
And Nick catches this 97. A situation where he's got options here, Chris.
Yeah, especially having already thrown away an 8 and a 9.
Right. What do you think
I might
here?
like to pat.
Yeah. So my typical default with these smooth 7 draws out of position is to break off the 9. But in this spot where we think that Rast's range is so wide, where he just checked his option and now could often be drawing 2, I quite like this pat.
I do too. I think that the 2 dead cards that he saw are super relevant in this situation, right? When you see another 8 and another 9, well, that 8 is a card that you might like to have at this point. If you're breaking the 9, one of the cards you want to see is an 8. So it's a card that's no longer really available to you. This pot is so small that you just take it down this way so often, and that's a fine result.
That Razz can be drawing so rough here that A, he can actually sometimes draw dead against you, or B, he can have draws he doesn't want to continue with and just fold some amount of equity. So
yeah,
I think that was well played from Nick.
Absolutely. And we saw Razz make a light peel with 8-7-5 in position, totally fine, and then fold to further action. It would have been a tough spot for him had he caught one good one.
Right.
Does he want to draw it an 8-7 in a relatively small pot?
I think he would have, just given we
the guy was
Nick
3 to
pat a
pat,
little bit
right?
later.
Yeah.
But you're right, like 8-7-5-4, probably not. 8-7-5-3, I think he's going to draw.
Sometimes in these limit poker games, people are not sensitive enough to the pot size. You know, when it's a limp check pot like that, that big turn bet is very sizable. You're not getting a particularly good price to continue.
I agree with that. Sometimes you can even see hands in stud games that get very funny. Where
where like a guy limps in and all of a sudden it's like a pot-sized bet.
It can even be an overbet if you're playing like heads-up stud,
Yeah.
and there's a limp, and then the first couple streets check, and then the 5th street bet comes in. You can be betting with twice the pot.
Yeah. So now we'll see, how does Racer want to play this situation? Does he go with a call or a 3-bet with his premium?
I think in
wheel?
these
And a call makes
positions,
sense.
calling your entire draw 2 range makes a lot of sense to me. I would
Wow. Wow. Sternheimer folds the 2-3-6 on the button after a cold, or in the cutoff, sorry, after a cold call. I think I would have played that hand.
I think it's a little bit tight, but I don't think it's a crazy fold, just given that the ranges in front of you should actually have you beat.
Yeah, you're just like, once the guy cold calls, you know he has a draw 2. So
Right.
now you're just getting a really good price, and you're in position.
Yeah.
And position is worth a ton in
You're
triple
right in
draw
this
games.
game. I think I also would have played that hand. It seems a little bit tight.
You are right to be wary of the 6, though. I will say that. That's a very key concept in this game. But I think that situation was one that would be plus EV.
Yeah. Something like 3-4-8, I think, would have been just a fold. There.
Oh, yeah, but there's a world difference between 2-3-6
For sure.
and 3-4-8. Yeah.
For sure.
There's even a world difference between 2-3-6 and 2-3-8.
Yeah.
Because you could still make a very,
You
very
can make a
strong
number
holding
2
with
with
the
the
6.
2-3-6. Although those hands aren't too far apart, just because the 2-3-6 can also make those straights. So you.
Yeah, fair point. I would rather have the
You'd rather
potential to
have
make
the
the 7 low
2-3-6
and risk the straight draw.
In a multi-way situation
Yeah.
like that, yeah.
So here we see, again, the situation. Now, this one's a little different because it was not a 3-bet pot, right? Albert has not really improved. However, he has a pair blocker here. We'll see if he has a different mindset to it than Nick Schulman had in the previous hand.
I've seen Albert draw 2 in more spots than most people, but he
and this
doesn't
time,
in this
no.
case.
Yeah. Well, so I think that
Funny
here,
business system?
it just being a single raised pot
Funny
maybe
business?
affected him a little bit.
Oh, you had something?
First words spoken by Racner.
Yeah.
Came out of his shell a little bit there.
Tends to
You should
be
probably
on the
call.
quieter side.
Albert thinks he should have continued in retrospect.
I should probably call. You had it? Your pot? Or not?
Fishing for information.
I should have called.
I guess when they know it's all going to be on the stream, there's really no harm done.
Right.
Not quite the action that we had in the PLO orbit, but still a fun game.
Yeah, the big bet really is kind of the exciting stuff to sweat in a sense, because
There's always that
especially
danger.
in these early levels.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
in
absolutely.
In the later levels where the limit games will play bigger.
Jason coming in
Quite
really
bloody.
light here.
This is light, and Albert's got the absolute nuts. And it'll be interesting to see if Jason ever plays limp folds here. And no.
I think this is too light.
If you had limped, would you have ever considered limp folding the bottom of your limping range?
No. I think that once you limp, this hand is fine-ish.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the 8 blocker, which is
And
something,
Albert
and
just
Albert just makes a wheel. So
pops the
Jason really
wheel,
doesn't
yeah.
want to continue here, but he does improve.
Let's see what he
It
made.
looks like he's got a 2-card draw to an 8 now. So there's a really key concept in this hand that makes me really dislike Jason's play pre, which is that they're playing 7-handed. When you're playing 7-handed and 5 people fold, a lot of the wheel cards are going to still be in the player behind you's hand. You know what I mean? They're going to be stronger than average because of the card removal.
Yeah.
So you have to be pretty conservative in a full ring environment like this. It looks like Jason might have made a little something here, or maybe he's just playing with his chips. We don't know what he has here. Obviously, we thought in fact, he finds a check raise. So
he
he
either
made an
made
8.
something-
He either made an 8 or he has a bluff, right?
Yeah, and it seems
And
like
either way, it's going to cost him.
the reader hasn't quite picked up Jason's current hand. But you make a good point, and he made the 87, which is very reasonable to go for value.
Yeah, so this is interesting because if he gets 3-bet here, which I think he should, he has a small argument for breaking.
Right. I think Albert does have maybe some trap hands, but this hand where there's no danger of his opponent improving to break something to draw to something better.
Yeah, you
like
wanna
if
go
Albert
for
had
pure
like
value here if you-
7-6-5 deuce, it's possible he traps it and then raises on the end.
Yes, that's fair. Yeah, I
Where-
think you're
where-
right. I will say in this was a limped pot, or I guess it was a single raised pot. So typically in a smaller pot size, you just want to go more for value with your good hands.
Yeah, and I don't totally fault Jason for padding this because again, like
it is a wide range
it's a
situation.
wide range
yeah.
situation. Albert can still have some bluffs. Albert can be trying to just make Jason fold a better hand.
Yeah, so unfortunately for Jason Mercier to pick up a very strong holding to the situation, given that he started with an 8 and a 4. Having blocked that extra 8 is quite bad news for him here.
And he does announce wheel.
At least he announced it this time.
Yeah. He didn't have to fade the 5
Your
cards turned over. one at a
your
time.
pick has had a rough start to the tournament after putting.
He
him
has
on
after being the
feature
early
table
chip
here.
leader, but
yeah.
keep in mind he's still at 275.
Yeah, he's basically at a starting stack.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Albert has made a lot of nice hands and off to a very strong start here.
Yeah, up to 570,000, almost 2 starting stacks. Not somebody I've seen too often in the studio. I think he's come in and played the 25K championship a couple times in the past. Perhaps he's been around for some of the No Limit tournaments, but really more of a mixed game guy these days.
Yeah, whatever's big, right? He just wants to play whatever's going that's big.
Whereas somebody like Schulman is just playing pretty much anything that runs in the studio, whether it's mixed games, No Limit, or PLO. What's the over-under on how much Phil's hoodie cost?
Whew, that is a nice hoodie, too. Man, we've got some good swag at this table. I'm not good at that, but I'll say
We've got some good swag.
800?
Yeah, I might over it just knowing
Phil?
but it's not a bad line. Albert's jacket probably wasn't $20 either.
I like coming in for a raise, and yeah, that's fine. And he's going to run into it here a little bit, but you have a 3-card wheel without the deuce, but you do have a pair blocker, which is nice.
Nick's hand is one that in single draw, you know, if your opponent draws one, I'm always tempted to break it just to draw smooth and be able to value bet, but usually the 10 is just too good.
I think at a certain depth, it becomes an option.
Right. And of course, in triple draw, you're just breaking this every time. And Nick would break a 9 here, too, by the way, if he had 9, 7, 6, 5 deuce.
And he does improve to the 8. And Albert Dacher hits the gutter ball here, which is a little bit annoying, but in a blind battle in a 3-bet pot, you certainly need to continue and draw out this gut shot.
Absolutely.
You're duck hunting here.
And a lot of Nick's pat hands here are going to be weaker stuff, so there's going to be some 9s in there.
I'll be interested to see if Albert bricks on the turn, whether he continues to draw this.
It does get close because against the 8s, oh, and he makes the 8.
Ooh.
Now, I think this is just going to go call, pat, possibly check. I think Albert's hand is a little bit too weak to go for value with an 8-7-6.
Yeah, he had one blocker, not super relevant in this spot. Could Nick consider breaking?
I don't think so because I think that Albert's going to have some 9s. There's still one worse 8 that exists.
We keep seeing these wide range situations, right? Small blind, big blind battles are very difficult to ever get away from any 8.
Also, the danger of breaking as Nick is that, like, when you break incorrectly, it is such a huge mistake, whereas when you pad incorrectly...
Wow, I'm actually surprised that Nick's went for value
This,
with
I think,
hand,
is too thin.
I do agree, yeah.
I would value bet 8-7-5s and better,
I think there's a big gap there, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think Albert's going to get away from... I mean, it's not going to accidentally be a bluff here. I think Albert will pay this.
I mean,
he's tempted to fold, though.
I think Albert could actually fold this.
Yeah, he's definitely tempted to fold. I mean, it's not looking good.
I mean, this could be a sick bluff from Nick if that was his intention.
Yeah, you're right.
It's not something I ever would have considered in the moment.
Wow, and he does get it through. So
I'd love to talk to Nick about that hand.
Yeah, I wonder if he, what his thought process was there. That's an interesting
That's very interesting. Not something I would have considered, but
Albert's going to be sick.
Albert's fold makes some sense to me.
It absolutely does.
You've gone pat. You know you have some weaker hands in there, but you also have some stronger hands, and Nick is probably going to have a lot of hands like the one he had that I would have thought he'd be content to show down.
Yeah, if I thought he was supposed to check that hand down, then clearly his value range should definitely be beating Albert's hand, right? Yeah. I would be a little concerned about folding Albert's hand, though, specifically lacking a deuce. There is always that fear that you're getting snowed, I think, when you don't have any key cards.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely interesting looking at these wide-range blind battle situations because they can play out quite differently.
Yeah, we have not yet seen an actual snow in the triple draw rounds, but
or in
I remain hopeful that there will be one, or in Badugi, or in single draw.
True.
Yeah.
I remain hopeful. Oh yeah, we're gonna see some. We're gonna see some magic. These guys are all very capable players. Brian's hand is definitely.
He still lets go of the deuce 5-8 from the hijack.
I think that's a little tight. What do you think, Chris?
I think it's close.
It's
that
close,
seven-handed thing. That seven-handed thing does seem like it is relevant, you know.
Right. Certainly from the cutoff, we'd be opening that hand, and certainly with a pair blocker, I would still open that hand from the hijack. And
fair. I think it's not a big deal. Yeah.
And so this is a good 3-bet.
Racer has a nice hand here in the big blind. It's not a super premium, but it's a very strong holding.
And Jason opened a fairly loose hand there in the cutoff.
Yeah, for sure. He's not afraid to get in there in triple draw.
And he draws 1 to this 9-7-4-3.
And I will be tempted to play Jason's hand as a pat here.
I agree with that.
If he has a 10-9 after.
Oh, sorry, he drew 2. It looks like.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like we have the card wrong because I don't think Racer's patting a king here.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Sometimes.
Oh yeah, the graphics haven't updated. Actually, Mercier improved to 2 pair here.
And now he's got one of those potentially tempting snow candidates, but he ends up just taking 2. Yeah. Sometimes it's having trouble picking up the received cards in the draw games.
Similar gut shot that we just saw Albert have. Racer's range is supposed to be somewhat strong here, but in the big blind, you do have a number of weak holdings that are going to maybe play a 3-bet pre and then bluff at some point.
Yeah.
I doubt that he had the king there. That really wouldn't make a ton of sense to me to turn that into a bluff.
No, I don't think so either. And
Yeah.
I like that fold from Jason. I mean, of course, the deuce is your money card, but the 8 is a very murky out, especially when Racner 3-bet out of the big blind. It's
Right.
not quite the same wide range situation as we saw earlier.
Yeah. As we draw to the last time triple draw, and the limits have increased again to 6,000. Oh no, it's been 612.
Yeah, we've been at
total orbit.
612. Yeah,
I've lost my mind.
Is next Razz? Yeah.
So you can see here the tournament format for this 100K buy-in tournament. 10-game rotation. We've got limit and big bet games, stud, flop, and draw. 3-day event, 60-minute levels throughout. 1 re-entry is allowed all the way up until the start of play tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see if anybody chooses to use that option or if we see some new faces and there's a shot clock in play. Players receive new time banks on the following day. There we see Sam Sternfield there on one of the outer tables. He satellited into the tournament yesterday, Chris, and somebody perhaps without some of the pedigree of some of the other players in this field, probably not as much experience in the highest of stakes, but he's had some success in this series so far. And
Absolutely.
love to see him parlaying that into a chance to win perhaps over $1 million in this 100K buy-in tournament.
Yeah, you'd have to say one of the least known players in the field for sure. As we jump back into a 4-bet pot here, where Albert did decide to 3-bet with this 2-4-5 pre against Brian's Open.
I think that's a little bit loose. We know how tight Brian's been playing, maybe passing on some of those optional opens.
And Brian catches the pesky 9 right away, which I believe he will certainly keep, given it's been a 4-bet pot, and he has the straight draw.
Wow.
Yeah, the other, exactly. The issue is that he's not drawing smooth to something like 9-7-5-3 deuce.
And Albert makes the pesky straight.
Right.
Although it does improve the strength of his draw slightly. He went from 2-4-5-6 to 2-3-4-5.
This is exactly how Josh Arieh made a wheel against Bryce. He had
Yeah.
like a worse draw, improved to a better draw, and then somehow backdoored a wheel in that pivotal hand
In the very well-known
PPC,
PPC hand, yes.
maybe 2021.
And now will Brian go for value in the end here with a 9-5 and a 4-bet pot?
What do you say?
I don't think so, but perhaps he could. I guess your thinking is he's going to have some snows.
Well, it's possible, right?
And
Yeah.
that the pot is just very big, and that you can start to value bet a little bit thinner when the pot gets big. But
One at a time. You
I
can
like the check.
one at a time.
Huge favorite.
You can still win. The first one's the queen.
Nobody has 7s and 8s.
Flip the capture, flip the flip.
Well, we will get a look at Sam Sternfield and the third table later on tonight, I believe, and that will be fun to see all the players in the field as we have 3 tables of 7 at the moment.
yeah, I believe we're going to get to basically get a look at every player in the field. It's kind of a perfect 21 to start the tournament.
Yeah.
3 full tables of 7. Nobody's had to move around.
Right.
Often in these tournaments, as people come and go, bust and re-enter, you're going to see some shuffling of the players.
For sure, but right now it's been very stable.
Right now in this sort of cash game format, very stable, yeah. We're starting Razz now. Rules of the game, 7-card stud format does apply. The high card is forced to bring in for the small amount, and then the pot is played where you're trying to make low hands. Aces are the lowest card, so unlike in triple draw where they're a bad card, they are now a very good card in Razz.
Right.
And straights and flushes do not count against you. So the nuts is ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, and suits don't matter at all.
Yep, just strictly rankings of the cards, and
2 cards down for each player, 1 card up to start. And again, in these stud games, you want to be paying a lot of attention to the board that develops. So we see 3 kings and a jack out there with 3 wheel cards. This is very much the haves and have-nots.
right. So in these situations, you'll often see a little bit more loose, aggressive play from the low cards that are on the board because obviously they only have to get through a couple people to
Especially
solve a pot.
now that we're down to the last 2 low cards.
Right.
Both players have a lot of incentive to fight for this pot.
It's good to clarify that at the beginning of that.
And as we see Nick immediately coming in with the 3-card jack, so that
Which is
kind of goes
actually
along with what we were saying.
rates to be the best hand against a random 5 just by a very slight margin, I believe.
And Reisner correctly recognizing that and 2-betting for value with a 3-card 8-7. So, yeah, this is, as we predicted, a little bit of a loose, aggressive situation where both players have relatively marginal holdings, but certainly enough to play. And certainly enough to continue.
Yeah.
I'm almost
And Nick is not nearly
very
as scared of
excited
this
about
5 deuce as he would be in a tighter range situation. Reisner could still have a 10 or a jack in the hole himself going for this 2-bet.
Yeah, or pair the deuce,
Or
right,
easily
which is
pair
very
the
live.
deuce.
Yep.
So even though Nick's draw is not great, oh wow.
So every time I think, you know what I mean? Shulman just plays a little tighter than I think.
That strikes me as a slightly too tight fold in a spot.
Big flush
Perhaps
draw?
he thinks that Reisner is not going to
Phil?
2-bet as often with those 10. If he thinks that
Phil,
Reisner is going to
big
call a
flush
lot of
draw?
those hands with a 10 or a 9 in the hole,
Oh.
There's a little more merit to
I
it.
had a king. And
You could also
there was another
see
king
in that
out.
situation that might be an element of live poker where
King, Jack, 8 of spades
maybe
or
he has a
something.
read or an ability to believe that he's less likely to have paired the deuce for whatever reason.
Yeah,
Right? I mean, that's a
possible.
thing in Razz. I mean, that's the way Helmuth plays Razz for sure. Is like,
Right.
I know when they paired.
Right. If he thinks he's not going to bet every time when he pairs.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about whether he's going to bet. I'm just talking about
just
he knows
the
if he
actual-
paired.
Okay. More of a Sean Winter thing.
Perhaps, yeah.
The psychic abilities.
Or just his reaction to the card.
Right.
Some live poker aspect. Now, this is a different situation, right? We've got all these 5s and 6s out there. You would expect a reasonable hand from early position to be quite strong in this spot.
Yeah, Jason's hand certainly worthy
even
of
comes in
playing.
for
He
just
does
a
come in
limp.
for the limp, which
Yeah.
we've seen him do in the stud games so far.
And
sometimes when you limp and then all the other low cards fold, you're like, why
Right,
didn't
a
I just
little
raise?
regret.
Because now you're letting somebody like Nick, who actually has relatively good equity with the queen, realize some of that equity. And look
all
at this.
of a sudden now Nick has 51%. And
Now-
it's a little interesting.
Now note that Nick should not turn his hand face up here and raise, even if he thinks that his sort of 3-card draw is a favorite.
I disagree. So he's really not continuing here without a good hand.
I
And
agree
if
with
that's
that,
the case, I think he just wants to start getting value.
but I would start. I'm okay with turning it face up now that he has ace 2, 3, 4, and he has a huge equity edge. But he was only 51-49 against Jason's hand on 4th Street.
Sure.
I really
against
don't
his
think he's
actual
pushing
hand.
enough equity to want to. I agree. He's
He
still
finds the
continuing
raise
with
here.
something good. He does find the raise here, which I like. Where now it's the big street. And
Yeah,
what do you
he's-
think about Jason's bet here, facing?
Well, he was hopeful that Nick paired the ace or the not the 4.
Not the
obviously,
4,
but he
right.
was hoping he paired the ace. And now Nick's gonna have to try to bluff his way through this one, I believe.
yeah, this is just a follow through.
Now this is interesting because like sometimes when players are willing to go for a raise with what looks like a premium draw, it kind of looks like they have a wheel draw, right? So in a lot of ways, Jason might think he's more likely to pair this deuce than in some other situations.
Correct. So he pushes the equity with the ace 2, 3, 4 draw on the turn, which is a favorite against the made jack. But he also reveals himself probably to have a draw to a 6 or better, or certainly a smooth 7 or better, making it more obvious which kinds of cards he may have paired.
And doesn't it go back to the pre-flop where there were like a bunch of 5s and 6s dead?
Yeah, that's
so
a good
actually,
point.
if Jason's paying good attention to the up cards, which I'm sure he is.
I still like the way Nick's played this hand so far.
8, perfect.
Oh, and he makes the 8 on the river.
And he gets a nice value
Nice.
bet
That's
in.
a great value bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A very cool hand.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
and
that
a
is
reasonable
cool
payoff
hand.
from Jason as he correctly sussed out that he was indeed ahead until the river.
And I think even if Nick catches a 9 there, he can go for value. Mercier might have to just call with all of his made jacks, thinking that Nick paired the deuce often enough.
Right, that's kind of what I was trying to say earlier. Like, if you have a situation where it's easy for you to have a bluff, in this case a
Right.
pair of 2s, then you definitely want to go for thin value because it is likely that Jason would have to pay off their unimproved.
And this seems like a very prominent example of that.
Yeah.
There maybe becomes an inflection point where I don't know if Nick goes for value with, for instance, the 10, because at this point Jason can also catch some of those.
He might
billion
just not be a
calls.
favorite anymore, yeah.
Right.
Cool hand because of the dead cards. That made it kind of interesting to think about what sort of a hand Nick Wagenti would have there.
Yeah, that was a very cool hand. And we see that Guagenti now up to 279,000. He's made a nice comeback,
Yeah.
starting with the turning that King Queen Jack 9 into a bluff against Phil.
First hand I want to showdown.
And we see another board with a lot of low cards.
Ace, deuce, deuce, 3, 8. And the battle of the deuces. Well, not much of a battle.
6, Jason. Oh, my bad.
And Albert absolutely needs to defend here. Jason being the last low card left.
You don't have to tell Albert twice to play a,
Yeah.
to play a marginal hand.
Right.
That might be
And
the end
that's
of that.
going to end
Yeah.
it. Obviously, that's one problem with when your bad card is visible, is that when you catch bad on 4th Street, you often just have to fold right there.
Right, yeah. You're more or less just kind of making a parlay bet on 3rd Street that you will either stay neutral or outdraw your opponent on the next street.
Like that way of putting it, maybe appealing to some of the more degenerate members of our
Just got to hit your 2-leg parlay,
Yeah.
right? No problem.
Yeah.
A lot of limit poker situations are like that, where you're getting a good price and you're
Right.
more or less on a parlay, right? You need 2 good things to happen.
And I think that maybe something that Schulman has demonstrated a good job of is he's willing to play some of these marginal hands, but he's also willing to get away early when he thinks that the odds are not in his favor, and that can be very smart. Like getting away very early or being sticky until the end. You don't want to kind of get away in the middle of these hands.
That's a really good point. Yeah. And no, I mean he's just played very, very solid, and I just you know, I'm just not someone who's good at getting away from those marginal spots. So seeing someone fold in spots where I think you need to continue just definitely gives me a little food for thought in these tournaments. I mean, he's had fantastic results in these things.
Right.
Here he comes in with a light steal. Super reasonable.
Yeah, only one other small card behind him, so I think this is kind of a standard
Phil
open.
will usually punish him with a 2-bet, but once in a while we'll throw in a call.
Yeah,
to protect
so
his range.
you want to sometimes call in this hand. So you want to play it one of two ways. If there's only 2 low cards left and a low opens, you want to either 2-bet all of your continues, or you want to play a strategy where you 2-bet a lot of your good hands and call some weaker hands, and then you have to balance that by sometimes calling a weaker hand or calling a stronger hand or 2-betting a weaker hand.
So I tend to try to use the dead card information to help me make that decision. If a lot of my paired cards are out, I'm always going to be very aggressive. However, if a lot of my live cards are out, then I might choose the passive route a little bit more often. So Nick had caught a pair of 6s here and bluffed on 4th Street, and it looks like it's probably going to get through because he's caught 2 good ones.
Yeah, you do sometimes see players getting sticky here with 3 good cards, but the fact that Nick has 3 cards under an 8, it's different if Nick has something like 9-8-7, but when Nick's got 8-6-5 and he can just have a mate 8, even though you can see that Phil actually against his exact hand
He's a
is
favorite.
a favorite
Yeah.
because Nick both has a lemon and paired his 6.
Good sniff on Sternheimer here. I mean, we said earlier he's a sticky player, and here he comes.
Yeah.
So this is a good example of it working in his favor when he's made the pot big, and he does indeed have the best hand.
Sometimes when you 2-bet on 3rd, you give yourself more reason
but
to stick around.
he doesn't
Now,
get rewarded.
Simply
Yeah.
cannot continue.
He gets
here,
punished for it.
which is actually frustrating because when he goes back and sees, he's going to see he actually had 27% equity, but certainly you're just drawing dead far too often. There.
Yeah, that's just a spot you can't continue. Nick's spending a lot of time playing poker and a lot of time golfing, I think, recently. Shadow Creek hat.
He's got the Shadow Creek hat on right now, yeah. Nick certainly enjoys golf, also a chess player, pool player, a man who seems to just enjoy games, I would say.
If possible to play them for money, even better, right?
Especially, right, yeah. So now kind of an opposite situation, only 2 small cards.
Yeah. Sometimes in these situations, the 8 or the 9 can get involved a little more readily, right? Because they don't have to be super worried they're up against the premium.
So, Chris, let's say you're this 10 as Brian Razz, and you've got 2 wheel cards in the hole with Jason behind you with a 5. Are you ever getting involved there?
I think you have to fold once it's completed in front of you because you just get sandwiched too often.
I tend to agree. Now, if that 10 is a 9, do you start to draw the line, or do you only really play when it's an 8? To me, it's a bit opponent dependent. If I have a passive player behind me with the 5, I'm going to get in there with the 9 sometimes. But if I know I'm going to get punished a lot, even maybe by some hands that are like 10x, then I'm going to just get out of the way.
I want to cut you off just to mention that Mercier 2-bet this hand pre with the 5-6-9.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately for him, again gets punished because Shulman made 2 pair and was able to get another one through. So Shulman is employing the #1 skill in Razz, which is catching small up cards.
He did 2-bet that with only the 2 low cards involved, right? So I think fairly standard.
Yeah, Nick raised in first position with the 8s and the 9s and stuff behind him, but you're right.
I think it was just 10s. Maybe I'm wrong, but I saw a lot of 10s.
Okay, well, either way, I mean, 5-6-9 there, I think I would have maybe played it as a call, but it makes sense either way.
Yeah.
As you said, we get a look at the 3rd table in play there.
We've got Scott Seiver, a new look for Scott. I really like it. Shaved head and beard. Perhaps some of our audience might not know Matt Ashton, cash game player, very good online player. And
This
then
table,
Johnny World Hennigan, 7-time bracelet winner.
Certainly probably the most well-known player, I guess, would be Scott Seiver or maybe John Hennigan, depending on your age. But you're right, there are a number of lesser-known players at this table, but not lesser-skilled players, as there are a number of fearsome players at this table as well.
Hennigan, as you mentioned earlier, probably the fastest player in the field. Chad Eveslage, the 2nd youngest player in the field, I believe. I think we looked it up.
Yeah,
Sam,
him and Yuri are close, I think.
And Sam Sternfield was the youngest.
Is the youngest, yeah. All right, as we jump back to Razz, Shulman limps in this time with the deuce up and the 8-6 in the hole. Gets completed behind from Nick Guagenti. Nick versus Nick violence here.
Nick on Nick.
And they both catch well, so let's see what's going on in this hand. Oh, Nick actually completed a very weak holding, trying to punish the limp.
Very interesting,
This is kind of a nice thing about limping, right? Is sometimes you induce action from a weak hand behind you like that.
Yeah, and
now it gets really interesting.
Now that Nick has sort of turned his hand face up as having a problem in it, you know, if Nick really did have a strong hand, he would have bet 4th Street. So now he can't even bet this deuce-4 jack against the deuce ace-ace.
Yeah, but can he continue?
I think it's a little bit dicey for sure. Of course, Schulman could have paired the ace. Of course, Schulman could definitely have a 10 or a 9 in the hole limping.
We see that despite having the queen in the hole, he does have almost 30% equity.
Yeah, the fact that 4th Street checked through, I think the fact that 4th Street checked through makes Guagenti think that the pot's just a little bit too small to continue there. But I think it's very tempting to peel one more card off.
I would have preferred to overlimp if he was going to play the hand pre. I don't necessarily think that it benefits too much from completing against a strong player.
I think I would agree with that. But, you know, I guess he's just trying to balance some of these bluffier hands.
Yeah, I might prefer to use a pair to raise if I'm going to do it.
And I might just not play the hand at all, by the way. Especially
yeah, that's always an option, right?
Yeah.
We're sitting here talking like, oh, you have to play the 2-3 queen, but certainly that it is always an option to just let the other low card kind of take the situation when your hand is not particularly strong.
Something you mentioned earlier that I think we should be paying some attention to also is the ante size. So here you see the ante is worth a quarter of a small bet.
Yeah, this is what I would consider to be the most standard limit,
Right.
the most standard structure.
We've seen 1/3 and 1/5 as well, so this is kind of right in the middle.
That's right. That's definitely something you should be thinking about in any stud game, but certainly in a tournament format when the levels are changing constantly. Is how should your strategy differ with the differing ante levels
And
relative to the big bet or small bet?
Particularly in the small buy-in tournaments at the WSOP, where I don't think a lot of the players are adjusting to those differences in ante size. You get to really be an animal in like the 1-1-3-6 level.
Yeah, if they're not going to adjust to by 2-betting you more or by defending a little bit more, you certainly can get away with some murder, which is always fun.
By the way, there's also the price you're getting from the bring-in can change. So there's the 2-5-10 level where 1-2-5-10 level where the price in the ante's not that great, but if you're the bring-in, you're only calling 3 more.
Right. These are the nuanced things that you need to be thinking about in a limit poker game from a structural perspective.
Right?
Even in a big bet poker game, and certainly it affects you. As we said earlier, there's some levels here where the small blind is 2/3 of a big blind, and you have to limp in a lot more.
How tight are these guys playing out there? At least you guys, like, what's going on here? You know?
I think it's
I think it's like a 10
it's an anomaly. No, I think it's like 20%.
Really?
Yeah, that
I would have laid 4 to 1
nobody would
level
have.
6, man.
I'd take.
Maybe you're right.
I think it's closer to 10.
It's somewhere between 7 and 30.
Yeah.
I bet on that. Actually, it could be as low as like 5, but
Yeah.
it
I don't think it's as high as
probably-
30. I don't think it's
is
as
like
high as 30.
Players are betting on the
You think
percent
10
chance that
actually
nobody
qualifies
busts
right now.
today.
Yeah. Interesting to hear their
Or-
thoughts on
or
it based on the
speculating
way
on
the
it.
play is going out there so far.
Yeah.
Still 25 big bet starting stat.
It's possible Sternheimer is the shortest in the entire field. We're
3
not
big
really
bet
sure what's going on at the
Also,
other tables.
when nobody busts in the first like 3-4 hours, there's a little bit of pressure on everyone to not be
Is there?
first out.
Yeah, I guess.
Something I was discussing earlier. Not wanting to be the first one out is a real
Yeah.
thing.
I'm feeling it a little
Card
myself.
distribution, guys.
I definitely
Typically
thought
the
more
bust.
players were going to bust, but I guess the structure is nice and slow for day one, which is kind of a treat for us to get to watch these more cash gamey levels.
Absolutely.
Worst seat in the tournament with the superstar on my left.
Jason genuinely steaming a little bit. Nick getting after it a little bit with the ace-6 offsuit and the hijack here. Pretty loose open and no limit hold'em.
It's a little loose, but I think Nick's the best no-limit hold'em player at the table, and he's just kind of leveraging that and thinking perhaps that also players are not going to want to play a huge pot against him. Not to take anything away from the rest of these guys.
Like
a lot of good
140.
no-limit players, but Nick has really been working with some of the best minds in the game, I think, and staying sharp.
And the rest makes a standard defense with Jack-8, but nothing really going on here.
These sorts of dry king-high boards, you can often just c-bet small with your whole range. Nick can bet as low as 4,000 here.
Instead, he comes with like maybe
Kind of a
the big
hedgy
size.
size,
On,
yeah.
I think on the rainbow board, he's sort of saying I have the nut advantage here.
What kind of odds can I get that all 21 bag? Nobody busts.
At the beginning of the day, could have got long odds.
Yeah, could have got a lot.
Now, now,
I mean, it's still like huge.
You can get
if everybody
10 to
bags, they
1
might have to
still.
look back at their structure.
Yeah, I'm looking for 25 to 1.
wow.
25 to 1.
And you'd take it for? Do you have a minimum?
I would take it. I would bet it at 25 to 1.
Really curious to hear if they get a bet down.
Yeah, this side action's always fun to listen in on.
Anybody wants to lay it. 2 to win 50.
It's my favorite way to get.
Sternheimer has a bit of an uncomfortable hand facing
2,500.
Yeah.
an open from such an early position. I think it's a hand he can.
You could consider all 3 options a little bit.
I don't really like flatting.
He just comes with fold.
I actually don't mind the fold at all. I think
makes
you
you
can use it
feel
as a
alive.
3-bet bluff. I think it's a little too weak
You
to
have that
flat.
conversation with yourself an hour in when you're like, fuck, I'm doing this to win. Wow, how much?
Okay.
Well, based on the table talk, maybe Phil doesn't want to take an aggressive action right now and be the first one out.
Well, I know, I was just hoping to get.
Change.
Yeah.
There's no change available.
There's no change in the pot, yeah.
Thinking about laying it, Nick?
I'll give you 20 to 1 for 500.
Like dollars or
Yeah,
thousands?
he meant.
$500. I mean,
He's trying. He's trying to.
I kind of missed the crypto train and stuff.
You're trying to make 500, right?
Yeah, 10,000 to your 5 hundo.
Thinking about it.
Jason clarifying if it's $500 or
I think I
500,000.
gotta stick with. I'm gonna go to 24 to 1. That's my.
We're off, and don't ask me to make any other prop bets this week or anything. You're just too tough.
Amazing. I'm so happy right now.
At least we get a taste of Nick in the booth from the table.
I feel like we're getting a taste of like a Bobby's Room game. You know what I mean?
Wait, sorry?
Yeah, as much as it's fun to call the
Oh,
action,
yeah. To this?
I want to hear these guys.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I like that guy.
Just random prop bet discussion that never materializes, but there's just arguments for hours. It's
I think
great.
that they locked it in, didn't they? Nick said you're on.
No, he said you're off and never talked to me about prop bets for the rest of the
I thought he
week.
said you're on, but no
Because
more
he
prop bets.
reduced it from 25 to 1 to 24 to 1, and Nick didn't want to get, you know, he didn't want to get all nitpicky about it. So, yeah.
You're gonna have to fold everything.
He's effectively saying Mercier is being a nit.
Right. Phil with a very tempting hand to open here, King 7 of Hearts. And
Yeah, I
hijack.
think this is just good to open.
Yeah.
I should do it probably.
These suited kings are hands that the solver era kind of exposed as being better than perhaps we thought they were a long time ago, whereas like the
Yeah.
offsuit connectors are worse.
Notice Nick Guagenti coming with the call, which I think is definitely an indication that he's looking to play a little bit of smaller pots and no limit.
Yeah, I think that his hand would be a fine call if they were a little deeper, but with Phil only off 30 bigs, I'd actually be looking to 3-bet and be willing to call off.
Right. Based on everything we've seen, I think Nick just folds, right?
Yeah.
I'm paying attention.
And I kind of like that fold. I find myself calling those spots with these weak offsuit ace-X
Yeah.
in the big blind and just always hating life.
I think he's just correctly recognizing that the cold call range there is pretty strong.
Right. And 3 ways, he's just quite dominated.
And now Nick G is very happy he didn't 3-bet because this is about as ugly as it gets for ace queen of spades. Also
Phil-
not super happy for Phil, right?
Yeah, and I think that if you think about Phil's overall range of hands, this is a board he wants to be doing a fair amount of checking on. It's
Makes
going to
sense.
actually hit Nick's cold calling range a little bit better than his opening range.
Pocket pairs, things like that.
Certainly from a polarity standpoint, like Nick's going to have a lot of the stronger hands. Phil's going to certainly have, like, even a hand like pocket black queens is just not super happy to play a big one on this flop.
Yeah. Now is Sternheimer looking for a check down here, or can he protect his hand a little on the turn?
I think he could go either way. I think that you do obviously get some protection against overcards by betting small. It's basically just a protection bet if you bet.
Yeah.
You're not going to get called by worse too often. Although Nick
He
does
finds the size that
call
entices
one, yeah.
ace queen high to continue.
And I
yeah.
like using a small bet if you do bet a hand like Phil's.
Unfortunately for Phil Sternheimer, it has not really gone his way so far on the stream.
I think clear check now for Phil. He's basically accomplished. He thinks he's accomplished what he wants to by folding out a lot of overcards on the turn. So now it just becomes too thin to go for 2 streets here.
And conversely, I think Nick G is clear value on the river after getting checked too.
Yeah, I agree. Once Phil checks, I think Phil would have continued to value bet a lot of his 2 pairs and certainly his straights. Phil can have all sorts of 9s, 10s, jacks, ace 8, ace 7. The only question is, is Phil going to call those hands? What are Nick's obvious bluffs? I guess Nick's bluffs are 9x stuff that decided not to bet the flop.
He might even need to turn a small pair into a bluff here sometimes. Like, I don't know if he would play threes.
Nick's going really big, which is a little surprising to me.
Yeah.
This is a very polarizing sizing.
And on this board texture, it seems like maybe he's only going to get called by better.
I think he's targeting exactly that 9s through jacks region.
extensions left, Nick.
Versus Sternheimer's actual hand, he has somewhat chosen a good size. I mean, he's made it look potentially bluffy.
Phil has to ask himself, what are Nick's bluffs here that decided not to bet the flop? Because I think if Nick had a lot of 9x and 10x hands
yeah, I mean,
that
if he
are
had
not
something
paired,
like ace-9 of spades, wouldn't he have just gone ahead and stabbed the flop?
yeah, perhaps ace-9 in particular may have checked back with a modicum amount of showdown value, but something like jack-9 of spades, queen-10 of clubs, okay, that can't exist because of the queen of clubs, queen-10 of hearts, you know. I think a lot of these hands would have at least considered stabbing flop.
Order of Shiver Me Timbers.
So it's a little bit hard to come up with the value.
Yeah.
But Nick's exact hand,
It's crazy. Nobody.
it feels thin, but it's actually kind of cool.
Absolutely. And Sternheimer is genuinely considering it, considering, you know, like I said, it's a kind of a polarizing size.
You know, if Phil has something like 9s or 10s, he'd probably be a little bit more likely.
Sternheimer's had a lot of tough decisions in the big bet games in the orbits that we've seen here at this table. I mean,
Yeah. Although maybe in a sense you'd rather have king-7 than 9s or 10s too, because the bluffs are going to have the 9 and the 10 in them. It's an interesting spot. Does end up folding. Interesting hand everywhere from both players.
absolutely.
I almost
Starting with Nick's
really
pre-flop
wanted
decision.
to just prepay and take the 20-1, and then I walked over there. Johnny's down to like 30,000.
I know I should have just laid the 24-1.
And
It's
the
actually
other-
kind of annoying.
The other
He's
guy
trying
in the
to-
hat.
Yeah. I
The
mean,
other
he's
guy in the
literally.
hat's just entered a pot where he flatted at UTG Open, and he's got like 45
No,
bucks.
it's
and Phil lost that
It's
pot.
honestly,
so I
it doesn't feel like it,
Yeah.
but it's probably like 400 or 500 to 1. Honestly, all jokes aside.
Very
I mean,
specific
has this
reason why I
never
called
been
it.
done?
It's
Yeah,
never
in the
been
history of tournament poker.
Nick just has a way
I
with
know
words.
it's mostly limit, but I mean, heavens to Betsy. Playing 8-16 dimes. Like,
It might be like.
Sounds like we were getting an update from the field from Brian Rassa that there are some short stacks
I
out.
can see what he's saying though when he says it's never been done. Can you ever picture any day one of a tournament where
With no
0
bust
players
outs?
have
Yeah,
busted?
you're right.
I can't think
It's
of
almost
that.
impossible.
It's never been done. Like, he's not even being hyperbolic. It's literally just never been done.
I am concerned our new player Sam Sternheimer that you said satellited in is one of the very short stacks that
He's a
Brian
little
was
like
talking
Sam
about.
Sternfield,
And it
yeah.
looks like Chad Eveslage may be chip leader.
And you can see here the update, 21 out of 21 players remaining. Interesting to see if maybe we get a couple more entries tonight or perhaps tomorrow.
Chad had a huge stack over there.
I think it's third.
All right, Sternheimer's back on the
It
case
probably
with
takes
Queen
over
10 of
2 hours.
spades.
Yeah, Chad had
how much are you playing?
quite a big step.
450 or
He looks to be
something?
perhaps
Thank you.
one of the chip
Thank you.
leaders at this moment, maybe the chip leader.
And Nick picks up ace king here in a squeeze spot. Can't imagine he's going to just call.
Yeah, this is just a fist pump squeeze. Sternheimer also short.
Queen 10 of spades is in a weird spot now, right?
Yeah, I
After
think
three bet.
he's just going to have to fold, but he's going to be very frustrated.
These suited Broadways are the sort of ones that usually like to continue in a 3-bet pot, but he also, Shulman correctly found a big size here. That
Also note that Sternheimer's raising an early position, and you know he's towards the bottom of his early position range, and he's playing a very small stack, so that flatting is not really an option. There's not like that implied odds. Now, does Albert peel here with a suited ace, very deep with Nick?
very deep.
I think it's at least tempting.
It seems like the sort of hand, not exactly the sort of hand you'd want to have, though, right?
To some extent, yes. You are dominated by a lot of the value range. I think the computers actually continue these sorts of spots a little bit wider than we do as humans, and
Well, Albert agrees with you.
Albert doesn't
And the
like
computers.
folding.
Maybe not,
Yeah.
not with you so much as the machines.
Right.
Albert does not like folding, and he does have position, and as you said, they're very deep, and he is certainly not afraid to play a big one. So,
Certainly, he would be folding something like ace-jack offsuit before this ace-9 suited.
hello, 5-6-9, 2 hearts.
Okay, and the good news for Shulman is that
This
he's
is a
probably
very
not going to
bad
lose a lot
flop
of
for
chips.
his range
Yeah.
against the double cold call, right?
Certainly not a board where Shulman's going to be anywhere near range betting, especially at this depth. And Albert actually has, I mean, I think Albert should bet his hand. He just has so much equity, and I think he should use a small sizing. But it's, in some senses, actually a tempting check back with such a board crusher. being able to just, you know, call every turn and have this very disguised super nutted hand. You do see some flush draws checking back.
I think he's going to go very small, kind of leaning on a merge of the two ideas that you said there.
Exactly. And this is actually a super annoying bet as Nick. He has to probably continue pretty much everything versus this size, but he hates life on anything that's not an... And given what we've seen from Nick, we could actually see a tight but correct fold against Albert's hand.
I think we're gonna, yep.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's a fold I think a lot of players wouldn't make, but it really is a very difficult hand to play out of position. Specifically looking for the offsuit ace or king, and still sometimes
and even
being
then
in
it's
trouble.
still dangerous. Yeah, I mean, if your opponent's flopped a set or whatever.
Doogie's not that far ahead.
So, nicely played from Albert there.
No,
I like that small sizing, and,
like
and Nick gets away.
Albert has a knack in these big bet games for targeting the hands very properly.
I agree with that. He's extremely tough in no limit single draw in particular. He uses a lot of overbets.
I'm okay on that spot.
That is kind of surprising. I mean, they have mana.
Nice hand.
Albert uses a lot of very small and very big bets, which can be tough to play against.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Features always slows it up.
I didn't figure you.
Easily, I'm probably checking range.
No, I know.
I mean,
happy to play.
yeah,
against kings.
yeah, of course. Get a few in there, a few dollars.
Nice looking hand here for Albert.
6,000.
Notice he was raising a little bigger in the PLO round, but just min raising here in no limit.
I think it has more to do with Phil's stack in the big blind.
I think you're right, perhaps. Although sometimes when
wow, Shulman with the trap with queens here, maybe thinking that Phil in the big blind would be going for a squeeze all in sometimes.
Yeah, this is a really interesting play. I think you're right. That's exactly what he's thinking about. And the fact that maybe he doesn't just want to play 150 big blind each pre-flop hand.
Yeah, but on the other hand, he's in position now against Albert this hand, and I mean, certainly he's not afraid to go broken.
Certainly the textbook play would be to 3-bet, but
I think it was definitely more of a trap.
You don't see queens trapping quite as often in some of these spots, but like for instance, versus 3-bets, you do see aces doing a lot of calling, whereas a hand like queens or kings is often just 4-betting. A little different versus the open.
10,000.
And Albert just choosing to kind of airball bluff here on a board that nobody's really supposed to connect with.
Yeah, I think this is fine to pretty much range bet here. Phil's range in particular is just stupidly wide, as it should be. And it's a little bit harder for Shulman to float light when he does have Phil behind him as well.
Ooh, that's a card that could get Albert in some trouble.
Yeah, interesting to see if Albert goes for another street of value here or just elects to play this hand as a check. I think he's pretty incentivized to want to keep value betting this hand. Nick's got all sorts of pocket pairs in between the 4 and the jack that can continue. Some backdoor diamond combinations. Some ace highs that might feel compelled to call.
Yeah, and this time he looks like he's going for like kind of a half pot sizing.
This all seems very reasonable, and I think Nick should just continue to call his hand. He could consider raising the turn. It would be kind of an interesting option, but I think in position here, he's mostly going to call.
As you said.
Now, if Albert fires big on the river, is Nick going to just call? I guess this is going to be very sizing dependent, right? I think if Albert comes with some type of block bet, Nick's going to have to raise this hand. If Albert bets something really big here, I think it's hard for Nick to find a value raise because Albert needs to both have a worse value hand and to bet call that worse value hand.
Yeah, and this is immediately going to be one of those situations where it's really weird to figure out like what would be bluff raising.
Somebody get knocked out?
Like, he does go for the raise.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I think versus any sort of meaty bet.
knocked out?
Now versus this bet.
Oh, uh-oh. First one
Oh,
out.
no.
Johannes Becker, first one out. Disappointing for my buddy.
Yeah. Do you think that Johannes will fire another bullet?
I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think so.
I think he's somewhat likely to, I'd say, in this
Right.
one.
Perhaps he's going to try and assess how he feels in the field, how he feels
He
when
could
he
even
wakes
just
up
wait till
tomorrow.
tomorrow now, right? Yeah.
I think versus this sizing,
Nick is definitely thinking about his two options here.
Yeah.
He's not thinking of folding.
I
but
suspect he'll call.
we've seen him be a little bit on the conservative side in pretty much every line so far.
When did you make the bet?
I mean, it is really tempting to go for value against ace-jack and king-jack specifically.
Of the series.
knowing that, you know, the only hands you're losing to are ace deuce suited, aces and kings, pretty much.
My line
Or
at
something
the time
really
would have
fun.
been,
4 6s, you know.
always like
3-5.
8, and then today
Oh, he does
Does
find
go
the
for
raise.
value.
guys that, you know, Opes to sick, for example,
What an awkward
was
spot.
supposed to be a lot.
Oh, and Albert folds quickly.
Interesting, interesting.
Sixes.
So if you know that Albert's folding that quickly, then maybe you don't go for the value there with the queens, because that's the type of hand you're targeting, the jack X.
Value.
Yeah, like a good hand. Not a fold, but-
Justin Smith.
Really quick fold from Albert there. I think that was actually quite impressive.
Absolutely, he had a plan.
Yeah, I mean, but even when you have a plan, I think most players will think there, and Albert just feels like he just knew.
He seems very confident in his big bet play.
Yeah,
I mean, he seems confident in everything, but
he seems confident in the way he lives his life.
Good jack. You didn't have a jack.
he folded so quickly, Mercier doesn't believe him.
Right.
We may get another prop bet down.
If you had a jack and snap folded, I made a bad raise. Heavens.
Nick kind of
Heavens to Betsy.
saying exactly what we were discussing.
I had a jack.
Nick really enjoying this heavens to Betsy line.
Yeah.
You have to give me all.
Bro, what are you talking about?
3 to 1.
Please leave me alone.
We just switched to Omaha 8 or better.
Omaha 8 or better split pot game. 2 from your hand, 3 from the board. Looking for ace plus wheel cards. Albert has exactly that. Kind of a poor version of that, but still plenty enough hand to raise.
Absolutely.
You have ace jack.
That queen.
As you said, very honest poker here.
You
Telling
wanted the
what he-
Sternheimer.
Waiting for the stern.
The
Sternheimer.
Oh, this is kind of an annoying flop for
That's what you thought?
for Albert's very strong starting hand.
Yeah, although he does have top 2 pair and the 2 blockers to the nuts.
I guess the double deuces is worth a good bit here, but he's getting check raised.
Blocks
so
the steel wheel.
he's not happy.
No.
We don't know Nick's hand, but you can bet that it's pretty likely a made low or a made flush. I think makes more sense here.
And I mean, the thing is, Albert's going to be stuck.
Value bet 9s or 10s.
He's probably going to have to call the turn. He's not loving life now, like you mentioned, but he's still drawing to the nut low of a 5 to hit. He's drawing to a full house on the high side, which would beat Nick's flush value bets. Just got to call and then just see what happens on the river.
You almost have to consider calling the river.
And now
he gets
you
so
have to
low,
call
so
the
now it
river.
doesn't matter,
I think if the river's like an offsuit jack, then you probably consider folding the river.
Very interesting check from Nick G here on the river, not knowing what he has here. I would be thinking now that maybe, gosh, I don't know what I would think he has in this situation.
Yeah, I still think it's really difficult for Albert to get value. I think I would still check Albert's hand, but I would be a little bit confused because I would expect a lot of Nick's check raises to keep firing.
I guess maybe I would think he has some sort of flush that got counterfeited to the low, like something that has a 7 in it.
And Albert sort of goes through that thought process and checks back.
Instead, he has 2 pair live ace.
No, I quarter you.
Perhaps, no?
What does he have? Ace 3. No, I
8,
have
7,
hand
4 deuce.
Okay, so he just went for the check raise on the flop with the deuce 7 low, and then got counterfeited for the low in the river with the 7.
Yeah, a little bit of an unusual check raise there on the flop, although I can understand it. You know, Albert can be just c-betting this flop very wide, and you do have some immediate fold equity, and you're expecting to just not lose the low super, super often. But I think the more conventional play would be to just call the flop with Nick's hand.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree. Albert seemed a little also confused about what hand his opponent had and just decided to check back the river after thinking it through.
I think I also would have checked as Albert, and even though
I have
his
kind
exact hand
of
was
a rule of thumb I tell students in limit poker, which is that when your opponent does something that seems almost always honest, you should just believe them. And in that situation, it's super hard to think that he would decide this is a good spot to check raise a good hand. So I wouldn't know what he had, but I would just decide that it wasn't good.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the point.
I think that happens a lot in stud games.
It's
where
still just a little bit thin there. But I guess your point basically, you think you're probably getting half a lot, but you think you're getting, you think you're scooping more often than you're getting scooped, or you're getting 3/4 more often than you're getting quarter.
Right. It just seems like it's how can you have a hand that's going to scoop me that's played this way?
Right.
Yeah.
So against you, I'm going to start checking the
you're
river
going
in
to
these
go for those
spots,
fun, tricky
go for
lines.
these little check raises.
I mean, the reality is I usually just have nothing, so it's like not like I can bet very often anyway.
Really interesting hand for Nick here.
Yeah,
I like this fold.
The machine's kind of like playing those hands.
Yeah.
Ooh, and this one too.
And Reisner's hand,
I would
should
prefer
play.
playing this as a 3-bet.
I agree with that. It's again, that's similar to the PLO spots where you want to like clean up those flush features.
Interestingly, I would prefer to play Phil's hand as a call. Because you want to see what sort of flop texture you hit first. But the 3, 4, 6, 7 double tends to want to.
And Razz is in.
If he didn't have the 4 clubs, I think he could 3-bet an ace deuce combo here against all these.
Yeah, but I think it's also fine to have some ace deuce in your flatting range and you know just 3-bet the good ones and flat the weaker ones.
And I believe there's a bit of a collision here.
Sternheimer's got a huge flop.
Everyone has a little something.
Yeah.
I guess
Racner's
Racner
really got
has
not
very,
much.
very little. Yeah.
Phil's got a clear value bet here 4 ways.
All the hands.
He's even got backdoor clubs to go with his overpair, front door flush draw, and open ender.
Yeah.
Rast has to call here with the gutter, the backdoor clubs.
So
and the
I would be a
backdoor nut
little
low.
tempted to raise Rast's hand here.
I can see what you mean to clean up some equity. I
Yeah.
just think maybe just a little bit too weak to go for that play. But Albert's call is also dicey.
Yeah, he's just feeling like he's got a crappy flush draw that he doesn't love, but he's got this backdoor low draw that he
backdoor
kind
low
of
draw.
likes.
I think it probably does have to call on a pot of this size, but you're not loving any of it. And now Albert actually turns a wrap.
You felt like you just had it.
I think Phil should consider checking this back on this card. He still only just has 1 pair now.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And so all the 2-pair hands have pulled ahead of him, and he still has good equity visibility on rivers, and he can maybe get raises in on some rivers.
That's
Like
a good
he could
point,
definitely induce a lot of value bets from straights on the 9, for instance, and get the raise in there.
And he agrees with you.
Opening the actions, no joke. But man,
Rast's hand, I think, just a touch too weak to value bet, but I think Phil's hand, when he goes check-check, should value bet. What do you think about that?
tricky spot. Could be wrong.
It makes sense a lot. I mean, Rast is a little incentivized to bet out of position in the sense that like all the obvious draws missed, and he does have an 8 blocker, and maybe the money, as I always say, the money kind of goes in better for you by betting.
Yeah, I don't mind this bet from Ryan, and facing the bet, then Phil just has an easy call.
Certainly. He actually doesn't really love it, but
no, he doesn't love it.
To block all the shit that you're supposed to have, but also can't fold.
Brian may be a little upset that he's getting a speech here. Kind of could be considered borderline nit roll, but
I
also
mean, Phil's also lost like every hand for the last
Yeah.
2 hours, and just felt like he was going to lose that one.
And
to
I think that
Jack.
Phil's correct that he's not going to beat many value bets. Brian kind of had the one hand.
Yeah, and we said it was kind of dicey whether he should even go for it. So
I was in terrible shape, I said.
Terrible shape.
You had a wolf pack? You had a wolf pack?
No, I have ace 5, 3, 4.
Can you give me some yellows?
By the way, getting word
But I have
that
diamonds, but
Johannes's bust was a
3-4,
flop
but not
set to a runner-runner straight by
3,
Benny
4 of
Glaser.
hearts,
Oh,
ace
no.
5,
A
3, 4
dirty
of
one.
diamonds, ace 5 of heart. But I turned the wraps. You should give me.
Did you have diamonds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
King of diamonds.
yeah, not so.
The turn was gin.
Yeah.
What is the game? Oh, still the same game.
a little more 08, Albert.
We're off this table, right?
All right, cool.
But
You
we're
see
not
Phil
gonna be the
fold the
feature.
queen, queen, 7-3 single suited.
Yeah.
Just
Probably
a little
a
bit
good
too
call.
weak both directions.
Yeah.
Something like
Someone's
king,
got real
king,
quiet.
5-3, then you're obviously in there.
Yeah, it
Someone
definitely
breached
those pairs have a lot to do with the
your
two
wall.
sides, the two
Side
low
cards,
cards, right?
Yeah. And goes without saying, but like you play a lot more kings combos than you do jacks combos. Nick G with quite a nice hand here on the button, the ace 4-5. This is the sort of flop that Mercier can have a leading range on. His hand does not want to lead, and is already in a bad spot with bottom pair and backdoor bad lows.
Yeah,
but
let's see. Does Jason continue? He decides to with the bottom pair.
I
Like
think
you said.
reasonable. He's going to turn some open enders, but Jason's in one of these really ugly spots where he probably has to call the turn now that he has likely the only draw. I don't know.
would've bet that.
I think I would have bet that as well. But now I think
Jason
Mercier
should
has
maybe
kind of
bluff.
a mandatory bluff
Yeah, I
with
think so
stone
too.
bottom of range, and Nick will probably pay here, but
Yeah, I mean, if I'm in Nick's shoes here, if I do decide to check the turn, I'd be thinking, well, I've kind of made a tight check already, and
Yeah.
I've even improved a little bit.
although, you know, Mercier doesn't have that many hands to bluff with when he calls this flop, because he can either have some showdown value.
I think this is a spot where Mercier also needs to maybe even turn
Wow.
like a queen into a bluff.
I agree with that, but wow, what
Yeah.
what nice find there from Jason, and I can understand
No,
Nick's
it wasn't.
fold
I'm
because
glad
it's
to get
a
off
little
of
bit
it.
hard to come up with the bluffs.
Cool
Looks
hand
like
to
we're
end this session there.
yeah, and that was a great couple hours of hands, a lot of action.
Cool table.
I had like 5
Really
Definitely
buttons.
fun table. Looks like we're
2
about to go
hours
on
ago.
our second break here pretty soon.
Yep, the players are just getting cleaned up and get ready for their break as well.
And let's take a look at the chip counts on the feature table. Nick Schulman, 557,000. Albert Daher not too far behind him. Philip Sternheimer and Brian Razz bringing up the rear. Jason Mercier, former chip leader, down to 197,000. Still lots to go today. Coming back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the PokerGo studio at the Aria Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas for the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl $100,000 mixed game tournament. I'm Alex Livingston, joined by Chris Death Donkey Vitch. As we enter the last 2 hours of the night, Chris, what do you expect to see in the last 2 hours here?
Well, I expect to see some new faces here, which will be exciting, and also the ghost of Johannes Becker has reemerged and has joined this table after rebuying and being the first.
He certainly has, and he's still got a smile on his face. In for his second bullet, the first player to bust today, but he's back in the action right away. Chad Evislage is the chip leader. As you can see, the payouts will not be determined until tomorrow, as players still have a chance to re-enter or late enter up until the start of play tomorrow. Chad Evislage, chip leader of the tournament, end of this table. Matt Ashton closely behind. Talal Chikerchi. Bringing up the rear is Sam Sternfield, who satellited into this tournament. Scott Seiver, Johannes Becker, and John Hennigan rounding out the field at this feature table.
It looks like Chad has been having a lot of fun here, as there are a number of shorter stacks, and he seems to have plenty of profit for the day.
It's like the Clippers guy.
And Chad is one of these guys that a lot of people who don't really know what they're talking about think is not a good player, but I think most people who do know what they're talking about understand he's a very good player.
Sure, so he plays more online and in Florida mixed game scene, plays a lot of No Limit Hold'em as well, and certainly plays a high volume of games online, is a very experienced player.
And a high volume of hands, but he plays them well.
As we hop into stud, high-low, 8 or better.
Split pot between the best high and the best low. Played in stud format. 2 down, 1 up, and then more up cards with betting streets, and then 1 final down card.
He's a veteran.
Very strong hand there for Becker.
Sounds like Hennigan's in a chatty mood, which is always fun. He's one of the funniest people.
He's very funny. Kind of a dry sense of humor. Really an old school kind of guy.
Another fairly unknown player at this table is Talal Chikerchi, a hedge fund manager from England. Very well known in the mixed game communities because he's just an avid mixed game enthusiast. I mean, we're talking about a guy that'll play a $20 PokerStars mixed game tournament and then go and play a super high roller bowl. He just loves poker. He is a recreational player, but certainly a very serious student of the game, and I expect him to be fun to watch, as he is a fairly loose, aggressive player, belying his table image.
Absolutely, and Talal has won stuff like the PokerStars Scoop online leaderboards in the past. He'll play $11 tournaments. He'll grind out long days. He loves the game. He doesn't do it for the money. He does it because he truly loves the game. And perhaps of the entire field, he would be my pick for who I'd want to go have a beer with and just talk about life.
He absolutely will also be the least fearful in the field of anything monetary related.
Certainly.
So.
Matt Ashton, perhaps unknown to some players as well. Extremely accomplished online player and cash game player.
It's a great, it's an event like this that brings out a player like Matt Ashton to the studio, who predominantly just plays in the nosebleed cash games.
I think he's probably 60% to have graduated. No. Maybe lower.
As we wait for the graphics to catch up here, Sam has split queens. And Matt has some sort of continue here. Okay, so Matt has some sort of strong low draw. His board is very terrifying with the 6-5 of diamonds.
Yeah, this is a spot where the queen-4 is often going to check over to the 6-5 of diamonds.
I believe Sam bet into him here, which I think is a small mistake. And Matt punished him with a raise and now catches another low card immediately. So all of Matt Ashton's range here can continue betting on 5th Street, whether he's paired or not.
Yeah, typically these high-only hands, when the low card catches as well as Matt does, they just want to check their entire range. Now, if Matt catches a lemon on 5th, then things change.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we can see that Matt is successfully able to get Sam to fold split queens here with just 6s and a low draw. So, you know, a very good pickup for Matt Ashton in that situation, using the strength of his board.
Right, and tricky spot there from Sam. Often you are forced to call down in spots like that. But it changes a little bit when the low cards start to get very straightening or flushing. And Matt had a little bit of that going on with the 5-6-8. Matt Ashton, poker pro from Liverpool, England, won the PPC in 2013, graduated with a degree in math, and has $3.5 million in live tournament winnings, and probably a lot more than that in live cash game winnings.
And also online, he was a very feared player online as well.
Right,
so,
yeah.
Another of that generation.
He was kind of one of the early players to incorporate limping in the stud games, I think, when most other players were not doing so.
Okay. I remember him from my old days of online poker as a smaller stakes tournament player who was starting to get into mixed games. So, you know, he was playing small stakes triple draw when I was playing a little bigger, and then obviously he jumped right over me.
I think he was Mustafa Betts, all caps.
Yeah. Correct. And I imagine him and Talal have played a number of online tournaments together if they both play a lot of the scoops and things like that.
Talal was raid a lot on Stars, still is, I suppose, and I think he still plays some of those.
I think so. Yeah.
PokerStars games.
Of course, we'd be remiss to not mention Scott Seiver at the table, who's been quiet so far, but you know, a feared crusher who won 3 bracelets, I believe, this summer, and just has succeeded in every venue, just like many of the players here. I feel like I'm a broken record. These guys have succeeded in big bet, limit, tournaments, cash.
I mean, the number of bracelets between these guys must be staggering.
Like your head just like went on a swivel like 5 times. New game, guys.
Talal, a hedge fund manager by trade, but as you mentioned, a very serious poker player as well. Really loves the game, loves competing.
Yeah, and as we see if there will be some blood from PLO, there are a number of shorter stacks at this table here. The PLO can certainly be a game that could produce some blood.
I'd say of the tables in the tournament, this might be one of the weaker tables in PLO specifically. Just looking around this table, I'm not sure that most of these players would describe PLO as their best game.
That's an interesting point. I guess
I know Scott has mentioned that it might be one of his weaker games in the mix. Hennigan has also mentioned this to me at times. Even Chad has mentioned that of the games in this mix, PLO might not be his strongest
Very
one.
interesting. I think you're right. I guess maybe I would say Matt Ashton's probably the most comfortable, but I think he's probably just comfortable at every game, particularly shallow stack, where it's going to be a part of like high-stakes cash mix games.
On the flip side, I think when it comes to the stud games, this might be one of the toughest tables.
Yes, definitely. We have not mentioned too much about John Hennigan yet, but he's certainly more of what we'd call an old-school crusher. Been around Bobby's Room games for many, many years, played the Larry Flint stud game, and just a very, very experienced player in all fields.
Perhaps the best player in the world at 7-card stud high.
Definitely, definitely one I will be very excited to see his cards as we get to those rounds.
Right, Seiver limping a fairly weak hand here in the small blind. Sternfield quite short.
Check.
I think Scott has a hand that could have considered bluffing in a limped pot with a gutter giving him some amount of equity against continues and a single heart in his hand, but you can't get too carried away with that.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a very good theory argument, but I do think that you tend to get folds on monotone flops like a lot.
Right.
People kind of only want to continue flushes.
Yeah, I think people incorrectly underdefend those spots.
Ooh, Sternfield with a nice call here with top pair queens, getting picking off the bluff from Scott. And we should mention that Sam Sternfield has had a great mixed game series here with, I believe, a second and a third place finish in 2 of the preliminary events.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam Sternfield, professional poker player. I believe he also has a couple of businesses. He is a programmer as well.
Okay.
He's from Florida. And again, we take a look at the chip denominations, the 500 pink chips, the 1,000 yellows, and the 5,000 blues. We expect to see those 25,000 green chips in play tomorrow.
Yeah, so you were saying Sam's a poker player from Florida. I know that he's had a lot of success in some of the smaller mixed game events in like Seminole Hard Rock, things like that. But he was very open this week that these are some of the bigger tournaments that he started to dip his toe into, and he was super excited to play this event after having success in the prelim events.
Yeah, and in fact, Sam's second place in the 10K horse was his second biggest tournament score, and only by about $300 to his biggest tournament score, which was a win in a 10K PLO event in Florida.
Okay.
So I think somebody who often plays smaller buy-in events, certainly something like this 100K prestigious event, is going to be a big moment for Sam in his poker career.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if he can spin up his semi-short stack at this point.
Scott has a hand that, in my opinion, is a little bit too loose to be flatting.
Yeah, I always want to play these queens combos, but against an early position raiser, they're just not particularly strong.
Yeah, the problem is, I like to think of PLO hands as how many features do they have? Scott has very much just a one-feature hand.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it goes up.
Go all the way up.
Meanwhile, Ashton has an easy overcall in the...
Oh, I think you might already be all the way up.
Ashton kind of has only one feature in the sense that he has a rundown, but that's a very strong feature.
Cool.
Yeah, it's bad.
Diamonds are all very busy.
Want to be higher. 3 players.
A very innocuous dry flop picture here, I think, favoring Talal.
Yeah, and I think that Talal may just go for a small bet, and this is going to get through Scott, and Ashton's going to have a decision with middle pair and some backdoor draws.
Talal also a player that plays very quickly.
He is, and applies a lot of pressure. I think one of the problems for Ashton, he's tempted to call this hand because of his backdoor equity, but against somebody like Talal, who's a little bit more on the aggressive side, he's going to face large bets on future streets a little bit more often. And with a hand like this, you really want to face not a ton of pressure on turns because you want to be able to realize your backdoor equity.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking here that most of his 2 pair outs are on very dry boards, don't complete any draws, so he's a little bit more comfortable with it.
It's certainly reasonable, and if he thinks that Talal's c-betting too wide, then the call becomes a lot better because against aces, he's doing fairly well. If for instance, Talal just bet all of his aces
Good pitcher's
combos.
probably like high 80s.
On the other hand, on
The
this
great
turn
ones,
card,
like
I believe
90s,
it's
I
probably
would
just
imagine.
about
I would
over.
imagine.
Right out of high school, you mean?
Yeah. And I like the sizing from Talal.
Bet 46,000.
Okay, I thought he actually went 36. 46 still seems fine to me, but I like using something on the smaller side here. Allows you to bet a lot of hands. You don't just need to bet your king X. And it's going to do a sufficient job of protecting your hand against club draws, which really are going to struggle to continue even versus small bets.
So we get our first look at Talal taking down a nice one in PLO.
So I can look as old and feeble as possible.
We just finish here and then we're done for the day, right? Cool.
A nice little pickup there from Talal.
Big line.
We've got the potential for some real fireworks on this table.
Absolutely. I mean, Talal is known as a loose, aggressive player and definitely drives some action. The other players at the table will certainly not be too afraid to engage him in big pots, and we will see if that leads to some confrontations.
Yeah, certainly we saw Seiver calling with the somewhat loose hand there on the button.
It must be much more difficult for Matt Ashton to be playing from his seat position relative to someone like Johannes Becker, who drew into the seat to the left of a loose, aggressive player.
Particularly Chad having position on Talal, perhaps going to be incentivized to play some pots with him if he thinks that Talal is playing a little bit too loose. Seiver with a relatively nice hand here with the double-suited ace-10-5-3. Certainly good enough to raise.
Queen 9-8, I would have been a little tempted on the button.
Slightly tight fold there from Sternfield, but I think it's actually a good fold. And Talal has a clear call. This is the type of hand that newer players might 3-bet a little bit too often.
Right, maybe only like a double-suited version.
Exactly. Suits really do matter a lot in this game. This is a board that is going to favor the out-of-position player a lot, so Talal is going to have some leads. I don't think his hand is particularly good for it, though. He has just no heart in his hand, 1-8, and no immediate outs to make anything. Scott makes a really nice check back here. Usually when you have some sort of marginal pair, marginal draw, your hand is better off checking and absorbing aggression than it is betting, because when you bet and face raises, you really are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and I guess also on a board texture that doesn't favor him, he wants to be more in a defensive
A little bit
mindset.
more passive, yeah, exactly.
And Talal just with the pure shutdown here.
Now, Scott's got to decide if he wants to turn this hand into a bluff. He has some showdown value. He actually beats Talal's exact hand, and he does just check it back. And he's going to be very happy to hear that he wins.
Yeah, that he seemed like he was more giving up than really thinking.
He probably
had
thought
showdown
he
value.
was, I'd say, like under 7% to win that hand, because Talal's going to
Talal
be...
had the one type of hand that didn't really make sense to bluff with no interaction, really.
Exactly. He needs the parlay of Talal having a hand with worse showdown value and also not bluffing it. Kind of a tough parlay there.
That's our word of the day.
Yeah.
The parlays of mixed game
Well,
poker.
we're just trying to draw the degens into the mixed game community. To say the word parlay once an hour and maybe keep a couple listeners.
More eclectic wardrobe at this feature table than the last one. Sam has a cool hat. Seiver has a very interesting sweater shirt. And
I'm a fan of Seiver's sweater. I asked him when I saw him in the lobby if it was a sweater or a shirt, and he said it's definitely a sweater. But he said it's the type of hipster sweater that you can wear without a shirt under it.
Ah, okay.
I don't think I'm hipster enough to pull that off. I think I would just look like a fool with Scott's sweater, but somehow he makes it work. And a battle of the beards also between Scott and Sam. And Johannes.
Yeah, I think Sam's going to win most beard contests.
Matt's got a little bit of a beard going on, too. Ashton has a very weak hand. When you have 4 clubs in your hand, you're just blocking yourself so badly from making that flush, and that's sort of the one feature of that hand.
I'm surprised that Talal just limped with this hand.
I would agree.
I understand that there's some weaknesses to it by it being kind of disconnected, but a double-suited kings just always seems pretty strong.
I would agree. Versus a limp from Hennigan. Perhaps he's concerned that Hennigan's limping range does contain some traps.
Sure,
but I
just
still think
double-suited
double-suited kings, you just say, eh.
And
if
by
I-
the
if you
way,
got
we
it.
do have some interaction on this board as John flops a, well, actually
Now,
he flopped a straight flush draw and
Despite
checked
the
back.
fact that Talal limped the kings, I like his check on the flop because it's really not a range that should hit him very hard when he just does complete for 2K more.
Hennigan has a very disguised nut flush.
Yeah, and Hennigan's played this kind of nicely because you don't want to just always bet all your nut flush combos. You want to have some deception value.
Yeah, but you would figure that that board texture doesn't hit the blinds very well, right?
Yeah, I think certainly it would have been fine to bet his hand, but both players are, in a sense, a little bit under-repped. I'm not saying Talal's under-repped by having top set on this monotone board, but he certainly under-repped himself on the flop,
Absolutely,
as did Hennigan.
yeah. In fact, if the board had paired on the river, he would have had a pretty deceptive full house.
Absolutely. And Hennigan would have been quite likely to go for value, I think.
Now Hennigan bets big, and Talal no longer likes his king so much, but...
This is a spot where, as Talal, you'd really rather have a diamond in your hand to make a hero call here. But you're wondering to yourself, would Hennigan have bet most of his nut flush draws on the flop?
Yeah. And he feels like he's underplayed the hand to this point and just kind of maybe wants to put it in.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hennigan's exact combo could definitely bet the flop with nut flush draw plus gutter, but you do want to be checking back some nut flush draw combos for sure.
Worked out very well for him there as he chips up nicely.
What were you listening to all day, Chad? What music were you listening to today?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I'm pretty cagey with you.
Very cagey.
Yeah.
Chad not giving anything
I've
away.
got like a poker focus mix. Where, you know,
Wow.
No-
Oh my God.
no,
Does that count as performance enhancing?
I'll tell you this, I would not share it. It would-
We already have that information.
Yeah.
Chad with the secret sauce.
Binaural beats.
Dude, you wouldn't believe it.
I would believe it. You're a crazy person.
Yeah, there's something very enigmatic about Chad in general.
Absolutely believe whatever is the next thing you're about to say.
I guess he's not allowed to have his music here at the
Throat
feature table.
singing.
So.
Those Mongolians are pretty good.
They are.
Yeah, they do typically have a no electronics rule at the feature table, which I actually like. For one thing, there's the
You've
game
just got a lot
integrity
of
reasons, but
chanting
also
on
it
your list.
tends to lead to a little bit more social banter.
Yeah, certainly.
Option?
Double pairs, pretty good hands in this game, but this is a very weak one.
4 different suits, and the pair's not connecting to each other in any straight
No
any straight ways.
connection, the ducks. Becker just takes a stab here.
His hand with a pair seemed like a natural check to me.
I think he's probably thinking that his hand's a little bit too weak to check call, but he has just kind of enough interaction to take a stab at it.
Okay, so maybe you'd be more inclined to check with the jack.
Someone would come in,
Right.
like level 4 or whatever.
Or some sort of like
Justified.
version of this hand that had a little bit of a draw.
A little
to go
bit more
with it.
potential.
A small
Yeah.
flush draw or a gutter. And it ends up getting the 10s to fold. Chad had a
Maybe if it started at noon. so
possible
1 p.m. is
float
enough
there with the
for
two
like-
10s where he could bluff on a 7, 9, or queen.
Yeah, interesting.
But usually you want to have like a little bit of equity with your floats.
Johnny always looks pretty serious
Are you
playing
staying a
poker,
while,
but
John,
right
or
now
are you leaving the moment after this is done?
Leaving.
He does have a very serious face, doesn't he, Chris?
well, he's also probably thinking I'm on my last board
He's
here.
also-
I've just put up $200,000 to play a tournament here. And,
Right.
I have a starting stack, not the dream start, you know.
Certainly Johannes, a player with a lot of experience in all of these games.
Probably going to see Ashton's dentist.
Did he win the PPC one year?
No, he got second
He
to
got second.
So
He said he had
Elior.
to leave to go see your
Okay.
dentist.
Eli or Sion, somebody
funny
who we
callback,
haven't
I
seen
like
in the
it.
studio.
No. Maybe one of those guys coming on the bus tomorrow.
Yeah, that could be. Matt Ashton with a nice starting hand here.
For our little costume
I have a name
student
for you that I
with
think
the
is going to
audience.
be driving the bus tomorrow. Aaron Katz.
Aaron Katz,
The
yeah.
whispers are that he's coming.
Well, that makes sense. He appeared for the 100K PLO.
Yeah.
He likes these big buy-in
Big
tournaments.
buy-ins.
Burst the door right
And
now.
we've got a limp fest after Ashton limps
Check.
the ace, queen, queen, 9.
As much as I do like employing limps in this game, I think Ashton's hand just makes sense to me as a natural raise with the ace blocker. The queen high suit, you can fold out some of the better heart
Cocktail?
combos.
Check.
Let's see. Chad flops in inside wrap.
Hennigan has bottom set, but these spots are never comfortable
Yeah,
in five-way
five
pots.
ways, right?
Also, he has no additional equity besides the backdoor spades that are to the 8.
Now, does Ashton think anything about his 2 queen blockers for like future blocker value on this kind of a
You
flop?
see that Ashton does go for the bet here, and he strikes me as the kind of player who, if there's a spot to go for some sort of thin bet, he's going to find it. He's got the 9 blocker blocking 9s and king 9, and he also has, like you mentioned, those queens which can serve as a blocker down the road.
Okay, so Johnny World has just decided to check call with his bottom set and kind of reevaluate here. Makes some
I like
sense.
that play. He's short enough that he could consider check raising, but I think just without the backup, it's too thin. Now, he can consider check raising this turn because at this point, now that he's hit a clean turn, he's kind of calling the flop, hoping that the board develops cleanly. Now he can just get in against King 9 as a big favorite, and he can just say to himself, if I'm cooler, I'm cooler.
Yeah, at this point, sometimes it's sort of like if I'm beat, I'm beat.
But Matt decides to check back.
Hennigan can go for maybe a small value bet now.
Yeah. Now, as tempting as it is with Queen High, you just have the wrong type of hand to bluff into two guys here. You've got no board pair blocker.
You have what you want them to have.
Exactly. You're hoping they have these cards, so I think Chad needs to just give this hand up.
Destination planned already?
Hennigan's got a choice between check calling
That's what I assumed.
or betting himself.
Know about you? I'm gonna fuck him over.
I think it's a little too thin to check raise.
Yeah, my feeling would be it's nice to bet because aces up and hands like that might even just make a tight check
I
back.
think so too, and Ashton does make
he
a
checks
tight
back
check
ace 9, yeah. That's a very good, very well played hand from Ashton in post flop.
Yeah, I would have been kind of tempted to bet that hand in Ashton's shoes, given the action of checking around on the turn and 2 checks to me on the river.
But I definitely feel the pain of that bottom set. He didn't really want to be in the hand. He was got a free look at the big blind, and it's sort of like, here we go, 5 ways.
Right.
Thank you.
Is that my hot water? That's $5. I just keep it. It's okay.
Johnny Hennigan, also known as Johnny World, 6 WSOP bracelets, a former billiards pro, and inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame in 2018. Originally from Philadelphia. He's got some of that East Coast energy, I would say.
Do you know how he got his nickname?
I heard something about it, but
I think it's pretty simple.
Can you
I
remind me?
was told it's like he was just willing to bet on anything in the world.
Right. That makes sense. I think that holds true. Certainly one of those guys who's always looking to play props with other players at the table.
I find him so funny.
Oh, he's very funny. He's very, very, very sharp and quick. And you'll see how he plays very fast as well. Talal has a hand that should be folded, and he does fold. I was thinking he might get a little tempted there with the double-suited. I call that the double-suited Droogle.
You know, we kind of spun him up as a loose, aggressive player, but he's played fairly
He's played a little bit
conservatively,
a little
so
bit more
far.
snug, yeah.
Sometimes the feature table will do that to people.
True.
Definitely felt supported for
Or sometimes we just have a bad read.
Yeah. Perhaps he's building his image on the feature table, and then he's going to just be an absolute animal on the outer tables.
I think it's also like you said that like these guys are not necessarily ones that are looking to play big kilo pots.
Right. Yeah, I think we'll perhaps see a little more aggression from Talal in the stud rounds, for instance.
Yes.
What are we on?
Or even potentially the no limit hold'em.
Right.
Got it.
It does look like we've switched here to the next game, but I'm waiting for confirmation from the blacks.
It doesn't. Full table doesn't matter.
Correct. Also in a tournament where no one busts, it doesn't matter. And also when there aren't 3 stud games in a row, it doesn't matter.
Deuce-to-Seven triple draw. I should have known. Excited to see this group play my favorite game, as we hope to see a little bit more action after a relatively tame round of PLO.
Is this the hardest table you've ever had to deal on?
Pretty much. It's not too bad.
So we've been through the rules. I think everyone out there listening should be an expert on triple draw now after Alex and I have talked about it all day.
So you'd be
But
way closer.
we will see how the players here are
tables like
performing. If we can get the whole cards up.
Yeah, not quite sure.
It's very hard to read people's hands with no whole cards in triple draw.
Triple draw seems to be the one where it's a little bit harder to get the graphics
Yeah,
right.
of
Sometimes
course.
we see the new card as being the old card and so on, but kind of allows us to guess a little bit too as what we think they're up to.
So Talal has 3-bet and under the gun raise. So in theory, this would be typically a very strong range of pats or draw ones.
Right.
On that readers.
I don't think you should really have any draw 2s in this spot, Chris, versus
yeah,
first position.
I mean,
Maybe the
it's
absolute best
it's
ones.
stylistic.
2-3-7 with a deuce blocker.
So notice that Ashton does immediately discard the 8 that we saw earlier. He opened a light hand here, 8-7-6 deuce, with the plan to potentially draw 1 against like the big blind.
Makes
but
sense.
after getting 3-bet, he has broken to draw 2.
And Talal does draw 2, so he actually kind of got Ashton to make a break that if he knew Talal was drawing 2, perhaps he would have just drawn 1.
Perhaps, yeah. Now he catches some interesting blockers. He's also blocked an 8 and a 10 already.
This
I'm
is
a little
knowable.
interested to see if he goes for it.
Looks like he's going to. And if this is the kind of guy that I think is going to show us some of these more aggressive
I
lines.
believe he's going to pat here, and we're going to see our first snow of the day.
One thing that's interesting about these snows is you have to remember that to follow through with it, you have to represent not only that you have a hand that can pat now, but also one that can value bet on the end against a hand that's still drawing.
What I will say, though, is that he raised under the gun 7-handed.
Right.
This is a situation where it's quite hard to find natural bluffs.
I agree.
And so for him to go ahead and choose this hand as a snow combo with trips and having blocked an 8 and a 10, I think makes tons of sense.
Yeah, and Matt is a very, perhaps he's not classically studied in theory, but his play has a lot of theoretical basis behind it.
I think so. He's a bit of a mystery in the sense that, you know, he's a little bit of like what I consider to be like a lone wolf in the poker world. But the guy is a great player, well respected, and
it can be
feared
for
by
like
many
half a
opponents.
second, just because they're stacked on each other. So you just like spread them individual.
I mean, I did put them out flat.
Oh,
No, he's saying when you get your new cards from a draw.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
What they told us when we played earlier was when you get the new cut, you have to spread all 5 again.
Ah, okay, right. Maybe. That makes sense.
As Tall gets some RFID coaching.
I think I did put the new cards in. Yeah, it can be quite hard to follow, I suppose.
Cool hand. We broke the seal on our first snow of the day, and you can kind of see the.
Yeah, see?
As a light needle to Johnny for being back at the future table after rebuying. But he's got the most experience there now.
Indeed, he's our only 2-time feature tableist so far.
And Max Coleman was the one who was able to avoid it. He's the one player we haven't seen in the field.
That's right. He would have been on this table, I guess, and got moved because they opened a 4th table, I suppose.
No, so what they do at the PokerGO studio is when any player draws into the tournament, he can draw any table that
That's right.
exists.
Yeah.
So if he draws a table that's already full, then they'll move someone else out of that table to make it fair for the field.
That's right, yeah.
Starfield with a tempting deuce-to-7-7 combo in the small blind, but just decides to fold.
Also,
And we
given
see
his
Ashton
stack
defending.
size, perhaps he's going to just avoid some of those questionable snow spots.
I like seeing this defense from Ashton because this is the kind of hand I always want to play, but you know it's tough to play. It's a marginal holding. 8-7-4 in the big blind defending.
I would lean towards folding this versus a hijack open, but it is close.
And now he improves to a gutter draw with a pair. Will he think that? So typically with the gut shot, you might like to check and call, but the pair blockers make you want to bet a little bit more. I'm curious to see which way he leans.
Or could you even make this a snow candidate again?
Not yet, but maybe on the next street. So he's seeing that he's had 2 pair blockers, so he's going with a lead play.
Yeah.
And this also indicates to me that if he catches one more blocker, he very likely
I think
would
so.
snow.
Especially where Chad's drawing 2, and where his draw's not that premium.
Yeah. Okay, so now he's just going to play his 10 as a pat, right? He no longer needs to snow. He made a value hand. Chad catches an interesting combo. Chad has seen a pair of 2s. It would be very tempting to raise this hand, I think.
Often what you're going to see in these spots is that the 10 raises more often than the 9.
Right.
Because the 9 actually wants to freeze some worse hands, whereas the 10 can actually break some 9s and then play it as a pat if you get the break, and draw if you don't.
So Chad's going with the call, which tells me that if Ashton pats, he's just planning to just draw 2.
He's going to draw,
yeah. He didn't give himself the opportunity to get a better hand to break or anything like that. He just went with the straightforward play. By the way, Ashton would have been in a really difficult situation had he gotten raised here. It's very unclear what he should do with his hand.
I think I would just tend to fold Ashton's hand facing a raise. It's such an ugly
And
draw
now
to draw
Chad's going to go for a bluff, having seen a pair of 2s and a pair of 5s. I wonder, I do think that having that 10 in his hand was actually kind of a bad card to bluff with here.
Because he wants his opponent to have a 10, but
I
even
think so.
You can put a lot of pressure even on a 9 here, I think. But
Ashton is not going to fold.
Pair pot's just too big. But you know what? I like that Chad goes for it here because I think some players just really never bluff this spot.
Yeah.
This is a very good hand.
In the pat 1 spot.
This is a very high-level hand that got played here. This was a very good hand for Ashton to call with on the river.
Yeah.
I'll explain why. In a situation where someone's already pat, you want your bluffs to come from small pairs, not from high pairs. And so, because Ashton had 0 2s and 0 3s in his hand, he actually ends up with a very good bluff catcher. He expects his opponent to bluff 3s or 2s more often than any other combo.
Yeah,
he actually made a very quick call because for that reason.
That makes a lot of sense, Chris, and that's some very high-level analysis there. And that is something where in these draw games, sometimes you're using high cards as pairs to make your decisions,
Right.
whether it's bluffing or calling, and sometimes you're using the low cards, and you broke that down perfectly.
Right, and he was, and Evislash was right about one thing, which was that Ashton's hand was weak. But Ashton was right about another thing, which was because his hand was weak, he needs to use it as a bluff catcher more. So you could take this hand to a lot of different levels. That was a cool hand.
Yeah. Very high-level hand there from those 2 guys.
I would have liked to see Chad raise the turn with his pair blocker in the 10-8, though. I think that would
so
have been
too.
the more
I think you're putting some
thoughtful
immediate
play.
pressure on, like a 9-8-7-5-4.
And to answer your question about how Ashton should play, you said maybe he should just fold to the raise. I wouldn't. I would call and stand pat with that gut shot draw, and I would see what my opponent does if he's a tough player. He may even just break a 9 behind me after I stand pat.
I mean,
in that spot.
you certainly have to call and pat some chunk of hands that are weak.
Make them fire the last bullet is how I would play that spot.
But I would tend to just call pat with my 9s and tend to fold my absolute worst 10s.
Okay, so we've got some action in this round of triple draw. Becker has a strong 4-card 8. Chad has a pat 8-7-5.
Becker kind of near the bottom of his opening range, I think, from under the gun, but certainly it is a raise.
Notice Ashton with a quick fold with 3-4-6-7 in the small blind. This is a hand that can be valuable in certain situations, but not when facing a raise in a 3-bet course.
And Chad's hand, despite the fact that he has a wheel draw, is just going to be played as a pat.
And Johnny has decided to play his hand as a call draw 1. He believes his opponent has a very strong range, so he doesn't want to 4-bet with this weak draw 1.
And I agree with this. In these positions, I think he should just be calling a hand.
Now, in some ways, Becker has a good hand here. I mean, so he makes the combo that can actually draw very well against Chad's hand. And I think he'll go for a check raise here, although it feels a little thin.
It's a little bit close, yeah.
Could Chad consider breaking this hand with 2 draws to go, facing a check raise from an under-the-gun player drawing 1?
I think it's like we've talked about. It's so hard.
I would be very tempted to break.
But breaking and being wrong about it is kind of a costly mistake.
So you rather break the hand with 2 draws to go than you would with 1 draw to go.
That's also
Even if
very
you're
true.
wrong, you give yourself 2 pulls at the deck. This looks like a tight range situation. This is certainly a situation in which Becker is representing a stronger hand for the most part. He would have to have a very similar hand to go for thin value here.
Yeah, I think that one concern is, Chad, is that Becker could have exactly the same hand, or even maybe 8-7-5-4 deuce.
Yes, it's definitely possible. With 2 draws to go, I'd be very tempted to break this.
I feel like it has to be like 60 to 1 or something. But he had a swap.
He needed every inch of
He needed.
I think he's genuinely thinking about it and is not sure what he prefers.
No, for sure he is.
Yeah. Maybe even like 100 to 1.
Sometimes this is where Johnny's image works in his favor. People are very hesitant to break anything against someone who's perceived as a tough, loose, aggressive player. They're always worried that they're going to get bluffed.
Right. And do you think that Johnny just goes for 2 more streets of value?
I do. I think his hand just plays well as a bet.
He went broke with like
it sucks if you ever get raised, and you do value own yourself a little bit, but it kind of goes back to something I say often, which is the money kind of goes in better for you by betting. You have the more uncapped range here, I think.
If
you could see Johnny's hand and you were Chad, would you ever bluff raise, say, this final bet? Do you think that Becker can fold a hand this strong?
No, not really. I mean, I think you would have bluff raised from something like a 9-6.
Yeah.
He doesn't have time.
That's the combo that usually wants to do something aggro, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9,
You can
for
see
example.
that Chad absolutely hates this. He's doing the math in his head right now. He's saying, can I ever be seeing worse value bets? And what are the bluffs?
And Johnny has to be very happy when he bets the river and doesn't get snapped. I mean, he went from not sure if he had the best hand to very confident pretty quickly.
Chad
there.
can have the 8-6-5-4 deuce and play it the same way, but then he just snap calls the river.
Any 8-6 there has put in enough action. There's no need to reopen the betting.
Right.
Yeah.
Perhaps even 8-5.
Ooh. We have a new entrant to the
Looks like
tournament, Alex.
Texas Mike is joining the field.
This is a fun addition, a very, very loose, aggressive, high-stakes player who actually makes tons of sense to be in this event. Someone who loves the action, plays the mixed games, plays all the games.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of these tournaments. He's been dabbling in the cash games. I've got a friend here who's here playing the 5-5-10 PLO game, and he's been playing with that, as well as some of the really high-stakes nosebleed games.
Awesome.
And as we see our chip counts here, Chad Evislush, chip leader at the final table, at the feature table. We see Texas Mike now in the field, sitting next to Jason Mercier.
And this has caused us to have to redraw, right? Because now they've opened up a 4th table.
Right, so with 22 players, we had 3 tables of 7, a perfect 3 of 7. Now we're going to have 2 of 5 and 2 of 6.
Okay, so we lost our Johnny Becker.
We lost Becker, and we're down to 5 on the feature table.
Yeah. Who else did we lose? I've already forgotten who else we lost. Oh, we lost Talal.
We lost Talal, yeah.
All right, so we'll have some more shorthanded action now for the remainder of the day.
Perhaps, though, if somebody busts, they go back to 3 tables of 7. Yeah. I don't know if they would do that like close to the end of the night. They might just keep it, but I think they would go back to 3 tables of 7.
All right, well, we have some action here in triple draw again. We have 2 exact same hands with Chad having some blockers with the 5-9. We have the 2-3-5 versus the 2-3-5, and the only fair thing to do is for them both to make wheels.
Yeah, and I think that Chad's hand in the small blind would have 3-bet just to knock the big blind out of their equity, but in the big blind, he's content to just call and take
Yeah,
2.
it's kind of a funny spot because I think we have a single big blind because of the people getting moved off the table.
Right. So I think you can go either way, but calling is definitely fine as Chad.
Yeah. Actually, because it's a single, because it's a heads-up spot, I actually think that makes 3-betting better.
Interesting. Although there's
your
a little
opponent's
bit,
range should be much wider now.
It should be somewhat wider, yeah.
Well, he only has to get
He's
through
got to
one
get
guy.
through one player, but he's
right?
also his.
You're effectively playing heads-up poker.
But he's also only trying to steal 8,000 instead of 12.
Yeah, but you're just playing heads-up now.
Yeah.
And that hand is very good. Well, I guess it's not quite like that because in heads-up, the
It's a
small
little
blind's on the
different because
button.
the small. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
It's slightly different.
Okay, so Chad could get himself in a little bit of trouble here. He's now seen 2 more relevant blockers, and Ashton has made it. He has made a very strong holding in this spot. Chad has an interesting hand to either continue drawing or consider bluffing, I think. Instead, he's going to draw for the 9 here, which makes sense.
Ashton drew 1 on the previous street, so Ashton could still be drawing. Ashton can also pat plenty of hands that Chad is drawing live against with this 9-5-3 deuce.
Absolutely. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Chad lead if he makes a good 9 here on the
Exactly, and I think it's like actually very good to go for value with something like a 9-6 or a 9-5 there, where Ashton can have, for instance,
Oh,
an
he's
8
going to
draw
go for
with a
another
10.
bluff.
He goes
This
for
is an
another
interesting
bluff.
hand.
This is not going to work.
He's used his, he should get raised here. He's used his previous blockers. Now, he didn't catch a relevant blocker on this street, but he's using his previous blockers to try to target the 10s and the jacks again.
And I agree that Matt should raise this hand, and it's not a spot where you're always raising an 86, but when it goes one pat in particular, Ashton is so far towards the top of his range.
Yeah, and notice that Chad's blockers for bluffing made a lot of sense, but now his blockers are working against him because now it's extremely likely that his opponent has an 8 or a 7.
Right.
Given that those are the cards that he hasn't seen.
Chad's actually thinking about
He's thinking
bet calling
of hero
this.
calling. He's gotten a little fancy in these couple hands, I have to say. You know, sometimes when you play against a player that's fearsome and known as a very solid, strong player, you can get a little bit concerned. You can level yourself that they're trying to bluff all the time.
Right.
Ash is just playing solid, straightforward poker here.
Well, the other thing to think about here is that Ashton has so many hands that are going to want to either call or fold versus Chad's bet, because Chad's the one that's drawing. He's typically going to be drawing good. Ashton's one that's pat. He's going to have a lot of weaker pat hands, 10s and 9s. So Chad's probably thinking that Ashton doesn't have actually that many hands that are able to go for value here.
Yeah, but the problem is he unblocks all of them.
Right.
I mean, this was a good combo to consider a bluff at some point, but I do not think this is a good combo to go for a 3-bet or a call.
How wide would you have value raised as Ashton? I think the 8-6-5 is pretty clear to us just because of how wide Chad should be betting.
Yeah.
Where do you draw the line?
I think it's kind of any 8-6.
Okay.
It's probably fine.
Maybe
here.
like 8-7-4 as well.
You just want them to have 8-7, so
Right.
you know you can't have too many of the same cards. Chad is just really a non-believer in this spot for some reason. I know he's seen a pair of 2s and a pair of 5s and a pair of 9s, but I don't know. I think he's leveling himself a little bit here.
I mean, the 9s should definitely be working against him because
maybe he just wants to use some time banks at the end of the night.
Yeah, he wants to call here. I mean, the price is always so good in these limit games.
8-6.
Chad should flash the ace to the rest of the table now.
They'll know soon enough.
Yeah.
Chad's going to feel a little silly there, but it actually does still make some sense. I mean, his opponent's a little polarized, as that's what you were describing.
We're going to like that hit.
Exactly. Yeah. And Matt Ashton up to 600,000 now.
You wouldn't believe it.
But that is a funny hand where you start off the hand by
like
bluffing, and then you end up calling.
No, I don't have it straight. 6-5 straight and just put him on the 7 high.
He's basically acknowledging that he had a very, very
Funny
weekend
hand.
that was a bluff that then turned into a call. Yeah.
And here we are. Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone. It makes poker study easy for all skills and levels. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today at octopipoker.ai. That's octopipoker.ai.
Very nice. We got a very serious Stevie and very two unserious Octopi on the other side there, playing some heads up.
Yeah. And I know that Octopi is doing some cool stuff where they have a library of
old PokerGo footage, right?
Of
Old tournament footage.
And you can do some filtering and searching to try to find specific types of spots.
Very cool.
Which is really interesting. I don't think anyone's done that before.
So Ashton is back on the horse here in triple draw with the deuce-3. Obviously, he basically was effectively the button here, but this is an okay hand to even open from the cutoff.
Yeah, I think without the additional deuce, it becomes pretty loose.
Correct, yeah. We don't have Hennigan's hand, but he also drew 3, so we expect him to have 2 wheel cards for the most part. And he has let out, so he's basically saying here, I now have a D1 or a pat.
Right,
so
yeah.
we can see that he did have wheel cards and has picked up an 8-7 draw.
You rarely see someone lead here and then draw 2.
Yeah, that's just typically a mistake.
Right. And Hennigan, indeed, nice little draw to the 8.
Notice in this spot, it's totally fine to keep the 8-7 draw. Your opponent hasn't shown much strength, and there's no reason to, as the hand progresses, to not think that the 8-7 draw is still valuable.
Right, and this is a spot where Hennigan can just bet the next street without looking at his cards.
So this is a single raised pot. I'm a little curious to see if Ashton wants to continue with this weak draw.
I would fold this one.
This is a spot I usually like to continue, but it's a little bit on the thin side. In position, particularly. And so I believe here if Hennigan draws 1, which I think he will, then I think Matt will draw to the 10.
Yeah, those spots are very interesting, aren't they?
I think the proper place to draw to the 10 here.
I think you're right, versus the D1.
And that's what we see. So now we have a very reasonable draw. So this is not going to work out for John, because he has to bluff this pair of 8s.
And so Ashton's kind of like conceding here that he's going to have the worst draw.
John decided not to bluff this hand. And now Matt will go for value.
I think so, yeah, with the 10-6. But John has not necessarily decided not to bluff this. He could still check raise this hand.
I suppose he could. This is. I'm just surprised that he checked it. I think most players would bluff the 8s here.
Raise.
And he does go for the check
Wow,
raise.
good read, Alex. This is an interesting find.
This is a nice play. And
man, everyone's just trying to bluff Matt Ashton.
It's always so hard to me in limit games to bet fold value. I find it very difficult on the end.
Now, I'm trying to think about whether I would want to call this raise. You don't beat any value.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
He
Matt's not
just
the
decides to
folder.
call it.
Matt is not a folder. Everyone tries to bluff Matt, and he just keeps calling.
Right.
This gives hope to me that all those times I've called on the river hopelessly actually had some hope, you know?
I mean, I just tend to end up, when I decide that my hand's good enough to value bet in a limit game, I tend to end up bet calling the raise in a lot of situations. Of course, you can't do that every time.
Hennigan, slight regret when you see that you got bet called by the 10 there. That is definitely a hand that you're sort of targeting.
Right, and so you, Chris, probably would have been more tempted just to bluff Hennigan's hand as a bet.
I think I would. I mean, I know my opponent's going to have a wider range. I mean, we see he's drawing to a 10. So, in general, you're going to go for very thin value in that spot a lot.
Right.
And you typically get to bluff 8s and some straights.
Right.
And 8s is just a good blocker. And he also saw some pairs earlier in the hand. So, you're mostly targeting
5, 6, 7.
smaller pairs, and then obviously hands that have, like, blockers to your bluffs themselves that decide to fold, like
the ace and the king and the queen can fold
an
sometimes.
ace 9-8-7 type of combo might decide to fold.
Right.
Yeah. But Ashton has made a lot of money in this triple draw round just by making something and then not folding it.
Absolutely.
And also an 8-6 in a cool spot where he got 2 bets in versus an ace.
Sternfield with a nice hand if we were playing 5-card draw. Not very good in triple draw.
Matt should go for this again. This is the spot we were talking about. He's now in the cutoff with deuce-deuce wheel.
And he's got a little bit of just that kind of momentum going in his favor now. He's just been winning every pot. He's probably going to start taking some slightly loose opens. Not to say that this one is that loose.
Would defend this hand from Seiver, 8-7-5, but I don't really like it. I mean,
I would fold 8-7-6 for sure.
Well, you wanted to fold 8-7-4 earlier.
Yeah, that's true, but that was versus... Oh, you're right. Yeah. No, that was versus an earlier position. That was versus hijack.
3.
So, Ashton continues to draw fairly well and catch well here. Seiver has no improvement. So this is an interesting spot now. Ashton will bet, I believe, and he's going to want to keep this 9 if his opponent draws 2. Even though he has the wheel draw, he's better. He has higher equity just drawing 1, and his range is overall quite strong here. This isn't a spot that he needs to make a premium hand. He just needs to make something.
Yeah,
and I think he wants to
given his
9.
opponent's drawing 2, he can just get some immediate folds on the next
Yeah,
bet
he's going to have
anyway.
good fold equity on the turn. Now, against a very, very high-level player, sometimes you want to check these hands back on the turn. You don't get too many folds. But Seiver just catches aces, so this hand's just over.
Yeah. Matt obviously planning to just...
And when I say you want to check this hand back on the turn to start, what I meant was that if Ashton doesn't improve. Obviously,
Right.
when he makes the 9, he's happy to bet for value.
Right.
Ashton is having a very good deuce-to-7 round.
Yeah. Remarkable round, really. Up to 703,000.
If this guy gets chips in this tournament, he's one of the players where I don't feel like they're coming back, you know?
Right.
He is
for the
very, very solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very focused. I mean, very intimidating at the table. Maybe not so fun to play with.
Maybe a little less tournament experience than some of these guys, but I also don't think he's going to be shying away from wielding his big stack advantages.
I think he has a lot of tournaments online.
That's true.
You know,
Yeah,
him and
that's a good
Talal.
point.
and certainly someone who's won the PPC before, knows his way around these high-stakes tournaments.
And certainly a fearless player.
Right, for sure, yeah. Just very, very studied and very comfortable in all these games.
Too bad.
Just goes about his business, you know, just not like the other table that we saw where there was all the joking and the prop bets and the discussion.
The Shulman Mercier table had a little
This guy
more
makes it clear he's here for poker.
banter. Yeah, and not much chat at all between these guys, actually.
Yeah.
We did see Hennigan chatting a bit earlier.
Well, now Hennigan's a little short-stacked and doesn't have much to say.
I'm trying to, you know. I don't know. That's why
I'm trying to lock in, dude.
Scott's usually good for some banter.
I'm not locked in. I gotta lock in.
No, you are now.
Playing Razz now.
You had like a 20-minute fall apart, and other than that, you.
But I just locked in right now. I just locked in right now.
Okay, well,
Switching the
I'm
game to
gonna have
Razz.
take you out of
And
it.
Chad is locked in.
And Chad is locked in. Chad wishing Paducey was in this mix. He's
Are you a simulation theory guy?
self-proclaimed best in the world at that game.
No, whatever. It's reality is not only stranger than you imagine, it's stranger than you can imagine. So it's weirder than a simulation.
Do you think reality exists, or just?
I mean,
are
it obviously
are you
exists.
just perceiving?
I mean, come on, it obviously exists.
I love that.
Like,
I mean, come on.
it's the one thing.
You fucking idiot. You fool.
Hennigan sitting in the middle of a philosophy discussion.
Yeah, a late-night psychedelic philosophy discussion.
Jack spade.
All right, some five-handed rest. So one thing that's interesting, you mentioned this earlier about the antes and stud, but one thing I want to point out to the viewers, now that it's five-handed, in typical poker games, in a short-handed game, you play more hands. But in stud games, you play fewer hands. Because
Correct.
there's now fewer antes. There's less money in the pot to fight for.
Strong dude.
Yeah, it's
This
a little
is something
bit.
people really struggle with understanding.
It's a bit counterintuitive.
What about you, Scott?
Heads up Razz is insanely boring.
Oh, I have no
What
idea.
percent? What percent?
I'm just trying to get you locked out.
Probably a lot of limp. Well, not a lot of limping because usually.
No, it's just more raise and take it's, right? There's just not a lot of money in the
Yeah.
middle, so there's
I
less
don't know, I
incentive to
feel-
stay in the pot with something weak.
right.
Like, it's one of those things that if I think about it, I can have like an opinion on what makes most sense to me. But then you realize that like we as an entire species are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
So like, why should I trust anything? I think.
Yeah, yeah. When you put like,
Yeah.
when you try to use our like rationality to reach that far, it's just gonna break under the pressure.
Exactly.
It's like.
These guys are thinking about the meaning of life, and Henning is just thinking about why do I have to pair that damn 8?
Right.
I think that's a genuinely great question to ask.
Let's see what happens here. Ashton has a very defendable hand with ace-5, and there's an ace and a 5 out with the deuce also.
Complete.
If the 5 does not get involved, I think we'll see a defense.
I think so too. These spots sometimes they depend on certainly the blockers of your cards. So the fact that there's another ace and a 5 out really helps Ashton. Also depends on what type of range Hennigan has. If Hennigan's opening into like 3 other wheel cards, it's a little different. Whereas he can have some lighter hands here. But
Hennigan has a steel wheel draw here in a spot where he can have a lot of wide hands. We see Matt continuing with a 3-card 8.
I don't think everybody would continue.
And
We've seen
very hard to
players
have
fold
84% on 4th
right.
Street.
We've definitely seen players fold in similar spots.
Now, if Ashton thinks he's a little light here, he might consider a lead.
I think this is really
and that
close.
lead will get punished.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is going for the lead here. He believes that Hennigan can have some light hands.
And Hennigan just snap raises.
Right. We can see he's getting the money in very good here, being 71%. Now, this is an interesting spot for Ashton. If the cards both brick on 6, he can lead again. And
As
that's
is
what
the
happens.
case. Oh, okay. So he.
Ooh, this is close.
This
is
is
he
close.
a favorite? He has a queen low and a 4-card 9. He's not the favorite.
He's not the favorite,
Yeah.
and he correctly recognizes that. Also, like some percentage of the time, Hennigan actually paired the 4 and was bluffing with that raise on 5th.
Yeah, Hennigan decides to check back here. This may be a bit of a tournament consideration. And he makes it.
Yeah,
and they both improve, so he'll certainly get paid off here. Ashton, we can see, is board locked against value hands, but he's going to feel compelled to call with one of the best hands he can have in this.
And I think that was a tournament consideration to check back, knowing that he probably has. Well, he knows.
I'm sure he knows his equity. Yeah.
Exactly.
But he figures it's only a small edge, and you know, losing a big bet in this situation extra could be.
I tend to still bet in those spots because it's not like Ashton can really ever bet the river because he knows you're drawing to something that can beat the best hand he can make. So he's going to basically blindly check the river. You can just value bet and get the 2 bets in when you make the best hand, and you're still pushing that equity edge on
I
6.
would not necessarily have known who the favorite was there without thinking about it more deeply. We happened to see the graphics, so it kind of biased me a little bit. But I would have thought. I'm not sure. I guess.
Yeah. Usually when the made hand is as weak as Ashton's made queen, then
queen with a 4-card 9
it swings it. If it was like a 10, it's very different. But
Right.
yeah, these Razz spots, unless you sort of play around with the equities a lot, they can be hard to think of in game. And you're right that, of course, as commentators, we do have access to all the information at all times, which sometimes makes us
make it seem like we know what we're doing.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha.
Jump to conclusions.
So Sternfield has to bring in with a 9, and certainly a defendable hand.
Right. Chad should usually open this hand, and he does.
Yeah, and typically when the bring-in is a medium to small card, you want to come in raising more than limping, because you do want to deny equity.
Right, that's a very good point.
And notice that while Sternfield's hand is actually a small favorite, he's going to have a much bigger playing disadvantage here by having the 9 up.
Yeah, and he certainly can't 2-bet where Chad can still have a much wider range.
Right.
He's just never going to ever 2-bet the 9 here.
And he pulls a slight advantage here.
Yeah, this is a classic example where usually when you improve on 4th Street, you bet, but a queen improving against a king is not enough of an improvement.
Right, we can see the equities basically didn't change at all.
Right. Now, if Sternfield had caught a 10 here,
yeah, then he could lead.
Then he would lead.
Also, he doesn't know that Chad has a 3-card 9. He can believe he's against a much stronger hand here.
Absolutely, yeah. He could also be against a weaker hand, knowing that Chad can be on some
so
of the
we're
steals.
still in a very 50-50 situation here.
Right.
Okay, so Sternfield is up to 57 with the 9-4 draw and the best hand right now. But these hands are running quite close. Chad has the playing advantage with his board again.
Right. Now things get interesting because even though Chad's board is better, he knows that Sternfield probably has a lot of better made 9s. Although Sternfield could have paired his ace a lot.
I would be thinking that he pairs the ace a lot.
That's very true.
And I think that now, for this reason alone, I think Sternfield has to consider folding.
Yeah, he does.
He could be drawing dead here.
That's a good point. Now, Chad knows, of course, that Sternfield did not pair the deuce because he continued on 5th Street.
Yeah.
But it does look a lot like he paired the ace.
Typically, a bring-in defender is going to have 2 wheel cards.
Theory, Chad?
Which is also why
Conspiracy theory?
defending the... I'm not saying he shouldn't have called there. He should have. But defending
I
with
don't
like
know.
a
I
queen
don't
or a king
think so.
door can be a little bit dangerous. Not only because you're at an
I don't
equity
really buy
disadvantage,
many of
but
them.
because it's a little more obvious the cards are
Not
like
right,
to
yeah.
pair.
It's difficult to play them well against good players.
And then if you start calling the king 7-6 for that
definitely
reason, well, now you're
Now you're just playing
blind.
with weaker hands.
You nailed it, see?
Yeah, you're
I
right.
knew you would. I just...
That's unreal.
I mean, that's a classic, but...
I mean, I
Birds aren't real.
no, that that one's
They're,
just
they're all spy
absurd.
cameras for the CIA and other intelligence communities.
Dude, you want to know what I really think? You remember like 10 years ago, like maybe a little longer, you started hearing about like flat earthers?
Yeah.
And everyone's initial reaction is like, that cannot be real.
Yeah.
Dude, but then you're like, oh wow, these people, they actually believe it.
Minimum.
Dude, what that was the weakest links in this like chain of us. They were just cracking first, and we're all going to be as crazy as them, but it's just this like process that is like...
Okay, that I could see.
Dude, that's happening like right now.
That's very similar to mine. Slightly
Chad and
different.
Seiver
Oh my God, I
together
got to
is
lock back in, dude. You got me locked out.
fascinating.
I know I got you locked out. That's why do you think I
Two,
like the one where
notice in
Two
this
aliens.
agencies are flooding the internet.
In this
with
hand,
bad
Ashton limped
conspiracy
with
theories.
a hand that
I
we've
think the,
seen a bit of a
better ones
pattern
have
with
better
like
cover
an
for them.
ace-jack-5
Right.
combo here,
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah, he limped the ace-jack 5 here, so we see a pattern emerging among some of the best high-stakes players of finding limps with these marginal combos.
Right.
Notice that Chad over-limped with the deuce
Mine
4-8,
would
which is
be-
kind of nice,
there's
I
a
think.
Yeah.
Conspiracy.
His hand
that
looks even
Stevie
weaker than
Wonder
it
isn't
is.
actually blind, and he's been faking it his whole life.
Dude, I don't even know who Stevie Wonder is.
Wow. Brutal. That just like
Even I know who Stevie Wonder
my
is.
heart just went.
But that was smooth if he was lying.
But Chad is caught so well that
I
I
don't
think
think
his hand's
Chad's capable
over.
of like lying like that.
Dude, I got to lock in, dude. Yeah, I can't believe what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Dude, this is crazy.
Are you kidding me? This is fucking normal, man. The only reason to learn things is to be able to lock anyone out over any conversation. I'm ready to start talking one pocket with World if he starts winning some hands. Bring up my favorite out Faglin moments.
You're going to be as crazy as the flat earthers soon, though. Seriously.
No, I'm crazy.
No, you're not that crazy, dude.
No, not like that, no.
But it's coming for you.
Eva
coming
Slosh
for
and
us all.
Seaver is the duo
Yeah.
I did not know we needed,
what you mean.
but we do.
Yeah, this is great.
I am fascinated to see what they talk about next.
Why do you think I started talking about hostel travel for like 30 minutes with Ashton a couple hours ago?
I've had a lot of these boards in Razz where there's been a lot of good cards out there.
Yeah, this time Ashton decides to complete a 3-card 8. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that there's 2 7s out.
And Chad does go for the 2-bet here, which I like. Of
And
course, he
John
always has
also
the
picks
best
up a
hand
premium hand
against
here.
Ashton. And Hennigan has the same hand as Evislage. Hannigan should be probably incentivized to make it another raise.
Absolutely.
To try to get Ashton's weakest hands to fold. And
Scott
Seiver
picks up a hand. What,
wow.
what a setup of a Razz hand.
This is actually a tough spot for Scott. Usually you would always play 3 to a 7, and likely he still gets in there, but it's at least close.
Maybe Ashton ducks out of the way?
I think so. I would fold as Ashton with the 7-8-3. It's just, in my opinion, just slightly too weak going 4 ways.
Yeah, he opened a hand with 1 dead pair, and all hell broke loose behind him.
And I think if Scott's hand was more like a 7-6-4, something like that, or a 7-5-4, he might, maybe not 7-6-4 where the 6s are dead, but 7-5-4, he might have even got out of the way.
Now, I think in theory Chad was supposed to raise again. I believe he did. Okay, yes. So Chad correctly raised again, showing that against the 7-up card.
Yeah.
They are punishing Scott for his play, but it's not a big mistake.
And I know if Scott had an 8, he would have folded it, an 8-5 ace. I'm almost certain. But the 7, he just deems a little bit too good.
And it's World who catches best.
Now, these are the spots where sometimes a player can get sandwiched.
Well,
not in this case.
Yeah, this is a situation now where you have to be pretty sticky because the pot is massive from a 4-bet pre-multi-way.
It is, but when you're potentially facing 5 bets, it can be really dicey.
And everyone has caught well on 5th. This is going to be a big pot. This is going to be a pot, probably the pot of the tournament here. Bigger than those PLO pots we saw earlier.
Yeah, you're right. Seiver actually...
Nobody can get away from their hand now.
Correct.
And Hennigan is in a great spot here with the best hand and the best draw.
Chad kind of hates life if Hennigan actually has the 8 that he's sort of quote-unquote supposed to have, although he still does have outs against all the 8s.
But this is where the pot being so big is just working against him. And it's Scott who pulls ahead, catches a gin card.
Yeah.
That 6 is a super dead card. And he just is aware of it, and John checked to him. Hennigan was aware that that 6 was a super, super good card.
Right, so it's a lot less likely to have paired Scott.
And now maybe Chad can find the exit looking at these boards?
It's so tough when the pocket's this big, but yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but what does Seiver have? He called 3 cold.
Yeah, I think Chad has to fold here because even if somehow Seiver doesn't have what he's supposed to have, Hennigan still has outs against him, and he can still just be in like really bad shape against Hennigan's hand.
So after this hand, we're gonna have 1 player under 100K and 1 player above a starting stack, depending on what this river card is.
I could be wrong, but did Hennigan check this dark?
I believe he did, which is probably just right. Seiver should probably just go ahead and bet.
And he's going to hope that Seiver value bets all his 7s, and if Hennigan does improve to a 6, he's going to be able to get the check raise in.
And John is sad. Or maybe angry, is a better word.
I think that's a better word, yeah. It's a frustrating one for Hennigan. He had way the best of it on 5th, but the equities can really flip quickly in these games.
No.
Oh, really?
I see. When he showed his hand, he thought he had paired the deuce, I think, a little bit. Because he did make a pair of deuces on the river. So he was extra frustrated because he thought maybe there was a chance that Scott had been bluffing.
I think he must have misread which were the down cards, though, because didn't Scott
maybe
have
he was just frustrated that he lost
hole?
the size of the pot.
Yeah. Oh, no, I think I see. I'm trying to remember what the down cards were now. It's
because Scott did pair deuces on the river.
Right.
So Scott caught like case cards on that hand. He caught like the 4th deuce and the 3rd 6.
Right.
So he caught very well. But yeah, Razz could play very, very big in this mix. And
absolutely.
That was what we saw there. Once the pocket's jammed up pre-flop, you know, it's very hard to get away from your hand at any point.
Typically, the thinking is that the single winner games in the limit formats can be the bigger games, especially as the tournament gets deeper. Like the big bet plays big in the early stages where you can't play huge pots in limit, but later in the tournament, it's the Deuce-to-Seven triple draw, the Razz.
When I'm shallow in a horse tournament or an 8-game tournament, it's the Razz round that really scares you.
Yeah,
because
and triple draw, I think, too, because once you're in a hand, you often are sort of forced to stay in it till the end.
For sure.
Limit Hold'em can be another one. Usually you just avoid the marginal starting hands.
Maybe just by playing a little extra tight in that game, you kind of...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's a little harder to do that in Razz.
For sure.
You can't just fold
and because even if you have the ace deuce 3, you're just not that far ahead of anything, right?
Exactly, yeah.
It's not like you can ever really have a hammerlock on 3rd Street.
Yeah, you're just sort of forced to play more big pots in Razz.
Right. The hands just run close to each other, and then they always are incentivized to put in money.
Right.
Those hands, though, were just kind of crazy on 3rd Street to have such strong starting hands.
Yeah. And Scott got rewarded for, I wouldn't say it was an overly loose play on 3rd Street, but it was at least a hand that I was thinking in my head was close.
Yeah, I think he just correctly realizes that, like, even if he's against 2 super premiums, he
Equity's
just has a lot of equity also, right? Yeah.
I think that the 8s are the ones that start to fold there, and maybe some of the worst 7s.
But that pot certainly got Scott Seiver to a healthy stack.
Yeah, and we see the Sternfield very short now, and Hennigan also getting into that danger zone only with 5 big bets.
Yeah, the other problem with the Razz game, or really any of the stud games, is just those antes eat you away if you don't pick up any playable hands. I mean, you get a couple bring-ins, you're very short-stacked already. It gets really critical really quickly.
Absolutely.
He's going to really need to find a hand to go with. It's hard with these stud wizards acting ahead of him and behind him on all spots. You don't get any very easy opportunities to find steals against these guys.
Right.
Although this looks like a good spot with only 2 6s out and him having one.
Yeah, Sternfield's going to be very incentivized to play a ton of hands in this spot.
Yeah.
Hennigan has
World
a
picks
real
up a
hand.
good hand.
But even if Sternfield just has one good one and one bad one,
I would be tempted to go with a lot of hands
probably
here.
just going to have to put it in.
And he
this
gets a
hand,
monster.
Just a monster, yeah.
So we'll run it here. Yeah. Both caught well right away.
Yeah. Note that Hennigan still has 39% equity here with the 8-6 draw versus
Yeah,
the
even
6-5
against the
draw.
4-card 6.
Yeah. And now Hennigan in
Pulls
great
ahead.
shape
Yep.
with the mate 8 and still drawing to the 6.
2, 7, 8.
That pairs him, I believe.
Yeah. So Sam's going to need to improve to a 7, deuce, or ace, and have Hennigan not improve.
Or
which
he will be
doesn't.
our second player out of the field.
Right.
Good game, guys.
And he hits a
Nice to meet you.
picture card.
Good game, Sam. Great series. Hope you had fun. Unfortunately, it was a short day today.
Yeah, and still a good story there. Sam Sternfield. Really
Absolutely.
nice showing in the preliminary events. Satellites into this tournament, and experience of a lifetime, really.
For sure.
Getting to play with all these big dogs. And we've just been given notice that on an outer table, Phil Sternheimer has busted and has already re-entered the tournament.
Okay,
so
he was short earlier.
No. We just played that.
So now I suppose we're up to 23
Three
entries total?
knockouts. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 rebuys and 21 initial entries. Oh, plus Monsik.
Oh,
jumped
plus
in.
Texas
So-
Mike in.
So 24 entries.
Cool. We're cruising.
We're getting up there. I think that the projection was somewhere around the mid to high 20s for total entries, and it looks like we're going to get there.
Oh, yeah.
We could even get over that, depending
yeah, I
on
was gonna say,
how much blood there is at the end of the night.
For sure. And that
Who shows up
24 to
tomorrow?
1, that 24 to 1 bet looks like
Right,
it was
yeah, that
dead.
was- yeah.
Nick Schulman having some regrets.
And down to just 4 on this.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to break a table or decide how to handle this because we're going to have to.
Or someone might come in.
nicer than other Vibrams I've
We'll have to redraw the field here. Okay, it
Yeah, it looks like tournament director Paul Gamble, who does a great job, kind of getting somebody over there. It looks like it might be Max Coleman.
Oh, good. We haven't gotten to see Max play yet.
Right. Just reiterating the tournament format here. 10-game rotation. We're playing limit games, big bet, stud, flop, and draw. 3-day event, 60-minute levels throughout. 1 re-entry is allowed. We've seen 2 players use that as well. And yeah, we see Max, who we haven't seen yet on the stream, moving over to the future table.
Excellent. Max always a regular at final tables of big mixed game tournaments, PLO tournaments, and even plays some no limit hold'em as well. So a very well-rounded player.
Worth noting, Max actually only got into mixed games during COVID.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, he played primarily PLO before
He's
that,
a
right?
PLO guy, and I had known he was mostly a PLO guy, but I didn't realize he didn't play any mix at all until the online games of early COVID times.
One. Maybe for me they'll do 2.
I mean, we could vote.
A shot there of some of the other players on the outer tables.
Yeah, you can see Texas Mike drew into that table with Mercier, Nick G, Wasserson, and John Reisner.
Game of Kings.
Texas Mike, somebody who always likes to battle in the highest stakes games in all formats of poker.
We may have another contender for fastest player, too. He plays extremely quickly.
He does play fast.
All right, players and dealers, blinds are up.
And you heard that announcement from Paul Campbell.
20, level 8.
So this is the final level of the night.
As we see Sternheimer, as you said, rebought and has moved to this table. So there's a bit of a musical chairs happening in the PokerGO studio right now.
Right. Chris, do you think we're going to see 1 or 2 more eliminations in this final level tonight?
I do. These limit games are starting to play pretty big now, and certainly the big bet games can always be bloody.
And note, even at our feature table, Hennigan here only has 57,000. Oh, sorry, 110,000.
Right, which as the level going up to 5 and 10,000, I guess.
Yeah, 10 and 20 limits.
10 and 20 limits, so that will be substantial. But I think we're playing
love a locked out
no limit
Chad and
hold'em
no limit
first.
hold'em.
Okay.
Looks like it. So 2, 4, and 4.
I see it. I have succeeded in everything I wanted.
Scott, with some newfound chips from that Razz pot, is happy to get them back into play in a game he's very comfortable with for high stakes. And Max just joins the table and gets dealt 2
and what a pickup. And Scott has the type of hand that it's not inconceivable he could go for a 4-bet shove facing a 3-bet for Max.
Absolutely, or at least to continue.
Certainly it's not automatic, but...
Max has a knack for picking up good hands in these spots. I have to tell you, I played a ton with Max. By the way, Scott instantly folded.
Quick fold from Scott. That's pretty impressive. I think a lot of players would have considered all the options
I think
there.
our computer overlord certainly would have never folded the hand. So
right,
that is a live read of some kind.
Computer's kind of on like an auto shove with ace-4 and ace-5 suited there, and
I think the suited ace on a button small blind is just going to want to at least call.
Right, exactly. If it's not shoving, it's going to do a lot of calling.
Really?
Really.
Ace-3 suited. Diamonds.
Wow. Could have ripped it.
Absolutely could have. Something out of the time I do.
Scott kind of doing something that he's very comfortable doing, which is like talking about the hand, but getting more info than he's giving.
Yeah.
He wants to know what the next
Although he did tell Max what he had there.
It's all right. It's all right.
But maybe Max's hand was more relevant than his hand. Yeah.
Perhaps.
Came right in and got the bullets.
And it'll be fun for me to see how Ashton approaches this game. Is that the sort of combo you mentioned earlier that Chad can consider a raise with, or is the queen deuce just good enough?
I think
to
the
play?
queen deuce you usually just check. I think it's really the
like
most
a really
junky
bad
stuff.
one. Yeah.
This board could definitely hit both players.
Chad probably feeling like he has a bit of a range advantage after a limp check situation here. But obviously his hand has really no interaction.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have a lot of these middle cards, whereas Ashton's going to have all sorts of things limping at this depth.
One thing I notice about Ashton's play is he seems very good at playing defense.
Yeah.
You know, some players are very comfortable giving up the aggression, and I think that might come from all his hours in nosebleed cash games. You know, you run into very aggressive players in games like that, and he often seems like he's inducing bluffs, inducing action, and then just not folding.
That makes sense, and if you look at a lot of the high stakes no limit players today, there is definitely a defensive element.
Yeah, you can sort of see someone's style in certain close situations, whether they tend to be the one that prefers to do the betting or they prefer to do the calling.
Right. Chad has an absolute nothing burger here, no interaction. With all that said, he very well might be tempted to use that as a bluff.
I don't think this is going to work yet, right, with Ashton having a jack?
No. I think, like, Ashton might fold some 6x and 7x, but not when he picks up this gutter.
Yeah.
Because there's also some implied odds when the 8 hits the river, and
oh yeah, there's a straight on the board.
You could be just repping. You know, yeah, you're going to have to get called by the straight on board very often.
And the question for Chad, for me here, is that Chad, in some ways, because his hand has no interaction, makes some sense to actually barrel up. Oh, and the situation you described has come home.
Now, I think an interesting decision for Matt, whether to lead or to check here.
Well, he definitely would like to check if he saw Chad's hand.
Not necessarily, because I think Chad's
going
to call to play the board some percentage of the time. And now does Chad decide to bluff, or does he say, okay, you know what, I was bluffing and now I got bailed out for half the pot a lot of the time?
Right. I guess with the diamonds coming in also.
I think Chad should check this back, not having a diamond in his hand.
If he did bet, you would expect a very big size, right?
You would. I think when the flush comes in like this, you want to at least have a diamond in your hand to fire the bluff as Chad. And I think I would have slightly preferred a lead from Ashton there on the river.
Interesting.
Just trying to get called by a hand playing the board. But I can understand when the flush comes in, wanting to just play it as a check call.
Maybe he just has a strong sense that it's best to induce from Chad.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that has worked well for him in the previous hands.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Ashton off to a very comfortable start in this tournament. Oh, we have a new chip leader.
Yeah, chip leader Benny Glaser, who we know eliminated Johannes Becker, I believe it was. And
okay.
So we see 21 players remaining of the 24 entries. We don't know the payouts yet. They'll be determined at the start of day 2.
But based on the entries that we have, we can predict that there will not be a huge number of players paid out. Probably only the final table.
Right. Probably somewhere in the 4 to 5 players range.
So that will make for very interesting bubble dynamics.
Oh, it's going to be a really fun bubble, yeah.
Now, Max is a little on the shorter side. I mean, he's still plenty deep for no limit hold'em, making about 33 big blinds.
Right.
I wonder if that makes Ashton a little bit more inclined to just fold this queen jack off.
I think Ashton's hand is just a little bit too good to fold. I think that flatting and 3-betting are both options. Yeah, just cut off button also. If the open comes from earlier position, we can consider folding it. He does just elect to call.
And
Hennigan's got the
overcalls
mystery
to the big
cards.
blind. Yeah. Oh, wow. So we've gotten some inside information that Hennigan actually has a king-jack here in this spot, and we see Coleman flopping a bottom set against a top pair.
This could be very bad news for John Hennigan. Top pair with SPR 3. Really hard to figure he's going to be able to get away from this unless the board develops in a very ugly way.
Absolutely, and Max has picked up 2 nice hands in no limit hold'em this round already with getting aces in the first hand and now a set. Hennigan electing to play his hand fast as a value raise.
And I think this is very reasonable at this stack depth.
Right, he's kind of figuring if I'm beat, I'm going to lose all the money anyway.
Right.
So I may as well try to get some value.
I think with his worst kickers, he would have just called. But King Jack is starting to get in that range where Max can actually have some worse King X.
Yeah. Now, what Hennigan would really like to see on the turn is an ace. He doesn't know it.
Right.
But that would maybe be the only card that would save him. And Max should just call?
Max should just continue to call. Yeah,
And I think
leave the
he'll find
bluffs in, because Hennigan can have some gut shots and stuff like that that are bluffing, and those hands are just drawing dead. Of course, the King X does have a few outs, but you just take that risk and you just proceed with call here in position.
Is there some alarm bells going off for Hennigan here that he's getting called on this kind of board?
I think he has to be at least a little bit concerned that at this point he can be beat. Although that
I'm not
deuce
on
of
it. What is he
clubs
going to do on that
just
river? Yeah.
A little too innocuous, I think.
Even if he were to check.
Nice hand, Max.
And we have lost another player.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Johnny World will be one of those players that will rebuy. Certainly possible. Also, perhaps this late in the night, if he decides he wants to rebuy, he just waits until tomorrow.
He could come back tomorrow.
That's what I would do in this spot.
He seems pretty frustrated after a number of Razz spots went wrong. And,
I would sleep it off. And, but I don't think there's anything wrong with the way that John played that hand. At that SPR, I think it makes sense. You're going to want to have some check raise bluffs and straight draws.
Just a cold deck on the flop.
Exactly, yeah. Especially when it runs out like that, 7
He could have even
deuce.
considered maybe squeezing and jamming pre-flop.
Right.
Although that might have worked.
That might have worked. I think
think of
certainly King Jack suited would be a candidate for that. King Jack off feels just a touch too weak, but
Cut
certainly
off button,
not.
Big blind.
Yeah, no, it's not out of the question by any means.
He's so locked in. We got to stop him.
Max?
Yeah.
When Max gets hot, dude, it's ugly, man.
And a nice pickup there for Coleman. Back to
Smart.
close.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's off to a great start.
Step one to breaking him down.
Right. And it looks like we're going to get a new player on the feature table.
Oh, right. So we lost Hennigan, so we need to replace him there. We're going to stay with 4 tables.
Right. And it looks like they're doing a draw. It looks like Phil Sternheimer is racking up his chips. So we're gonna see Phil on bullet number 2.
Wow, Albert has an absolute tower of blue chips there, and you're telling me that Benny Glaser has more than that?
305.
There's been some blood out there.
There sure has.
Yeah, Albert's got a big stack.
Yeah, pile of blue chips.
Talk about a high-stakes table you've got there. You've got Albert, Ray D, Johannes, Brian Rast, and Talal.
Absolutely. Play Poker Go is here, and it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments. Compete against players worldwide and sharpen your game. Play now for free at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. And Chris, you said based on how your series has gone, we might be seeing you on playpokergo.com.
Absolutely. I gotta get back in the play chip streets. Brush up on my game.
You know, I want to give some credit to the tournament organizers for one thing in this tournament, and that's the chip denominations. We haven't seen any of the green chips in play yet. They are letting these players play with big stacks.
Nice.
Giving
like
it
the
kind
towers?
of a cash game feel, kind of an old school tower feel.
Yeah.
Big shout out to the tournament organizers here at the studio for that.
As we zoom in on Daniel Negreanu's table here. J. David Rogers also. Was and Negreanu have been side by side throughout the whole tournament.
Eric Wasserson with a nice looking stack.
Second one's the charm. Your first bullet, you didn't win anything. You just kept losing. I noticed. Yeah, I noticed too. You didn't win anything. Lose, lose, lose.
Negreanu deciding to needle Johannes. Not sure exactly what that's about, but we welcome Phil Sternheimer back to the feature table.
Negreanu just, at times, just likes the sound of his own voice.
Don't we all?
Yeah, don't we all?
I resemble this remark.
Takes all of it is mine.
Scott's a nice guy.
There we go. Easy. Locked out. He's locked out. Don't even look.
This must be the nicest table at the tournament.
It was.
Perhaps the needle of the tournament so far.
So fast, too.
Was there any swearing involved or muttering upon exit of a player?
No.
No?
Not that I had.
Yeah. Pure
I only had a
professionalism?
mic, so.
Yeah.
I've never seen you wear glasses, Matt.
No, this table's too big. It needs it.
Yeah.
It is true sometimes on the bigger tables, it can be, if you're in one of the end seats, it can be kind of hard to see all the cards in the stud games.
Right, yeah, which is obviously quite important. And
You gonna give us some special effects tomorrow?
well, we're all getting a little older too.
Oh,
Everyone
okay.
needs their glasses
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
days.
Yeah.
Don't need to remind me.
Have you seen this, Jack?
No,
Scott
what
going
happened? He
with the-
mentioned to Dennis
Like a
earlier.
false tooth.
Limp with the ace-10 off.
Holy smokes.
Oh,
Holy
whoa.
cow.
Are you getting like veneers or something? Or?
An implant.
Yeah, yeah.
The real deal.
So that's surgery,
That's for you,
right?
Phil. Yep.
Imagine
General anesthetics
how
on the way.
often you get called when you show this.
Huh?
And then like act like a little drunk.
Ashton having some sort of tooth surgery coming up or something. That's letting everyone know. Pulling out a false tooth. The surprises never end.
Notice that Max turned open-ender here.
Oh,
after
poker.
Flopping nothing.
Okay.
Poker.
Let's do some poker. Seiver probably feels compelled to continue with ace-10.
Yeah, I think a very comfortable check call, although versus the value portion, you're not in great shape, but still. Ace high, nut gutter.
Dreams of smashing that jack and having a very deceptive hand. Also potentially inducing a bluff on this river.
And now Coleman with stone bottom of range
twice I've played
probably
with
will feel compelled to bluff.
Stone.
He's going to get some better
Oh,
straight
is that
draws
the-
and some
the
flush draws
fatty
to
and
fold.
then the man?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And for the big size? No.
Frickin'
Okay, so it
Max
just
was
goes for
all
like
in
a
on
2/3.
I mean,
Just kind of the type of bet he would make
You
with a
know,
weak
it was,
king. Obviously 7x.
I was pretty tilted.
Oh, wow.
It works again?
It does work.
I was tilt like I had like a
I feel like you generally don't tilt
I don't,
a lot.
but I had like a full 45 minutes of tilt.
Oh,
It was,
really? How did that express itself?
I went upstairs and I ended up playing online.
That's very weird.
It's the best way to deal with it.
Yeah.
I did something I
Up in the
almost
mix,
never,
yeah.
ever do, which is change my mind on my action, like while my hand is here.
You were gonna raise turn? Or?
Yeah.
It looked like you wanted to raise.
Like, I mean, not even wanted to. I was like, oh, I'm raising, and I was grabbing like 30, and then I got to here, and I'm just like,
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. You got me scared.
I never do that. Like, obviously, it wasn't for like pick up anything. It's just a very weird last microsecond change my mind.
Seiver very much playing on vibes this tournament.
Yeah, I've done that recently. What Seiver's describing that I'm not always the best at doing is I start to reach for the chips to raise and then I balk and I actually end up folding. Not because I'm trying to angle, but because I change my mind. Do you ever do that, Chris?
I try very hard not to do anything with my chips until I'm sure what I want to do.
You're a more intentional man.
But
than
I definitely oscillate
just
between
hands
what I
up
want to
my
do
lips.
In your
many,
head.
many times. Yeah.
I think the reason I just play so
yeah.
fast all the time that like I don't take the time to come to my decisions always.
I tend to be very deliberate in the big bet games because I am feeling like a little less comfortable in them, so I want to really try to think them through.
Most of the time.
Who did win? I don't even know who won. Did Opes win?
Opes won, yeah.
Opes won, okay.
The players talking about
Like
the 25K
the rest of us
event.
went between like
It was
4th and
Aaron
2nd
Sachs and
lot.
James
Like, it
Opes
was
heads
pretty
up.
split
Right,
between
Yeah.
Opes,
and
myself,
James Opes was the
Dewey.
winner.
Yeah.
Although it
And
didn't
then
affect his
Opes had a
decision.
pat
He did
eight.
not end up hopping in this event so far. Maybe he could consider it tomorrow.
Yeah.
No limit.
Maybe winning the 25K would make you think that he might jump
You
in.
would think that we would have seen Opes by now.
I would think that.
Mickey Duick, worth noting, got third in that tournament. Pretty new to mixed games, more known as a PLO,
player, yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, Coleman has had another big hand in no limit
Oh,
hold'em,
wow.
and this time Seiver has something.
Yeah, and they could play a pot.
35?
I'm not suggesting that Scott's just going to pile all the money in, but
He definitely could
these
consider
are
a 4-bet, though.
2 premium hands.
Yeah. I see a 9 folded and an ace folded. Well, the ace hasn't folded yet, but I think it probably
I
will.
think Sternheimer will eventually.
This doesn't feel like the combo that wants to do something.
No, the cold 4-bets are usually going to come from, if you're going to have your bluffs, it's going to be the suited ace-x versions. You want to have some playability because you're still going to face some flats post-flop. And you probably want something with a slightly higher kicker or a slightly lower kicker.
Right, you want them to have the 8s, maybe.
Yeah.
How does Scott want to handle this situation? Coleman has gotten the better of him in every no-limit hand so far.
I think 60 big blinds deep, I would tend to just flat, as Scott does. It might be one of those hands that a computer just moves in with, but I don't know that these guys are playing computer ranges in these no-limit spots when they have, you know, it's a mixed game tournament.
Very good flop for Scott.
Yeah.
For his hand and probably for his range a bit.
Yeah, interesting to think if Scott wants to play some leads on this board. If he does, his hand makes some sense to lead.
Yeah,
but if he's not
absolutely.
playing many leads, then obviously checking fine.
Seems like he should be pretty confident betting his hand on the turn here. He'd like to get some protection against those big cards, and certainly a board that favors him.
47.
I
And he
think
goes
so.
for a half pot.
I think when the SPR is this low, it's not like Max is really checking back over pairs very often.
Right.
So.
And Max is maybe just done with it?
Yeah, a very, very awkward spot for Max. I think he probably has to be done with it, although, of course, he's still beating some bluffs. And you see that Max didn't like it, but that he does get a fold.
Right.
We heard the tournament director, Paul Campbell, asking the tables to hold up, so there might be some sort of balancing or distribution.
Yeah, that makes me think we lost a player, and they're going to maybe go down back to 3 tables. We're having a lot of
Yeah, we play
musical chairs here.
Yeah, and
we
that
play
typically
stand-up
happens in these small
like
field
the
events.
circus rinks on Florida.
They do a very good job, by the way, of
every game.
making
we just
the
like
procedure
randomize
very
scores.
fair.
You for sure bluffed me, right?
What'd you say?
You for
I think
sure
we're holding up.
bluffed me.
Oh yeah, you got it.
I mean, you'll see it. 40 minutes or whatever.
I don't know, dude. When
I was getting in.
it's too slow. Like, I just play bad, so it's kind of just.
It's the opposite for me online. I can't do.
Really?
I have to.
And looking at our feature table chip counts, Matt Ashton at the top of the counts with 605,000, followed by Chad Eveslage, Scott Seiver, Phil Sternheimer, and Max Coleman bringing up the rear, but still plenty to work with 270,000.
Yeah, and he's made some good headway since joining this table, despite losing that pot there.
By the way, getting word that Nick Schulman busted on a big PLO pot against Michael Monsek.
Oh, Texas Mike got
He
it.
got 260K in on the flop in PLO with 2 pair versus Monsek's wrap, which got there on the turn.
Wow, sounds like a typical PLO hand, but with the added adventure of Texas Mike is definitely not somebody that shies away from small pots.
Absolutely. And we've got
So
2
we have
new
filled
players
in
at
the
our
table here as we've probably dropped down to 3 tables.
Right. So that elimination of Schulman meant that now we're 3 tables of 7 again, I guess.
Okay.
And we have picked up Brian Rass.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
And Ray.
A lot of fine players
Two
here.
two
I'd be
players
very
that you're not
disappointed
particularly
when
welcome to see, but I
redraw at
suppose
the
there's
end
not
of
many
the
soft
day.
spots in this field that you are happy to see. So.
Exactly. Now, Schulman has not re-entered
That'll
yet, but
be,
of course he may still do so tomorrow with only a little bit of time left in the night.
Right, I think you're right that maybe at this point in the night, everyone will just decide to wait and
That would always be my
reevaluate.
decision. How about you, Chris? With
that
this little
makes
time.
sense. I tend to always
I
have
don't
a
know
hard
about
time
you guys.
taking a
My
break.
favorite thing is to test myself against the very best, and that's what's happening. See if I got 08 right. All right.
Rass clarifying the game
I don't
after
have to do
calling,
anything
never
here.
never the
Opt
ideal
out,
option.
but I don't have to work on that.
As we have switched to Omaha 8 or better.
I don't have to use my powers here. We're Gucci.
Ashton's actually got the kind of hand that, if he were the one facing the bet, can be a tempting bluff raise, where you block the 7s full and you have an overpair giving you some additional equity against overpairs, giving you some additional equity against 4x. These sorts of like 7 plus pocket pair hands can actually be used as bluffs. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is more of a PLO idea, I think.
We're
you're
playing
describing.
08,
Yeah.
and I'm
in
playing
08,
PLO
your
in my
idea
head.
would not necessarily work out as well against the lows.
I'm playing PLO in my head.
Rass did check raise the flop, however, and kind of indicating that he's representing trips or a big draw.
Right.
Ashton
Nines.
has a very awkward hand, having no low draw himself and just 9s.
I think extremely awkward. Yeah, he's just dead against the high hands and
But
somewhat ahead of those
yeah,
combo draws.
and we see him go ahead and let it go on a kind of blank turn. I mean, put a secondary draw.
Good to be here.
Really just an awkward spot where he's really hoping to turn a 7 or a 9. Getting
Yeah,
into
not many good cards for him here. Maybe he also
I'm
just thinks
checking
that
the ball
sometimes
for
Razz
all
will take
time.
will check.
Yeah.
After check raising. But that did not happen, and Razz takes the one down.
Here I am
joining the
talking
table.
about PLO hypotheticals instead of focusing on the 08 pot that was being played.
Well, we didn't see his hand. It's possible he took your advice and did exactly as you suggested, but...
Yeah.
Do you agree with that or
No.
Omaha 8 or
I
better.
would say it is
2 cards from your hand, 3 from the board. Highs and lows.
Now we've got a combined table here where Albert and Talal have joined this table, looks like.
Yeah, we can see some action on this table. We know that Monsek has just won a large pot.
Okay, Albert's the chip leader, and Monsek's
Albert's the chip
won a
leader,
large pot.
and Talal,
so-
I believe, has a decent sized
Yeah,
stack too.
there's
and
gotta be a
all
lot
three
of
of these
chips on this
guys
table.
like to play big pots.
Absolutely. Bloody table if
So we
there's
could
ever
really
been
see
one.
some fireworks.
Mercier is not shy either.
No, he's not. He's a little shorter on chips now.
Yeah, he's sort of peaked early in the session so far today.
Worse with
Matt would rather have some suits, but still a very strong hand with the ace, king, king 3.
Absolutely, and Razz would rather have, well, maybe some cards besides the jack and the 8, but a very reasonable hand here in the small blind.
Yeah, certainly you're going to play this hand. It's just, do you want a 3-bet or,
Yeah.
or flat? I think you go either way. I would lean towards 3-betting, knocking
Right,
out
I
the
think
big
it's
blind.
just good enough. It has some high value and some low value.
Exactly. And no reason for Ashton to put in a 4th bet here.
So
And pretty good flop for both these players.
Absolutely, both players are going to like their hand quite a bit. I think actually Razz will prefer his hand in some ways here, as
Right.
Ashton's going to feel that his kings are a little vulnerable and hard to improve on.
Even though we can see that Ashton actually has the better high, Rast's hand kind of feels better when you're playing it against a range
Yeah,
of hands.
I do think Ashton might find a raise at some point in this hand if it comes kind of safe.
Brian now picks up flush draw.
3K, 6K now.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a raise from
We're
kings
finally
here.
playing 3K, 6K.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either, because it's somewhat unlikely that the hand is getting scooped.
I mean, he really needs to be up against a super, super strong hand to get scooped here, right?
Right.
Ace, ace, deuce, 4.
On the contrary, it's just to play devil's advocate, it's somewhat unlikely that Brian's betting a hand that's not either ace, deuce, or a better high at this point, having 3-bet and then bet both flop and turn.
True. And we see Razz does.
And now that the
backdoor
hearts fill,
low,
it's
yeah.
certainly just going to go bet call.
Right. Maybe Ashton was looking to see a safe river. We'll never know, as that did not happen. Uh-oh, what happened here? Oh, no,
It looks like
Talal's the next
Talal
one
has
out.
been eliminated.
He does
and
not look happy about it.
He had a large stack.
He seems very perturbed.
We're hearing it was a 3-way all-in. I'm guessing it was also in pot limit Omaha.
Here, give me one of the blues.
As you were saying, that table was certainly going to play some big pots.
Wow, and Michael Monsek won the pot and apparently crippled Albert Daher, who had a boatload of chips. This
Whoa.
must have been over a 1 million chip pot.
Whoa.
In PLO, which is, of course, the game where you can just see these types of clashes.
That's a crazy hand because Albert was just on the graphic as the chip leader, so...
And he had that swag and those towers of chips. Michael Monsek now coming in late. He's only been in the studio for about an hour and a half, and he's the runaway chip leader.
I love how
by
you
the
see the
sounds of
best
it.
in people.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and
I said I love how
Talal,
you
of
see
course,
the best in people.
will re-enter. We can be pretty sure of that.
Pretty
so that's,
confident, yeah.
that's another one for our field size.
As these guys just innocuously play some Limit Omaha 8 or better at the feature table, we are hearing about some bloody, bloody PLO in the outers.
Yeah.
What a great tournament.
Phil perhaps patting himself on the back there a little bit when he says what a great tournament as the organizer, but he's right. It has been a great tournament so far. Good turnout, good action.
You have to say if you were someone rooting for a large field for this thing, maybe the right players are getting knocked out.
I think so. And I think Phil has to be very happy, all things considered, with the way this has turned out. It's being run, of course, great by our staff here at the studio. People seem to be having a good time. There's been a lot of...
Ooh. We have some action here in this Limit 8 hand.
Chad's picked up a really strong hand facing raise and a 3-bet.
I would like to see Chad go ahead and 4-bet.
I would
this hand.
4-bet too. It just prints enough money for value, basically. Rast's hand is actually very uncomfortable multi-way.
For sure.
Not a lot of good
Ashton's
situations.
also, though, I mean,
We're just gonna play
when you have 2, 3, 4, 5 multi-way, those
Yeah.
aces are really not available to make you the nut
Nope.
low, so you end up making a lot of
True.
second best.
Yeah.
Man got
But
bored.
Ashton hand feels a little bit easier to play than Rast, so it's going to have a lot of awkward decisions.
Certainly
for
on
the
this
high
flop,
side.
Ashton has smashed it.
Yeah, this is
with
a big
two-pair
flop for Ashton.
open-ender.
And Rast already hates life because lows are already possible.
Yeah, and
he basically has to continue because he's got this nut gutter to the 6.
And the backdoor spades.
Backdoor spades, but you can even see it on his face.
I noticed that Ashton takes a lead here. I think a lot of players would check to the razor in this spot.
Right.
It's cool to see that in a 3-way 3-bet pot that he's not necessarily going with the conventional wisdom here.
And I think that is something we're seeing more of in limit games than we would in the big bet games where there's a little bit more just like leading, maybe realizing how you're doing, range versus ranges.
Chad Evislage is a little in no man's land here with his ace-4.
That'd be good for rating.
This is a card that could potentially kill a lot of the action.
Yeah, I wonder, will Ashton fire this card? Because it's a bad card for him.
I think he
has a third of
wow,
the chips in play.
This is just great recognition.
Scoop this.
Oh no, we started 3.
Great. Now Rast has to get away.
Has to fold, yeah.
Almost a third of the
And I
chips.
think Chad is going to very strongly consider folding.
In 20 minutes.
So Ashton recognizing that his 3 blocker maybe is enough to reduce the combos of ace-3. He also expects Chad to lead some of his ace-3s. He's expecting to hear from ace-3 earlier in the hand.
What a great result for Ashton there, and also a very heads-up play by taking the lead on the flop. He really represented the strongest range and was able to continue firing on that card.
So I think he thinks that Chad's going to check raise some of his ace-3 on the flop when he goes bet call. So when Chad doesn't check raise, then also checks the turn, it's very unlikely he has ace-3, and Ashton knows that he has a ton of fold equity against anything that's not ace-3, when he's so likely to have ace-3 himself.
And one other thing I would add is that Ashton has that immediate emergency equity too. I mean, he had 3 pair and an open-ender, right?
Exactly.
So in the worst-case scenario, he's not dead.
He can still call a raise. And Matt Ashton now looks like moving to another table for balancing purposes.
Tripled against Albert and Palau.
Oh, wow.
I've been really impressed with what I've seen from Matt Ashton.
Me too.
Not that I'm surprised, but
Sad to lose him.
I haven't seen a lot of his play.
Hang on a second here. We've got to look at the towering stack of Texas Mike Monchek. That is a lot of chips at this stage of the tournament.
1.5 million chips. He's got 5 starting stacks.
After playing for about an hour and a half.
He's been here for about a level and a half. Yeah, this is
Texas
unbelievable.
Mike can do it.
And if anyone can do it, it's Texas Mike. He
might just win this tournament in a day and a half.
Yeah,
I'm a little concerned.
We were talking about the prop bet of maybe nobody busts. Texas might win the tournament tonight. By the way, that 24-1 is looking real nice as the person laying.
Yeah, well, Schoen's got bigger problems now having busted, but he was probably regretting not getting that prop bet down. As Phil comes over to congratulate him on his fortuitous start.
Texas Mike all smiles. One of the nicest guys in poker, by the way.
Absolutely, just loves poker.
Never seen him in a bad mood. I've never seen him complain. Loves the game. Humble. Really,
Absolutely.
nothing bad to say about the guy.
Yeah, other than he wins too many pots.
Yeah, he does win a lot of pots. And he makes some really outrageous plays, but has a knack for timing them very well.
For sure. We see Mercier there with a very short stack after having a nice start earlier in the day.
Really, this is a bit much.
You do what you have to do.
And
This
that's
one
when
is
Talal is back.
after an immediate rebuy. So I guess he just really wants to play.
He wants to play. He flew here from London. He's not here to go watch a movie in his hotel room.
He's also in the mood to gamble because this is not much of an 08 hand.
This is not a conventional open, let's say, the King, Queen, 7-4 double suited. It looks a little bit tempting. It's got some high and low possibilities. The problem is the low possibilities are just very, very dominated.
And when you run into a strong hand like this behind you, it's also pretty tough to play out of position.
Holy mackerel.
Did he say holy mackerel as he looked at his cards?
He's got fresh chips he's going to play. Now, Ray D's got a bit of a decision with the 6-5-3 deuce. I think it's just a fold, single suited in the small blind. Perhaps he would call from the big with a little bit more invested.
Oh my God.
Ray has taken a bit of the conservative route.
I gotta roll up the sleeves here.
Ace deuce 3 doubled. Great flop.
And what a great flop for Talal, although against Rast's exact hand,
Yeah, this
his
is
clubs
an
are
action flop for
dominated.
these two hands.
I think Talal could have considered leading this flop.
I almost feel bad.
It's a
I
flop
don't
he
know
can
that
play
his hand
some
needs
leads
to
on.
lead, though. There's no low
it certainly
potential.
doesn't.
Yeah.
I just think
Just
from a
loves
theory
so many
perspective, he
things.
might play some leads on these big card boards.
Right. He takes the lead on the turn here, though.
Yeah, this is nice. And Brian has a clear call.
I have to say, this is a very Talali hand. To open a hand that most players would fold, and just to get a good board where he can get some, not only win, maybe have the best hand, but get some action too. And yeah, now Razz kind of catches a payoff card.
And a nice just double lead here
Yeah,
from Talal in the
I
turn
mean, this
and
is
river.
just like very well played against Razz's actual hand.
And Razz kind of hates this, I think.
Oh,
Because
he must. I mean,
he obviously doesn't beat any value, and it's a little bit hard to come up with the natural bluffs. He
Yeah, and
blocks
Razz
the nut
has the
clubs
clubs.
themselves.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that, like,
but the pot's pretty big.
we always just end up calling this spot.
He also could lose to like a really weird like ace queen.
Or even like a jack-jack, or, you know, I mean, probably not, but like, could the Jack or Queen just be betting here?
Well, he got there with the ace. He beats those.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Excuse me.
But he
struggling
is
to read the board at this hour of the night.
Time banks here.
These are mine, right?
Yep.
This is fucking some worse call.
He's struggling to find the bluffs, and I think when he has the ace of clubs in his hand, it makes sense that he's struggling, and he's got another, club blocker.
I guess if he could ever beat anything, it would be some really weird straight draw, like an 8-7.
Right. Talal would have had to open a very junky hand, which he did, but he would have had to open, like, the Jack 8-7, something like that.
And you think he might have just done that on the flop.
I think he's going to make a disciplined fold.
I like how thoughtful Razz plays in limit
He
poker.
does.
He really tries to eke out every bet. He never puts his chips in mindlessly.
And that's something I could do a better job of, certainly, is just taking time in these.
Maybe
in
those
these
time banks are
decisions.
worth something, Alex.
Maybe they are, and I think he's about to make a really good fold.
Nice
That's very good fold from Brian there.
He's also played a lot of poker with Talal.
Right. And
That might
Talal
help him
gets
here a little bit.
rewarded for a fairly loose open.
Right, like I said, I mean, he plays loose aggressive in spots, but he also plays his hands well. So.
Yeah, he's one of these guys, exactly. He plays probably a little bit too loose on the early streets, but he plays very well and tough on the later streets.
Right.
And you can make up some of the disadvantage pre-flop if you play really well post-flop. Maybe not against Brian Rast, but
right.
just
maybe,
in general.
Maybe
poker
not
games.
in theory, but certainly in small doses. I mean, and that's what it takes to do well in a
research at
tournament.
all, but I'm going with friends to
Talal Shakerchi, investor from London, England.
If I bet one fight, who should I bet?
Operator of a hedge fund. He
Yeah,
graduated
that
from
is-
the
I don't
University
have
of
like a
Manchester.
Pick.
Number 4 on England's
card.
all-time money
I mean,
list, which
like,
is
I'm
very
betting
impressive because there's a lot of
Pereira.
great players out of
Absolutely.
England.
I think.
And he does have one
I like-
PokerGo Tour title in
I
2022.
like it, but there's sharp people who like the other side.
Yeah. There's nothing that jumps out as like a bet this one thing.
No.
Yeah.
Curious to hear what these guys are
Pick out of the
discussing
hat.
investing in.
Yeah.
But I think we missed it. Ray sits real low in his chair. He sort of looks out of place at the table compared to the others.
Yeah, he does.
Someone who probably does not enjoy being at the feature table is Ray D. A quiet guy who just likes to go about his business.
I would tend to agree with that. We see Phil folding a hand that might have been slightly tempting to play the
Unbelievable,
Queen 10
actually.
4 3
Unbelievable.
Certainly would have played that in a
your
later
double-suited
position.
Drugel?
Yeah, my
Speaks
double-suited
again?
Drugel. Although in 08, it's perhaps a somewhat reasonable playing hand, but maybe not from that early of a
Yeah,
position.
Queen 10 4-3. It feels close. I'm not really
Right.
sure. Kings would like to call here, I think.
Yes. Yeah,
It's
the
not
Kings
a particularly
want
good
multi-way.
Kings.
They have
The 8s don't do a lot for you in limit 08 because you don't really want to flop a set of 8s that much.
Yeah, you'd rather have King 9
Yeah.
9, even though the 9 is generally.
And Max
worse.
has a very nice looking high hand, but he's also kind of locked up by the other high hands that are out. So Razz is really in a good spot here in some ways. That's the only low
right
cards.
against these exact hands, absolutely.
However, he doesn't like that flop one bit.
Well,
so.
doesn't Razz flop top and bottom here? He had ace, queen, jack, deuce.
Yeah.
Still doesn't love the flop. But he does have, a decent chance to win the high. Max likes the flop with the nut flush draw, backdoor clubs. Everyone kind of has a little something, but nobody's crazy about it, I would say.
I like this check back from Rast.
Me too.
3 ways. And a high card turn can provide a little action here.
And Coleman really likes
Look
this
at the
card.
massive draw that Max Coleman has here.
Yeah, he's only got one pair, but he's got 2 flush draws and a straight draw. I think this is a
I'm
nice
actually
spot to
surprised
bet.
that he doesn't have more equity than 44% for high.
Yeah, and even though he has no low draw, he's just got so much potential to win the high that he goes for a bet here. Rast has an interesting decision
Yeah,
with
he
ace of
could
clubs blocker
consider
too.
raising,
I think
right?
raising is very much on the table. One thing that raising does is it cleans up a lot of his equity against Scott.
Yes, he could get low draws out.
He can get low draws out and potentially scoop the pot.
Looks like he's going to find it. This is nice.
This is well played from Brian.
Really like this.
Scott has to fold, and now Max just calls, and if the river breaks off,
well, now I will say one thing. Now, could Max consider a 3-bet?
I don't think so. Not when there's lows possible as well.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. There's only when he improves on the river is he going to really like the river.
He's
right?
not
So
really
he doesn't really
pushing
have any
enough
incentive here.
equity.
He's not going to get a bluff through on many river cards.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now this is a very interesting card. I think it'll just go check on
I
this
think
card.
so too.
Yeah.
Very cool hand from Rast here.
Yeah, this was well played from Brian.
Can't imagine betting that card.
And Max obviously does not feel good about his hand. Yeah.
Jacks up.
That's right. Yeah.
You scoop.
Jacks
up.
I think that was actually well played by everyone on all streets.
Jacks up.
But
Yeah, no,
Razz's line was perhaps the hardest to find.
Yeah, that's
Was
what
he
I was
looking
saying.
at his hand?
It was
Looked like ace
it
eight
was
there for a second.
Max's hand was more of an intuitive bet on the turn.
Right.
Razz's play was not necessarily intuitive on either street.
And I think Scott's play was intuitive kind of throughout.
Yeah.
Just calling with a hand that...
Cool hand. One thing that you see from the very high stakes players that I'm noticing today that's a pattern is a lot more creativity in the limit poker games with some of their lines than you typically see in like a mid-stakes cash game. People do a lot more check to the razor and auto c-bet, and these guys are always looking for a way to change the line.
As we look at Brian Razz's bio board there, 6-time bracelet winner, recent member of the Hall of Fame.
3 50K PPC championships?
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't just say 6-time bracelet winner. 3 bracelets plus 3 of probably the best bracelet to win, up there with the main event.
A super high roller bowl, no limit title. He's done it everywhere.
He's done it all, and like you said, he succeeded in cash games
on both
at the highest stakes.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying I view fun as like different from close.
Like the second fight, the Gaethje fight, like it's not really like a fight with title implications, but it should
they're
be
talking
a banger.
Yeah,
UFC.
And then the main
That
fight,
sounds right. I
the
think there's a
line's,
big
like,
UFC.
even.
Sturheimer gets dealt
my
another
guess is
close combo.
Whoever wins, it
Yeah,
will look
agreed.
Like it wasn't that
Pretty
close.
much the same as the last hand.
Slightly better high
we'll see.
potential,
Slightly better,
slightly
one
worse
pip.
low.
Yeah.
I would have been very tempted to raise that.
Wow, you guys.
Keep
can't
in mind, though,
believe
he is on his
this
second
unfolded.
bullet, maybe looking
I
to
feel like we
avoid
also
some of the
wouldn't
higher
believe that
variance
you're right.
pre-flop stuff.
Feels like
in
we're in
these
a non-belief
games.
scenario here.
Either
My
way, it
memory
was
of the spot is that you'd rather have
completely
3 low cards
unbelievable.
with your double suited hand, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that could be right. So like a king 5-4-3.
Yeah,
or-
that's much better.
Yeah, that makes some
I
sense.
think this is just a fold for Scott.
With the absolute sort of bottom of the barrel ace-3.
So yeah, I think this is just these Badugis just are kind of just frowned upon. And
Yeah.
I like jamming this hand from the big blind.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think Talal will agree with you.
Cool. Yeah, people aren't aggressive enough typically in limit 08 from the big blind in like mid stakes.
Yeah, I think without a suited ace, Talal's hand works nicely as a call, but with the suited ace.
I think it's fine to do it anyway. There's just no way Scott has a premium hand after cold calling the button.
This is true, but I think maybe keeping some ace-deuce in your calling range is
Some,
good
but when
for
you have an
deception.
ace-deuce-6 with a Broadway card, I don't think your suits matter as much as just the fact that your hand makeup is so strong.
So would you 3-bet that even Badugi?
No, maybe not Badugi,
Okay,
but
queen
like,
high suit,
yeah.
fine. Yeah, reasonable.
And then Talal also finds a nice check on the flop where it's not a particularly strong flop for his hand, and I think this is fine.
Absolutely.
A very good flop for Seiver's hand, which is not an easy hand to find good flops for.
Talal kind of hates life. He's got a call because the price is good and the pot is
he
bloated.
made the pot
but
big, and he's
really
got
just
the
hoping to hit
ace-6.
specifically a deuce or a queen,
Ray has taken a very passive approach here with the second nut low draw on a pair,
which I think is reasonable.
and now he turns jacks up. Will he find a lead here? That might be kind of neat to deny a free card.
Yeah, I like
Sometimes
it a lot.
on these high card turns, you see someone wake up.
And Scott, tempting to just check back now, even though he has a triple gutter. He can hit a 4, a 6, or a 10. There's some reason to bet Scott's hand, but he does end up checking back. And would Ray have gone for check raise there is also the question.
I think he had enough to, for sure, with jacks up in the second nut low draw.
I agree with you.
And this is just a bad card for Talal.
And Scott's just made a two-way hand here. And Ray's going to have to pay this off. In fact, Ray might even go for value.
He might lead, right? Yeah, I was going to say, after it checks around on the turn, he might feel like his hand is good enough to lead. To bet, yeah. And Seiver has 2 options.
Yeah, so Seiver can call here and hope to get an overcall from either a weak high or a weak low from Talal.
In this situation, he has to decide how likely am I to scoop Ray, right? If I'm very likely to scoop, then he should definitely raise.
Scoop.
Yeah,
It's 3 in the straight.
And Scott kind of meekly says I scoop because, yeah, Ray had
Ray
quite a good
looks
hand there.
extremely unimpressed.
He always looks that way.
Great film.
Yeah, we've really seen it just shows you how many ways there are to play a lot of different hands in these mixed game formats, because it feels like almost every hand we've watched, multiple players have had a couple different things they could have done at different junctures.
Absolutely, and like I said, I think I was trying to make the point earlier, but one thing that's very neat to see is just the off-tempo plays. The ones where they just keep their opponents a little bit from falling into standard lines.
I really would have liked a lead from Ray there, although I can understand why he's sort of checking in flow.
Maybe his hand was almost so good that he thought that
He
he
wanted to
didn't
get that
even
check
really
raise
mind
in.
giving a free card.
But the thing is, as we can see, a lot of the hands that Scott's willing to bet on the flop are not necessarily going to bet on that turn where there's an equity shift, where the low doesn't come in.
True, true.
As we see Scott's bio board there, 7-time bracelet winner, went to Brown University, graduated.
Three-way spots are really, really hard. I will say that. Like, to play really well, you almost have to just find these weird mixtures of like slow plays and thin value hands and trying to protect your your equity by maybe trying to raise someone out of a pot. I mean, everything's on the table in a multi-way spot.
Right. A lot of weak hands here.
Yeah, really nothing going on this hand so far.
Team Euro. Well, picks up some aces. And
in an easy defense in the big blind
yeah,
here.
you got to be super sticky here in position.
Is that considered Team Euro?
Generally, you're looking for 2 low cards under an 8, like 7s and lower, and then something else to defend.
Yeah, or you're just all your high card hands that are high, 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 high.
Yeah, yeah. Like the weakest hands are like high, 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 low.
Correct.
Or
Especially
sometimes
like
the 8 low draws. Like something like a queen 9 8 deuce is very bad.
Right. Right.
Because sometimes you don't really want to continue drawing for the 8 low.
Yeah, but especially versus small blind where you have position for the rest of the hand, you're defending well over 90% of your hands.
Yeah, so Phil flops pretty well here with top pair and a low draw. He's just trying to decide how to play it. Not exactly his favorite turn card because he would much rather have made the low probably than make top and bottom.
Note to low bets here, a lot of players would check this spot because the low comes in.
Yeah.
So even though Talal's hand is looking very nice for the high, he's getting free rolled by every low. Phil is in a spot where he just has to keep calling. He doesn't have a low, but he has jacks up. It's just going to be good enough.
Right, you can never get away from this because your opponent could be just betting a low here, right? So
yeah.
he's basically going to show down on basically
Talal
any
could just
river.
bet all of his ace deuces and so on. But now this card might just freeze the action.
I think if I were Phil, I would put a value bet in here.
I don't know, though, because the thing is...
What scoops you? You have jacks up at a 6.
Aces.
Yeah.
No, but
I just don't think you expect the aces to always bet the turn either, though.
I just, this goes back to something I said earlier, which is something I really disagree with you on, I think. Once they check to me on the river here, I just expect weakness. Like, he can have so many 2 small pair combos that I scoop.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the scoop hands.
I mean, it's a better question is what do you get scooped by?
Yeah, if you never ever expect to be check raised there.
Looks like we have an all-in over here on the side table.
Looks
between
like
Yuri
Jolevsky all in.
And who's his opponent here? Daniel?
Oh, wow. And it looks like...
He's just dead, right?
Yeah, so one of these players was bluffing with the nut flush blocker. I think it's
Yeah.
actually Yuri
Yuri, I
was
think,
blushing
is
with
just
the nut
dead.
flush blocker, and Daniel just has the second nut.
He just has the clubs and didn't fold them. Yep.
Yeah. And probably a very standard hand, all things considered.
Right.
Just ran into the top of Daniel's range and...
Double suited kings, yeah.
And the pot was relatively small, so it's not like Yuri had a huge stack there. I expect Yuri to re-enter the tournament, but as we're approaching the end of the night, he'll probably just wait until tomorrow.
You're putting him as a day 2 re-entry?
I think so.
Okay. Well, the late night rounds are producing a lot of blood.
100K these days just isn't what it used to be to some of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just follow him to fucking ace-5.
Oh, it looks like Daniel was the one all in, so Yuri did not bust in the hand.
Okay.
He's still at the table.
Got it.
Either that or he just really doesn't want to leave.
Right.
I was playing the wrong game.
As we shift over to 7-card stud high on the feature.
Played, it was stud 8, and I bet into a guy with hopes with like deuce, 3, 4,
Yeah.
7.
I feel like
so
all of us have
that's a
done
double
some
up for
ones
Daniel.
before.
I ended up scooping the pot too. It was crazy.
Yeah, that's not crazy. Yeah, it's genuinely expect nothing less from you. I would expect me to lose the biggest pot I've ever played in my life.
Deuce, 3,
and
4,
for you to
7.
scoop it.
I had and he ended up not making a low.
And the game has switched to stud high.
And I was betting into him. It was great.
As we see Ray with a nice stealing combo with the ace-king-7 blocking the king that's behind him. And Seiver with a nice maybe re-stealing combo having the ace in the hole blocking Ray.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we see some posturing here from both players. This
And
will immediately
Coleman
get the 3s out.
has a pair, but again, facing this type
facing
of heat.
this action. And now we'll see who really wants to. This is an interesting hand.
So
to
Ray
build.
does float. This is a spot where some players will just give up right away. Other players will even put in the re-raise, blocking the thing their opponent's saying they have.
So both players have caught good up cards, representing that their boards are very strong.
But Ray's
actually caught a good
actual
card.
card.
Yeah.
So now, even if Ray was going to get away on some runouts, he's going to be stuck in this hand pretty much till the end.
Sure,
given
although
he's got-
at the moment he's quite happy with his situation.
Right.
So the question is really how hard is Scott going to go at it? It looks like the answer is pretty hard.
Looks like hard. I mean, Ray's still got a lot of stuff like Jack 10 in the hole, which would have
Yeah.
just peeled here and then peeled again for a small bet. You know, if
guess-
he's peeling the ace king 7, he's probably peeling all the ace Broadway.
I guess part of what Scott's thinking is
Some
that
small
he needs to
pairs,
have some
perhaps.
bluffs if he catches another diamond.
Yeah.
He has very low equity against real hands, though, here.
I think Scott's his board's just too nice looking, and
Yeah.
Ray's board is just really developing in a very ugly way. I think Scott's just going to take this one to the end.
I agree, and I'll be very curious to see how Ray handles it on the
And
river.
Ray could
if it doesn't
fold
improve.
unimproved. I mean,
Right.
Scott's board, of course, Scott can have the kings that he's kind of repping. He can also have some diamond combos, but he can also have some of the stuff that is interacting with this queen and this 9.
Very
King, queen,
curious
jack,
to see
king,
if
jack,
Ray
10.
doesn't. To me, if Ray doesn't improve, this is the most interesting. Although catching a queen is a nice card here.
So it is, but the thing is, Scott has caught some showdown value with the 9s, and I expect now this street's
Oh
just gonna
wow,
go check,
he
check.
overtook him. Oh
Yeah.
yes, I misread that. Sorry.
So
yeah.
Scott has pulled ahead of hands like Ray's exact hand, some
Yeah,
small
yeah.
pairs in the hole. I think Scott's hand's too good to bluff, not good enough to value bet. We're just going to see check, check.
And Ray's not going to be happy. Ray played this hand very well.
Ray is staring at that hand because he's realizing that Scott started with either ace-4, ace-9, or 9-4 in the hole. And not to say that Scott's play was there was anything wrong with it,
Right.
but he did two-bet him with quite a light hand, and Ray's going to just take note of that.
And that was these levels are pretty significant now for playing a stud hand to the river. So that was definitely a big pot.
Absolutely, yeah.
We've reached that stage of the tournament where the limit games start to feel pretty
Feel
big.
bigger sometimes
Yeah.
in some ways than the pot limit and no limit games.
Particularly the single winners.
Yeah. One game we just, we've been rotating tables and everyone's been at a different place in the rotation. We haven't seen a lot of no limit deuce.
I know. I'm pretty
Which is a little
disappointed
disappointing
about that.
'cause
Yeah.
I really do enjoy that game.
Well, luckily we've got a long day tomorrow for
we have a
plenty
big
more
day.
10-game mix.
Yeah, just so our viewers know, we're going to be restarting tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time, and we're going to be covering the entire day. So that's going to be from
All
end
the
of
way down
late
to the
reg,
final table, right?
all the way down to the final table. I believe the final 5 is where they're going to
It's going to be so fascinating to see the bubble dynamics
Absolutely,
in this big
yeah.
tournament.
And I think it's going to probably pay 5 spots, if I had to guess. So we're probably going to be playing right into the money.
Cool. Very exciting. Not that today has not already been exciting, but I would say that as this tournament starts to progress to those stages where you start to see the payouts start to matter to the players, it's going to be interesting to see the adjustments.
Yeah, today's been cool, just seeing how these guys kind of approach cash game-ish poker.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's going to be really cool to see the tournament dynamics that these different players
We
bring to the
really need
table.
more Texas Mike in our life, I have to say.
I bet we'll get some tomorrow. I don't think he's... I hope he doesn't...
So Talal has opened the Queen 8-4 random hand here in this stud
And
pot,
this is the
and
kind of
it's
hand
runs
where...
to the queens.
So, like,
But
we've
he
talked
just
about this where, like,
folded.
you raise and face a 2-bet. You can fold the bottom of your range. And when you open the Queen 8-4, yeah, you can just let it go.
Seems reasonable.
By the way, if Chad thinks that Talal is opening super, super weak, he can consider sometimes trapping that queen up because he's going to...
Yeah, sometimes when you have the exact cards that your opponent is representing, it might be a nice spot to slow play, right?
Yeah. But maybe he just wants to play most of his continue range as a 2-bet there, which is also very reasonable. We're switching over here to the outer tables. And it looks like Albert Daher, he's got his back to us, is all in.
Uh-oh.
And he had a monster stack earlier
Yeah,
in the
off to
tournament.
a
So
very
there's been a
strong start
lot
when
of
he was on our-
fireworks, but he was the victim, one of the victims of that huge pot that Texas Mike won.
He's
Looks like they're playing a draw game of some sort.
Stud.
Oh, is it stud?
Some kind of stud, I think. A lot of up cards.
Okay.
It
and
looks like it did not work out for Albert.
Looks like Albert has been eliminated at the hands of Matt Ashton. Another guy I do expect to fire a second bullet. So the field size is actually going to grow perhaps to over 30 by
Wow.
the time all is said and done.
Yeah, amazing.
Certainly hope to see Albert back. He's a lot of fun to watch.
He's fun to have, and he had a roller coaster of a day for sure.
And you see him going over and just good sportsmanship there. Obviously losing a big chunk of his stack to Texas Mike.
Yeah, that has to be hard to do.
Yeah.
Go over and say hi to your chips.
Yeah, Albert is just...
All right, we've got a stud pot brewing here.
He's got some class.
Coleman, I believe, is jamming out of the out of the bring-in here.
Yeah, and this is
kind of a cool play considering his range is going to be very tight in the spot, right?
So what we're looking at is Sternheimer is going to be opening a very wide range of hands with the biggest door card possible. Knowing that, Chad's going to be 2-betting some wide hands like the one he has. So Coleman actually has some immediate fold equity against some of Phil's weakest hands. Like if Phil just has like ace, jack, 10, something like that, he might just fold right away. For value, Coleman's representing something like queens plus in the hole, some of the big pairs, or some ace 6 type hands where he blocks what Phil's saying he has. And then he can also have these semi-bluffs with the flush draws.
I like that. One thing that's fascinating to me about this spot is that Sternheimer is elected to 4-bet. I do think his hand is good enough to continue, but it's neat to see him 4-bet here. He actually pushes out a lot of equity from the ace-king tens.
Yeah, just the same way that Coleman didn't decide to cold call. Phil's doing the same thing, pushing out some equity and just continuing to represent some stronger hands.
Sternheimer can also believe that there's a world in which Max has a hand like ace-6-6.
Correct.
And so he might feel that he has the exact hand that's in very good shape against a sliver of his range.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Chris. And now catching the king and having Coleman catch the 3. Phil obviously likes that street a lot.
I think Sternheimer is cognizant of the fact that he looks like he has aces, but he doesn't have aces, so he's not necessarily going to go too hard at this spot.
And he's still going to be a little bit concerned that Max has some big pocket pairs in the hole. But
Max might just have to be done here.
Yeah, when Max has these types of hands, like these 2 club hands in the hole, if Phil can find a bet here, I think Max is just going to fold this hand. Even though he's folding, as we can see, 24% equity. And we see Yuri Jivlevsky walking out the door.
Him and Albert heading out together.
Also eliminated, and we will have to see if those guys decide to rebuy tomorrow.
Or what they're going to go do for dinner right now.
Right. Maybe we join them.
Yeah, Max is just done with this one. So Phil represented a very strong hand here and was able to really win a big pot with just a pair of sevens.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a nice play from Phil.
I like it.
Just using the strength of his up card and, like you say, blocking some of or having good equity against some of Coleman's semi-bluffs with the ace-6 type hands.
And it's just a cool concept in general that sometimes in limit poker, if your hand is good enough to continue, there can be a lot of upside to putting in one more small bet.
Absolutely. Just knocking off knocking Chad off of his equity there is actually quite valuable.
Absolutely. I mean,
When
a
the
massive,
pocket's that
massive
big.
win. And also just creating that dead money from his 2 bets that were already in the pot.
Right. Looks like Brian Razz is being moved to balance the tables.
I bet you.
Have you eaten?
I could eat. Why, you want to grab something after this?
Yeah. Yuri's coming as well.
Oh, my outro.
Oh, they are talking about dinner plans. I was joking, but serious.
We might have to go see where they are.
Yeah.
Or do our own thing. I'm thinking maybe Javier's.
You're thinking maybe some food?
What do you think?
It's starting to be that time of night where, you know,
Yeah, I
the
think
poker is taking a back seat to the food options of
We're
Las
starting
Vegas.
to reach the end of the night here.
Oh, that was, oh, I thought that was drawn for hands for some reason.
No, but they're just balancing.
That was for balancing next to him. After these two. Hand is complete, you are holding up. Got it.
As I think we have one more stud hand here, and then we are going to draw for how many hands to finish the night off with. Chad made just a tight fold here with split 4s. There may be a 4 dead that I can't see.
Yeah, if there's not a 4 dead, that's definitely a tight fold, unless there's some really menacing cards behind him.
Yeah, he had 4.
Just a bunch of overcards, I guess.
I would have liked limping.
Yeah, I like limping those sorts of hands and then just getting away if the action gets
And,
heated up.
Talal
But
certainly
it is a
not
little
gonna fold.
close with all those overcards.
So these guys are definitely gambling in the stud round of the last hand of the night here.
Yeah, maybe also recognizing that there's just been a lot of action in this table and that the split 4s are going to have a hard time.
So I know. Okay, I was curious to see if Scott would continue there, and he decides not to. So that's you know, good for me to take note of that a strong stud player feels that, you know, you can open for a steal with that 3-card connected hand.
And then
but
facing this type of action,
you just get out of the way.
And we have the 2 flush draws going at it here, and Max immediately improves to an actual flush draw.
Talal has improved to a pair of queens. So.
I think this is a spot where Talal can consider checking with a lot of his range, where Max catches better than him catching the club. Having said that, Talal's starting range to 3-bet is a lot stronger than Max's range to 2-bet. So
good point.
So you can go either way. Talal's actual hand is very strong here, catching the somewhat disguised queen.
Yeah, now Max, I don't think he wants to semi-bluff in this spot. I think he wants to play passively.
No, I think if he had something like a straight draw, flush draw combo, he could consider semi-bluffing, but especially in the tournament considerations,
My reputation is good.
I think he just wants to call.
You're playing the
He's also getting a little short.
Oh, big card for
flush,
Max.
Yeah.
And Talal has to be a little bit wary of this.
I agree. Showing no fear. I think Max's hand is certainly strong enough to raise here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's somewhat unlikely that Talal has 2 spades in the hole. It's not like his up card was a spade.
That hand, I mean, it looks hilarious.
And
but I think
Talal's going to have a lot of hands that have to continue. Pair plus flush draw.
Is absolutely
good point.
Me up
Any
with that
singleton spade.
Exact.
Yep.
Yeah.
Talal's exact hand hates this because he's drawing dead against
flushes.
flushes.
Completely fucking torched.
And finds
Oh, and he finds a nice fold.
Yeah.
So I think that was pretty reasonably played by both.
Absolutely, yeah. You could have argued that Talal could check on 6, but then he would probably have to continue.
Yeah.
Oh,
In some slightly different scenarios, you also could argue he should check on 4th when
We need
Max
three.
catches the
Right.
three
We need two
card
or
break.
three.
Maybe
We'll
not in
avoid the
that
big
one where
blind.
he was the three better. Now, notice that Paul just said we're going to be drawing for the last few hands of the night.
Okay.
I think we're good, right?
It's
1, 2,
always 3
3.
hands out.
Yeah.
You
They just pretend to draw.
No, you're fucked. What are you
3 more
talking
hands
about?
left tonight.
There's 3 left.
There's 2 left.
No, there's 3.
Oh, and one's on top of the other. You're golden.
I just locked back in, but it's too late now.
yeah.
It's
You guys wanna get
a
into
lock
tips? I
that
don't mind
Chad
doing
and
that.
Scott are having dinner together.
I got
assume.
1,000.
Yeah.
After this dynamic
Their
all day.
philosophy
They can go and talk
discussion.
some more about.
Perhaps they'll invite Hennigan to sit in the middle of them.
Yeah, I'm
1K
thinking
coming
that
at
maybe
you.
that will not work out.
We're at 1.
Maybe Ray will go though.
Yeah, Ray. Yeah. The current person. There's always somebody in the
Whoever's
middle.
been in the middle of this table has been in a sad situation. That's for sure. They've been grumpy about it. Yeah.
Well, Ray's just really kind of run into
Yeah.
it against Scott.
For sure. So we've got 3 stud hands remaining
Me,
for the
right?
night, and then everyone's going to bag up, and we're going to see who joins us tomorrow.
Yeah, see, maybe Aaron Katz will arrive, perhaps some other late arrival that we're not even considering. And
40 guys on a bus, I'm telling you.
Right.
It's going to be a
Some-
big field.
Certainly, I think of the Schulman, the Yuri, and Albert contingent, at least 1 or 2 of them is going to re-enter.
You really have no
Just wanna
no
get
problem
your
spending
chips
people's
along.
100K, do you?
None at all.
You're like,
when it's not mine, I'm
get
just
in there,
spending it
make
all
it
willy-nilly.
unlimited rebuy.
Yeah.
Alex doesn't care.
Nice little starting hand there for Seiver, the 7, 8, 9 with 2 spades.
And as a frequent player in these sort of tournaments, you know, you are also kind of happy if you're not in the hand to just see the hand end quickly, so you can go get your dinner.
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah.
they're looking to get their 3 hands over with. Everyone's played a long day, and they're excited to bag and say that they made it to the day 2 of the inaugural Super High Roar Bowl. Some on 1 bullet.
And they're all fighting for second place because we know Texas Mike's going to take this one down.
2 rebuys here at this table already, right?
I haven't been in
So
like
Talal
almost
is
6 months,
really
so I wouldn't
struggling
know.
as he has a below starting stack on his second bullet.
Right. But he's a fighter, Chris.
He's a fighter. And Phil Sternheimer has spun it up a little bit from his secondary entry, on his second entry. A little hard to count that stack, but we have it at 411.
Right. It looks like less than that, doesn't it? But that is a tall tower of blue.
That's what you like about this chip set is you can stack those things really, really high.
Right.
Looks like Max is coming in for a light steal here. Must feel he has the highest card on board. Or must have the highest card on board, not
Right.
feel. You can see whether you have the highest card on board.
Has the
He's not
3
guessing.
blocker too, which sometimes the player in the bring-in is going to be tempted to defend very wide, and
Yeah.
just blocking those 3s is a little bit nice.
Don't think this one's defending.
No. But definitely a little on the lighter side there for Coleman. Certainly
Feeling
something
good
like
after-
Jack 10-7, Jack 10-8 you would expect. Jack 10-3.
Last hand shots?
Feeling good after making that flush and
Yeah.
ready to grind up a couple more antes.
And last hand of the night here for our feature table.
Thank you, man. How'd it go? I mean, yeah. All right. All right. Okay, man. Thank you.
As the players debrief, check in with each other and see how everyone's feeling at the end of their playing experience here.
Or bring into 3.
Looks like we've got a kind of a common steal spot from this king last act, and Ray D, it looks like he may have something to defend.
Yeah.
He does.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh.
We have the graphic wrong, yeah.
Bags?
Go ahead, show it. It doesn't matter.
Scott just immediately shouting for bags.
Yeah, see, ready to go.
I've seen Scott do that in so many World Series poker tournaments. The minute the last card finishes,
Let's
bags.
go.
You guys want to each put out your, these are the only 2 pinks, right?
So that was
color up the pinks, yeah.
Fascinating day of
21,000
cards, Chris. We got all the cash game levels kind of out of our way, and it's going to start to feel a little bit more like a tournament tomorrow with registration closed.
Absolutely.
As we take a look at our final chip counts at the feature table here, Scott Seiver with 518,000 leading the way, but worth noting that Michael Monsek is the overall chip leader. Ray D bringing up the rear there, but everyone's still in play. A little bit to work with.
Yeah, everyone's got to go and get some rest, get some food, and get prepared for a big day tomorrow.
Absolutely. And here's the overview. 25 entries, 17 players remaining. I think we're going to see that number grow to at least 28 to 30 total entries tomorrow. Won't know the payouts until then. Runaway chip leader is Michael Monsek.
Texas Mike doing it.